o'clock. Chair, 1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Nice to see you all here. Please take your seats. If you're struggling to find a seat, there's a few up on this side, a few up front. We are going to kick off this meeting with Pastor Steve Miller from Redemption Point. He's going to lead us in prayer, and then our own Sheriff's Office Sergeant Jason Shepard will lead us in the pledge. Thank you, gentlemen, and please stand.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, commissioners, for the honor of coming to pray over your proceedings today. Thank you. If you're comfortable, please bow your head and just give reverence to the Lord this morning or this afternoon. Father, we come to you today and we thank you, Lord, that we have the opportunity to gather and share, and that we live in a free country where we have the ability to express our views on everything, Lord. Father, we thank you, Lord, for those who serve in the local government and those who put their lives sometimes aside to come in and serve this community. And we pray, Father, that you would be with them and bless them for that service. Father, we thank you for what's going to happen today, Lord, and for the discussion that happens. And we know, Lord, that with some of the items that are on the agenda, that there's a opportunity for things to become raucous. And so, Lord, we just ask today that we would be respectful, that we would be kind in both directions. And as we speak and as we make decisions today, that those decisions would be honoring to you, honoring to this community that you've given us to steward, Lord. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to give you honor in this. And we know, Father, that morality, that order, that kindness, all of that is your idea, Lord, and you've placed those things in our heart. So, Father, bless these discussions today and be with every decision. Let every decision be honoring of you, Lord, first and foremost, and then honoring of our great county. Father, we pray that you would be with the troops who are still overseas and dealing with issues there, Lord, and be with our governments in the state and our governments of the country, Lord, and help them to make decisions that are honoring of you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk, would you like to do the roll call, please?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners on this 12th day of May 2026. In attendance are Chair Diana Finnegan, First Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Second Vice Chair Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you. Steve, you want to make some changes?
Yes, we have a few items. We're seeking approval to pull items E9 and E10, the proposed Cambridge Green septic to sewer assessments. No longer need assessments due to additional funding. Additional information, C5, commercial property and equipment insurance renewal. Remove budget transfer attached. The same budget transfers included on item C7. E6, CDBG grant agreement for the sanitary sewer rehabilitation project. Added authorized signature authority to the county administrator. U1, the 5:01 p.m. public hearing Seagrass. Due to a clerical error, an incorrect PowerPoint was attached. The correct PowerPoint has been added. And there's just one additional item, E11, temporary boat ramp closure. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull E1 due to the fact that it is improper, out of order, and it was voted upon 4 weeks ago, and it has already been implemented. And under our code, section 2, section 48.
Commissioner, excuse me. Do you mean O1? Because E1's bids.
No, L1.
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 Oh, excuse me. L1 is, yes.
Okay.
L1. Thank you for the clarification.
And according to our section 2/48, you cannot rescind or reconsider due to the fact that it was voted upon 4 weeks ago. And if you wanted to do something, it had to have been done at that meeting. So it needs to be taken off an action item, and we do not need L1 whatsoever on our agenda.
Yes, ma'am. I agree. I was going to ask to have that pulled also.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
It is unfortunate that legal apparently did not review my agenda item to make sure that it did not fall, have the wrong words in there. This is intended to be an entirely new motion to withdraw the April 17th letter of cancellation and reaffirm the contract with the amendments.
Are you asking for a new agenda item?
No, I'm saying it's substantively the same. It's just a manner of semantics based on our code, not statute.
Commissioner, to Commissioner Barrick's point, it is out of order, needs to be removed, and if you change the item, it would have to come back at a later meeting. That would be in violation of the Sunshine Law.
How is it in violation of the Sunshine Law? I have not spoken to any of you about it.
Well, there's more to the Sunshine Law than just speaking to us. We have to, every votable item has to be made available for the public.
Again,
And
it
noticed
is
correctly.
a manner of semantics, not substantive. If you want to not get this over with and not do it now and wait 2 weeks, I'm just going to bring it back in 2 weeks, but I'm not going to vote for the agenda pulling that. I'm going to be a nay on the agenda.
Well, it's not that I want to wait, I just want to follow the law.
It's
So
not the law, it's our county code, that's it.
following our county code is us following the law. The code is the law, and it's punishable if we do not follow our own code.
Madam Attorney, would you like to weigh in on this, since you didn't review it the first time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I was going to respond because it's not a matter of me not reviewing it. I was off on Friday. You had Marisol put it on the agenda. I had nothing to do with your agenda item. So it's not
My
that
understanding is
I
that
have the floor, ma'am. It's not that I didn't review it. It was already in the system before I had a chance. Most of the time, when commissioners have items that they want to put on the agenda, they run them by me first so that I can help them. You did this completely on your own without me.
And you were out of the office on Friday, and we have a 9 a.m. agenda deadline for commissioners. And you had until it went live on Tuesday afternoon to review it. You were in the office on Monday and Tuesday.
So you want to blame me for you not following the rules? That's fine.
All of our agenda items are supposed to go through your office. And if you are out, then someone else should be reviewing it.
Okay, so if I would have told you to remove your item, you would have? Is that what you're telling everyone?
No, I'm saying that the semantics would have been different, and it would still be on the agenda.
Madam Chair, it is 2-48. This agenda item is inappropriate.
Thank you. Okay, I think you got your answer. Board, I would also like, with your indulgence, to move forward 01, which is the core civic with the sheriff. Our sheriff has put off a flight to make it here today, yet he still needs to fly out later this afternoon. And I would like to move that to go right after our 1:15 time certain.
I would agree with that.
So I will entertain a motion.
Motion to accept the agenda with the changes, with L1 pulled and moving O1 forward, and the additions that Mr. Howard gave us.
Did Mr. Howard actually read them in?
Yes?
Yes?
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion fails, 2-3.
Motion to approve the agenda as stated with the additions and moving the sheriff's item to the front.
Second.
I'm going to open up to board discussion, and I am going to say that on record, I am not going to be party to this board not following county code and therefore breaking the law. I will be following the rules as such. If this board directs otherwise, obviously I will need to chair this meeting, but I am not at all being a party to you all not following our own codes.
I want to add a comment. I'm the newest commissioner, and I have been told by commissioners up here that I need to follow the rules. And I've been told, you can't do it this way, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. I have followed the rules. I printed it out. The rules are quite clear. They had to, if you want to reconsider something, it has to be reconsidered at the meeting that it was voted on. If you want to rescind it, it has to have been before an action was implemented. We have already implemented the action. We have been 4 weeks since the action was taken. This is illegal, what they are trying to do, and I will not vote for an agenda at which they will put that on the agenda.
Board, before I call the motion, I just want you to all be sure what you are doing, going against the code. And I do feel like this deal has went sideways. And unfortunately, you know, I don't like to be party when all the people out in our community talk about us as a whole, because we are one, and they say things like backdoor deals and hidden agendas. And if all that needs to come out under your agenda item, that's fine. And people will say constantly to me, Diana, don't say things in election year, but you know what? What do I always say? People over politics. So I'm getting sickened by some things that I have seen over the last several months, and I will leave it at that. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2.
Madam Chair, motion to approve item B1 through B5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment on the proclamations? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Would all those representing Hospital Week please make your way forward? I'm sorry. We'll call you up just after this thing.
We have the opportunity at this time to recognize our own county administrator, Steve Howard. Mr. Howard was recently awarded the County Administrator of the Year 2026 by Government Business Review, a leading digital and print publication that helps professionals navigate the evolving public sector landscape. This award highlights his leadership and the significant impact he has made on Citrus County by advocating for innovation and best practices. Leading over 800 employees across 36 departments and divisions is no small task. And I see Mr. Howard doing an exceptional job balancing it all. Congratulations, and thank you, Steve. This award is well deserved.
I'll just say one quick comment. I'll say I'm humbled and honored by the recognition. Thank you. It's not needed. Thank you for this recognition today, but and I share this recognition with Team Citrus, all the good work they're doing. So.
Would all those representing Hospital Week please make your way forward?
Well, it's not me.
Whereas the Citrus County, oh, you want to continue?
I mean, you can just give it to him if you're not here.
Would all those representing EMS Week please make your way forward?
That's you.
There we go.
Now we're cooking with gas. Hi.
Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services fill healthcare gaps by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services systems consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams or the career volunteer engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida does hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as the Emergency Medical Services Week in Citrus County, Florida, and throughout the state. The 52nd anniversary of EMS Week theme is EMS Week Improving Outcomes Together. We encourage the community to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities in honor of the EMS profession and the essential service it provides. Executed this 12th day of May, 2026.
All right, on behalf of Citrus County Fire Rescue, I would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for their continued support. This year's national EMS theme is Improving Outcomes Together. And as you know, we don't do that alone as the EMS service. That includes Citrus County Sheriff's Office with their deputies, with communications from the 911 call, and the hospital staff, those that call 911, sometimes they're providing medical care till we get there. Over the past year, Citrus County Fire Rescue responded to more than 25,520 EMS calls and transported over 19,400 patients to the hospitals. Behind every one of those numbers is a person, a family, and a moment where someone needed help during what was often one of the worst days of their lives. Our paramedics and EMTs are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, providing compassionate care, advanced medical treatment, and reassurance to the people of Citrus County. Whether it's a serious situation or not, they answer the call with professionalism and dedication. And most importantly, I want to thank the personnel from Citrus County Fire Rescue, the team members, and all first responders throughout the community for their commitment, sacrifice, and service. Thank you again for this proclamation.
Would all those representing ALS Awareness Month please make your way forward? Whereas ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is a progressive neurodegenerative disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, leading to loss of muscle control, paralysis, and ultimately death. And whereas ALS has no known cure and individuals diagnosed with the devastating disease face significant physical, emotional, and financial challenges, along with their families, caregivers, and loved ones. And whereas increased public awareness, education, and research funding are essential to advancing treatments, improving quality of life, and ultimately finding a cure for ALS. And whereas the organization's advocates, healthcare professionals, and researchers across the nation work tirelessly to support those affected by ALS and to promote scientific discovery and compassionate care. And whereas communities play a vital role in supporting individuals living with ALS by fostering inclusion, understanding, and access to necessary resources and services. And whereas ALS Awareness Month provides an opportunity to recognize the strength and resilience of those living with ALS, honor those who have lost their lives to the disease, and reaffirm a commitment to ending ALS. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of May as ALS Awareness Month and encourages all citizens to join in raising awareness and supporting those affected and contributing to efforts aimed at finding a cure. Executed this 12th day of May, 2026. Would all those representing International Beef Month please make your way forward? Whereas International Beef Month is a time to recognize the importance of the beef industry and to celebrate the farmers and ranchers who work hard every day to raise and care for cattle, while also preserving the land and environment. The beef industry involves thousands of American farmers, ranchers, and processors who keep the economy strong and food on our tables. Beef is an important source of nutrients that are vital for supporting good health, such as protein, vitamin B, zinc, iron, phosphorus, and selenium. And whereas the United States is the world's largest producer of beef, primarily high-quality grain-fed beef, and is the second largest consumer of beef in the world, with an average of 58.8 pounds of beef consumed per person in 2025. There are 86.2 million head of cattle in the United States as of January 1st, 2026. And whereas Florida ranked 9th in beef cows in January 1st, 2026, with an inventory of 872,000, and Florida ranked 12th in total inventory of cows on January 1st, 2026, with a count of 1.58 million cows, and Citrus County ranks as 36 out of 27 counties producing cattle in Florida. And whereas by choosing to buy local and high-quality beef products, we help support the livelihoods of those directly involved in the industry. This support helps pave the way to a more sustainable and ethical industry, prioritizing the welfare of animals and the environment. And whereas Citrus County farmers and ranchers work hard every day to provide us with high-quality beef products, helping support the local economy and creating more jobs for the Citrus County community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as International Beef Month, 2026 as International Beef Month, executed this 12th day of May 2026.
Good day. Larry Rooks, rancher here in Citrus County. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing beef being a nutritious, wholesome, sustainable protein. I used to say safe and affordable. I know everybody's going to boo that one. But let me tell you why some of the situation. We're at a 50 to 60-year-old low inventory and cattle numbers. And that's due to many different things, but generally they're weather events. And we're going through one here now. And so expanding herds is very difficult. Numerous things. One of the things that I think about is from when you think about a beef product, from conception on the farm to being plated as your center dish, there's a lot of hands that it goes through. So it supplies a lot of folks an employment throughout this cycle. Another reason for the low inventory is due to the close of the Mexican border. And that's due to a flesh-eating worm that they've shut the border off. We've fought that battle I didn't. My dad and uncles in the 60s when we had screwworms here throughout the United States. So we don't want that to get back into the States. We're seeing record prices on my end. And I'm not going to apologize. Just like anything else, food prices, beef, any of the food items are escalating. And if it wasn't for these higher prices right now with us, with these input costs, no matter what the business is, we're experiencing the extra input costs. You would probably see some more ranchers and farmers be going out of business. And that would be bad for the whole country, the whole United States, to lose green space, water retention, and the things that we just naturally love with the environment. Thank you again for having us here.
Okay, is our 115 here? Hi, Eric.
Afternoon.
Good
Eric
afternoon.
with Growth Management. Is Attorney Collins here? Okay, we have an applicant here. This should be really simple, is to dissolve a community development district as allowed by statute. They provided the documentation showing that they've met those requirements. And that's all I have to say, unless the applicant has something. I'll defer to them.
We just need we need a public hearing or just a motion? Okay. Board, do you have any questions or you need anything before motion's made?
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve I-1.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
I have a question.
Commissioner Barrick.
If we dissolve the CDD, who's going to take care of the roads?
HOA.
Okay, so an
I'll let
HO
you answer
an
that.
HOA is going to take, I want to make sure somebody's taking over, that you don't expect the county to take your roads.
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding. The district has not owned any assets and will not own any assets.
That's perfect. And I think this way people feel a little more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further board discussion?
Can I please have him address who he is?
Could you put your name in the record, please?
Yes, for the record, Patrick Collins on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, 01. That's me. So this agenda item, board, it concerns our jail contract with Core Civic. I would like us, and I am ready to make the motion to have our attorney draft our termination notice and for it to be for cause. Time is of the essence. There are many things still, many infractions still happening at our jail, even after the drug bust that happened with the DEA and the sheriff's office out there. Consistently, there have been staffing issues, deaths, drugs. The sheriff can probably tell you all the things that has happened in the last couple of weeks. Certain equipment not working, affecting court cases. It goes on and on and on. Now is the time, because for cause, there is a $12 million bond, and that is important for all the people of Citrus County. So the sheriff has given us his numbers, and granted as a bond, we'll probably have to claw to get that money, but that money is there for a transition. And I believe that money should cover not only his transition cost, but for the extra addition to staffing, and then we'll have to get with the attorneys to see how many years out until we can bring those marshal inmates back and start alleviating our cost. Now is the time to make the transition and save the taxpayers money. And the sheriff is here to help answer any questions that you may have. So
Chair, are you going to get a second for that?
well, yes, so I'm gonna make a motion to direct staff to prepare the termination notice and to authorize the chair to sign, and for that notice to be for cause.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any public comment? Sheriff, do you have any public comment?
Didn't want to prevent anybody. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. You saw 2 weeks ago my presentation of what I felt was a reasonable number for operating the jail under the Sheriff's Office. I think we're at a point in our history. It's been 30 years, just over 30 years, that we relinquished that authority to a private company to run our jail. I think that things happen for reasons. Whatever that reason was here in our recent past has brought this issue back to light. And I think moving forward, like I said a few weeks ago, this transition year is going to be tough. I understand that you guys have obstacles and things on your radar with roads and real estate and all of those things that compound the issue of money, as Mr. Howard would say, the F-bombs of funding. But I think it comes down to this, is when you think about public safety just doesn't stop at the doors of our jail. It also includes our jail. If you want a professional-run organization at our jail, I think the answer is very clear. Is it going to cost you a little bit more? It is. I saw what the projected number is for this year's Core Civic. It's about a 4% increase. So at the end of the day, we're about $1.6 million apart. So the question is $1.6 million worth it in your mind? Is it worth the peace of mind knowing that the sheriff is running the jail? I think you guys know me well enough by now to know how I operate. I'm frugal. I'm going to spend every dollar like it's my dollar of taxpayers' money. What I gave you is not an inflated cost. It's a really good estimate. And going into this, I will tell you that it is still an estimate. We are still working on gathering numbers on contracts and pieces of equipment, but there is opportunities out there when a county or local government runs a facility like that. We are prepared to apply for about $1 million worth of equipment that we feel needs to be implemented at our jail, and that's only available through state grants by state and local governments. Private companies can't access dollars like that. So is there ways to help us offset cost? I 100% believe that there are. When we talk about the revenues this year, it's going to be painful. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. But I think moving forward, once we stabilize the jail, because my goal would be to stabilize the staffing and get that under control, and then re-entertain our bed space out there with the Marshal Service and make sure that every revenue dollar is coming back to Citrus County to help us offset the costs of running that jail. What's the timeline on that? I can't tell you. Is it 6 months? Is it a year? But I do think it's in the foreseeable near future to get to that point. So I think the question for you moving forward with this today, whatever direction you go, I think it's the right thing to do, and all of us are elected to positions to do the right thing by ourselves and our constituents. So, at the end of the day, it's your decision. I'm here to support whatever it is that you decide to do, but just know that I'm willing to take this on and do a really good job at running that jail if it were given me the opportunity to do that. So, I have the confidence in you, and I hope that you have that in me. So.
Thank you, Sheriff. And you said 1.6 million apart, which I feel that the bond should cover those costs. And then once that's covered, you do believe that bringing back in the Marshal Service will even up those costs to what we're used to paying?
Yeah, I do. I think once we get to a reasonable average daily population of county inmates at our jail, that's going to free up 200 bed spaces at our jail, approximately. And, right now, Florida has a bed space problem, whether that's with the federal government and state and locals. So bed space, unfortunately, brings in revenue. And I think that we would miss an opportunity to make sure that we bring every dollar back to Citrus County that's available out there.
And Sheriff, can you talk about the things that have been going on since the last time we saw you up here when you told us about the bust that you were involved in?
Yeah, I mean, we have had more communication with Core Civic since we did those indictments a little over, 6 weeks ago now, I think. And, they're still having issues, and I'm not naive to think that every jail is squeaky clean and doesn't have issues. But when I talk to my counterparts, it seems like we have it more frequently than others. We're still seeing overdoses out there. We're still seizing narcotics there. As recent as yesterday, we had trafficking amounts of methamphetamine in a cell at our jail, along with oxycodone, Suboxone, all of those things. We were there investigating an overdose from Saturday. So, the issue is, I'm not sure if it's better or worse or if it's just stayed the same. But it's just not normal, I would say.
Well, I want to highlight what you said, just all the drugs, but trafficking amounts of drugs.
Yeah, trafficking amounts. Yeah.
Okay. Board, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, when I first became a commissioner, I went out there and I saw what the county jail was like. I went out there last Monday and I saw the changes they've implemented. Okay, I worked in county jails, and believe me, the changes have been really significant and positive. Are you going to continue to implement the positives and make sure that it's a county jail, not a county hotel?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Barrick, to that point, I'm going to run the jail like it should be ran. It should be ran like a jail. I think that there's opportunities for us to do good things out there at that jail as far as when people come into jail and when they exit jail and how we're interacting with them and making sure that they're being successful past our jail. You weren't here last meeting, but I'm sure that you reviewed that stuff. But most of the people that enter county jail are not convicted of crimes yet. So that's important for people to remember. Now, they might have done things and put themselves in a position to be in there, but they're still our citizens. And I believe in my heart that you've got to treat those people like that. So providing them a good service, just like I provide our citizens a good service outside of that jail, I believe that inside jail too. Whether that's, our goal is to reduce recidivism back to that jail. And if we can help people be successful once they leave, I think that that's what the difference is between my investment, because I'm a resident here, I live here, and being elected as the sheriff is to provide a good product in all aspects of public safety. So I think that, in my opinion, I think you'll see a better product.
Are you going to continue with trying to implement I'm on the reentry committee.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been working very diligently to try and get a program set up for the inmates as they leave and reenter into society. Are you going to continue working with that committee to try and get our reentry program moving in a positive direction?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's exactly what, what I was just speaking of, is just how are we setting those people up to be successful? One of the things I said last meeting was, if someone during the course of their arrest lost their identification, losing identification is a big deal. You can't apply for jobs, all those things. So are we making sure that, is there something that we could do as they're exiting the jail for something as simple as helping them get their identification so they can get back to work and do the things that they needed to do to provide for themselves or their families? So it's little things like that that you got to think outside the box sometimes. But I think that we're always pushing the envelope at the sheriff's office for things like that, and you'll continue to see that.
And you feel with taking on the schools and the jail, you're going to have enough time to do all of this?
Yeah, I've heard that comment about, you got a lot on your plate taking over the schools. I can run school safety blindfolded, Commissioner. I did that job. I understand that job completely. As far as workload for me, that didn't add a whole lot of workload other than having that division under us with Rachel Montgomery now. So I don't look at that as an extra workload for myself. Is the jail a workload? It's a workload. I put a lot of time and invested into this plan, and I think that our team is going to do a great job running that jail if given the opportunity.
Anyone else? Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I don't have a question for Sheriff Vincent, just some comments before you call the vote on it. So I don't know if anybody else wanted to address him first or.
Commissioner Davis, you want to address the sheriff?
Do we have some sort of idea on what the first year cost is? Because I'm hearing that it's like 43 million for the first year, including running the jail, but all of the assets that we have to buy to run the jail, which the $12 million bond is not going to cover that spread.
Yeah, I'm not sure where 43 million came from. That wasn't in that didn't come out of us. We estimated those initial costs in year one with some of the equipments and systems that we feel need in place, about 2.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Again, a couple of those big ticket items, depending on the direction of the board today, I can apply for a state grant that's going to offset about $1 million of that. So there's 4 big ticket items as far as the jail management system, medical records, body scanners, and a Guardian RFID that checks on inmates. Those 4 things are about $1 million that we have the ability to apply for. So that 2.6 could come down if we can attract those state grants to help cover some of those costs. So our total, we estimated, Commissioner, probably, just a very high number, $3 million that first year in extra outside of our operating costs. That 18.8, that's for us to staff and run the jail, operating costs, food, all the medical, all of that. So that first year is like, what do we need out there to be successful?
The last set of figures that you gave us, you still had some work to do on those figures.
Mm-hmm.
anticipated end date on having really hard numbers for everything, including the assets you need to buy and so forth.
Yeah, I would say the salary number, I'm very confident in.
That's the easy part.
Done that. That's the easy part. You know, I looked over, I just got yesterday Core Civics, it's like their budget sheet, I guess you could call it, but it showed some of their totals when it came to utilities and stuff. You know, surprisingly, utilities are expensive, but I had planned for that. We're paying about $800,000 for the public to know in utilities at the jail a year. So when you look at our budget proposal, almost $1 million is in utilities out there. So, it's expensive out there. So some of those little bit of unknowns, like I said, that 18.8 could be a little less, could be a little bit more. But, I think for us moving forward is we've got to realize there's got to be some wiggle room in that number, because to sit down and we have not prepared a line by line budget for that. But I think we're really, really close. And I hope that the five of you understand that, if I come back and it's 18.9, that we're not going to, throw the daggers and pitchforks at me, like, hey, we're pretty close, I would say that. But having a hard number for that, this is taking a lot of work. So as soon as I say, hey, the board's direction is go, then we start really putting down the line by line stuff. So how long that will take, I would say probably another 30 days, maybe.
In my briefing yesterday, it was mentioned that, for example, they may take the electrified fence for, there's a lot of assets that they may actually take when they depart. And I'm just really worried. We haven't gotten through what Tallahassee's decision is on real estate, ad valorem taxes, homestead and so forth. We haven't gotten through that. We haven't gotten through a lot of things.
Right.
And based on my briefing yesterday, I'm not comfortable with this now, but I can absolutely get there, because I do have full confidence in you and your leadership and your team and your frugality.
Right. I will tell you this. I have had several conversations with Core Civic executives. A group from Tennessee came and talked to me. I talked to Rusty Washburn a little over a week ago. He assured me that if the board's direction is to transition away from Core Civic, that they wanted to be a good partner in that. And, he said, hey, we've heard the same rumors that you're hearing, that we're going to strip everything out. He assured me that that was not their intention. He even talked about leaving all of his fleet of vehicles there, which I was surprised, and he says, that's not what we're going to do. We're not taking the security systems. We're not doing any of those things. So, again, that was a week and a half ago, and I'm not sure with the direction of the board if that's going to be their stance. But I can tell you that's what's been told to me by the executives from Tennessee and Rusty Washburn, who's the regional director.
It'd be awesome to get that in writing.
Sheriff, they told me the same thing. It was more than a week and a half ago, but the same thing. Who told you they were stripping out fencing and things?
That was in my briefing yesterday.
So a staff person
Yes.
told you that, which I would assume it's a staff person being paid by Core Civic.
No, paid by us.
Here's what I think too, and Rusty was pretty common sense. I use that word very sparingly these days, common sense. But when we gave them that jail, it was a year old. Everything was brand new, right? It was their responsibility, just like it would have been ours, to upkeep that equipment. And his position on that is, you gave it to us new. We should be replacing it or keeping it in as good a condition if you take it back as a county. It's our property as Citrus County. And that's his belief. That's what was told to me. I just, I would hope that he stayed true to his word on that, so.
And one other aspect was brought up yesterday too, is that we do not have any liability whatsoever for anything that happens in the jail as long as Core Civic is running it. And they have paid out a pretty significant amount of money over the years for various things. And they have passed all their accreditation. Again, I'm going to say it again. For your entire staff in this room, I have full confidence in you. I have absolutely no doubt you would run an exceptional and better jail than we have now. I am very worried about the budget this year.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's a concern of all of ours, right? The funding is always the obstacle with that. Like I said, with the liability, I don't think any of you escape liability 100%. And if someone said that you have no liability with a private company running a jail, I don't believe that.
We've never, as far as I know, we have never paid out any damages on that
Right.
jail since CoreCivic took over.
Yeah, and the same with us, you know, in that figure I gave you 2 weeks ago was $148,000 of liability coverage from the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management Fund. And like Commissioner Kennard talked about with Randy Oliver, you know, hey, you need a team of lawyers. That's what our team of lawyers is the Risk Management Fund at the Sheriff's Association that we pay tremendous for every employee every year. So I'm confident in the litigations that, you know, unfortunately, you know, people like to sue the sheriff's office for all kinds of stuff. We get sued, I wouldn't say a lot, but it's not uncommon. And we do very well defending ourselves in all of those litigations.
I have
So-
no doubt. So to make me comfortable with this, I don't know how the vote's going to go today, but to make me comfortable with this would be not the year-over-year cost, but that upfront nut and having it in writing from CoreCivic that they are going to leave XYZ behind for Y dollars, even if that number is zero.
Right, and I think, you know, I'm trying not to overstep, you know, because the contract is between you and CoreCivic. It's not with me and CoreCivic. So I think that that's imperative for your staff to come back to you and say, hey, this is the agreement, here's how this exit's going to look. That's for you guys to work out as far as that goes. But I do think that that's reasonable, that we should have some kind of assurance because some of those things are big ticket items. We already know we have to replace the jail management system, which is the inmate records, because it's proprietary to CoreCivic. We know we have to replace that. It's $370,000 first year. It's $106,000 a year after that. So those things we know, but all of the other things in the list that I provided a few weeks ago, those questions need answered. And I think for you, your staff needs to get those, and in writing would be great. So.
Yes, it's not in writing, yeah.
Yeah, but it's how do you get there? And I'm not sure how your vote's going to go today as far as that. You know, I see today as the beginning of the process, you know, and I would assume if you vote that way today, that in a few weeks you're going to have that, hopefully that information from your staff, so.
Correct. It's for an exit plan for cause. So the exit plan obviously would be talking with them. Any more for the sheriff before I turn it to Commissioner Kennard? Ma'am?
Hi, Sheriff. How are you today?
Good.
Quick question. So maybe you, maybe legal counsel, maybe our administrator, if we're terminating this for cause, that sets us in a very adversarial position versus giving a 6-month notice. There's 2 ways to terminate this contract. One is for cause. One is either party has the right to terminate under 6 months. If we terminate for cause, have we documented and shown that there is a reason for cause? And if we're doing it under adversarial termination clause, then all of these things that you have talked about that they're willing to do in a partnership of leaving it, do you think that still holds true?
That's a great question, Commissioner, and I don't want to overstep my bounds with legal talk with as far as, you know, exiting a cause or exiting for cause versus convenience. But I think that's a reasonable question, you know, because if you do say you're exiting for cause, it could change their position on what they leave and what they don't leave. So I think that's a delicate balance. I think that's part of the negotiation, though. You know, if that's how you start, I don't know that that's how you finish. So.
You know, you came for the sheriff's budget. That's $5.6 million. We had a conversation with our CIP. There's a lot of numbers and there's a lot of uncertainty going on. And I've been chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council for the last 3.5 years. We've had conversations. You know, I have full faith that, and really want you to do this. I think this board has a responsibility to the taxpayers to know exactly what that number looks like. We might be able to front load that in. We just don't know what those numbers look like in year 2, 3, 4, and 5, and particularly based on whatever happens in special session. And to date, I haven't received anything back from county staff as what our budget numbers look like and how we're going to proceed going forward in the budget. And again, I really think that you're the best person to do this. I just am cautious at this point because we have an obligation to the taxpayers to make sure that we're being frugal and responsible with their tax dollars. And I don't know that we're there yet. And I think this is just jumping the gun. I would like to have all of your numbers and what that looks like, year one, year two, even with the 5.6 million on the sheriff's budget. I don't know how that plays in with the COPS grant and when that falls off in year three. I think it's just prudent, and it's our financial responsibility to know what that number looks like and how it looks year in 3, 4, and 5. Because there's a big difference on how they pay and how you're going to pay. And that FRS.
Yeah, and commissioners, like I said 2 weeks ago, the plan I gave you is based on the new salary plan that I presented to you 6 weeks ago. We put that in place so that we were going to attract the talent to get the right staff at our detention centers. So I would say, once we have that established, can I predict what year 2 or 3 is going to look like? But I would say it would be kind of within our normal ranges that we would typically see, dependent on prices. There's a lot of moving parts of that jail. Food prices, like we just heard about beef and prices of food going up. We budgeted $1 million for food. Next year it might be $1.2 million to feed 500 inmates. We don't know those things until we get there. Fuel, all of those factors that's hard to predict. But at the end of the day, the 5.6 million, to me, that is my priority this year, is getting our men and women those raises. And again, timing. This dropped into our lap. Whether we say why that happened at this particular time. Was it a great year financially? Probably not. But it's here, and we've got to address it. So again, it's what you're comfortable with, the 5 of you voting on, and a matter of public safety. And I believe this is the right thing to do.
Thank you for reminding of us, Sheriff, because the Sheriff did give his numbers for year 1 and 2. And I apologize, it's unfair, I think, to say a hard number, like I want the exact to the dollar. We don't do that with any department. They all have contingencies within their budget. And this isn't about, this is right. If it costs, I don't know where Commissioner Davis got $40-something million, that's not even close to anything that the sheriff has said. I could see the pause, but when his numbers are so close to what we're already paying, we have to pay this. So we all care about the budget. We have to pay for the jail. So who are we paying? If we find that this is a dangerous way and it's not the best way to keep our citizens safe, and that's why it's for cause, that excess money that the sheriff needs, whether they leave vehicles or take vehicles, whether they leave a certain system or take it. If they leave old stuff, we still need that bond money because it's old stuff. So we'll need the depreciation on that. But if they take it all and then we get new stuff, we're going to use that bond money to do it. Why? Because the sheriff is standing here not because, hey, this might be a great idea. Maybe I should do it. I could do a little better. Because the company that we're paying now is not doing a good job, hence for cause, and we need to put this on him. He has graciously stepped forward to say, I'll put in a lot of time and effort to see if I can do this. We're in trouble. And we are in trouble, Sheriff. So thank you for standing up here and putting in countless hours of not only your time and your employees' time to show that we can do better for the citizens that we are paying for. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and for Commissioner, going back to Commissioner Bays, for the budget, we're currently working on our current budget, in our finance division, and adding a whole nother budget on top of that right now without having clear direction. I just don't want to spin our wheels and have my finance director quit on me if I say, hey, go make another budget and we don't have clear direction on that. So I would think moving forward, to get that solid number that you're looking for, we've got to have some clear direction. Are we moving forward or we're not? And that's really kind of where I stand on that.
Madam, so I understand, and I'm not asking you to continue to work on your numbers. What I'm asking is, how does, from this board, I need some assurity. I can't just sit up here and say that we have the money, because I don't know that we have the money. Can you say that we have the money?
I know we have a $12 million bond, and I know that we have money.
What have we done that has put them on notification and said that from a legal aspect that we have cause? How many times have we notified them for cause?
That's why we're voting about that today. We have to vote on that to do that. We attorney or sheriff just can't do that. I
Well,
can't do
think-
that.
I think that the attorney or whoever is representing us should come to us and say, there's been default in their actions or in their service contract, and that we should be taking those actions along the way. I don't think we can just unilaterally sit up here today and say, we're gonna vote to terminate for cause legally and just presume that there's going to be $12 million. Even if there's $12 million bond setting there, how long does it take to collect on it? Is there any assurance that we will collect on it? And if we're doing it from an adversarial position versus a convenience position, that's two different things.
Is it convenient for all the taxpayers to pay millions of dollars because we can't
Madam
take a
Chair, you
leadership
have been the
position?
first one that has sat at this board and talked about protecting the taxpayers. I'm very surprised that today you're not wanting to protect the taxpayers and knowing exactly what we're doing before doing it.
That's exactly what I'm doing because I trust the numbers that the sheriff gave to us based on what we currently pay, based on his staffing, based on other sheriff's office. How do we not accept those numbers? How do you accept numbers from any other department director head that comes up here when they base their numbers, but you he's not pulling it out of the sky. We are already paying this. We are already doing it.
Well,
It's not like if he doesn't take it over, we're paying zero. We're paying someone
But
to
we're
run the jail.
we're taking over also all of the medical. Right now, we only pay for medical when it's outside of when they're in the hospital. Now we're gonna take on all of the medical. There's a very big difference in this entire contract and the way it will work going forward. And I would like for somebody from either our county administrator or O&B, I would like somebody to tell us what our financial picture looks like. Because I can tell you what I asked for at the CIP, the very program that we paid for, it warned us and it guarded us about the 5-year forecast that we're using our cash carry forwards. And two of the specific things in there, it talked about the sheriff's budget and it talked about core civic, and it said if we did not take corrective action, either we're going to find ways to add money to our budget, to our revenue stream, or we're going to have to stop taking cash reserves or carry forwards. We're going to run a deficit by 2030.
Well, we're certainly not going to do away with public safety.
No, but I think we have to be very cautious about agreeing to this right now. I'm not telling you I don't want him to take it over. I just think it's prudent that we have our staff come back and tell us financially where we're at and if we can afford to do this year right now.
Which you're saying it's not for cause.
I don't think it's been proven that it's for cause.
I would disagree. All right. Let me just check with Commissioner Kennard because is this for the sheriff? Are you
I don't
ready?
have any questions for him.
Okay. Commissioner Barrett?
I do want
Aye.
to make comments before we vote.
Yes, sir.
I've been listening. Now, initially, I wanted to, I agreed to do the motion because I wanted us to be able to talk about this. Initially, after having visited the jail and the facility and I saw the changes and felt they were very, very positive. I had wanted us to take a 1-year step back and give you time to get a much more detailed budget, much more, this is what we're gonna get, this is what we still have to do, and everything. In other words, get it all in line. However, when I keep hearing budget, budget, budget from other colleagues, I want people in the audience to think, how do you adjust your budget now that the gas prices are over $4? You cannot determine any budget at this point in time, even in your own personal life. So to expect our sheriff, he's trying to give us a really good number. And I did watch all the stuff. I did read all the things that you sent. And that was one of the things why I went to the jail also. I spent 2.5 hours at the jail. I didn't spend like 20 minutes. I was there 2.5 hours because I wanted their side of it, having worked in corrections, and I wanted to see what actually happens. I understand 10 years or so ago, the county wanted to take the jail back. And then the commissioners decided not to, okay? They decided to go with Core Civic. We still have a 3-year contract, or we still have 3 years left of the contract that we have. But having seen and read and listened to what we can do and what is available, I feel that moving forward, letting you take over the facility would be the best for every resident in this county. And it would be the safest.
Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. Well, I would say up until 2 weeks ago, I was steadfastly opposed to this move. And when you came forward with your numbers, I felt like the numbers were close enough that I was willing to continue down this road to hear more. And I've got to tell you, Sheriff, I was surprised to see this on the agenda already this week, because I'm not comfortable with where the numbers are to make a decision at this point. This feels incredibly rushed to me. And that was actually something that a very trusted friend asked me last Tuesday at a meeting. What's the rush? And I said, well, both sides need to get an answer out of this. And the comment back was, you guys have got 3 years left on this contract. You've got enough uncertainty out there, which Commissioner Bays referred to, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Currently we're involved in a lawsuit. We're not involved. We're being sued by Swift Mud. That one could turn out to be very expensive. We're being sued by Wright Rudder Aviation, which who knows what the end cost. Well, they haven't sued for damages. Who knows what that one's going to turn out to be. It just feels like there's a big push to get this across the line. And what I heard today, that Commissioner Bays referred to medical care that Core Civic paid last year. They paid $1.3 million for medical care. Now, the county certainly had our expenses as well, but then we have to assume that part of it in-house. Their food costs, the sheriff said that he's budgeted $1 million for food costs for the inmates. Last year, Core Civic says they spent $1.9 million on food. That's a $900,000 swing. And there are a number of these items that we could go through one by one. And listen, there is nobody that I trust more to run that jail than Sheriff Vincent. But right now, I'm not comfortable with these numbers today to make this decision and go down this road any further. We've got Core Civic, my understanding is they've agreed to do all the background checks through the sheriff's office. They've agreed to the scanners that I believe Commissioner Davis referred to last meeting. We've got 3 years left on the contract. I'm not going to support the motion. I think we need to stay the course for 3 years. Then we can go out for an RFP, or we can revisit this at a time where we've got a much better handle on exactly what those costs are. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you for your comments. I just want to remind you that in 3 years, we'll be paying 100% of that transition. No bond. So if you save a couple thousand, or even a couple tens of thousands, or even a couple hundreds of thousands, in 3 years, if that's what you want to do for convenience, the more drug overdoses, more deaths, more wrong people getting let out of jail that the sheriff has to go chase and put back in jail, like just happened. More of that happens, and then in 3 years, we'll see if the sheriff is ready, and then the taxpayers will be paying tens of millions of dollars to make the transfer.
Madam Chair, you're talking about this bond like it's guaranteed. It is not guaranteed.
It's insurance. I get it. We'll claw for it.
Madam Chair, I have the floor.
Excuse me.
That is not guaranteed. It's in the contract. But make no mistake, we are going to have to fight for that bond. It doesn't show up 30 days from now or 60 days from now on our doorstep. We're not getting a check mailed to us in the next year or 2 years. There's big litigation that gets involved in trying to pull those millions of dollars out of that bond. So maybe it's there if there's cause, if that cause is documented. I'm just not comfortable that money's showing up on our doorstep to pay this. So are we going to be paying transition fees? Yes, absolutely we are. But we don't know what those fees are today. We don't know what those fees are 3 years from now. And who knows? Maybe at that point, we stay with core, or maybe at that point, sheriff comes back and he's got some hard numbers and says, this is exactly what it's gonna cost to the best of our ability. We can make that decision then, but I'm not supporting it today.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want it to be said that I sat here and listened to something and didn't understand it correctly. So I'm looking at the contract. It was signed in 2020, and it had a 10-year term with 2 additional 5-year terms. So I've heard a number of you say that it's only a 3-year contract. I'm not sure where y'all are getting that from.
Are we obligated to renew those following 5-year terms?
You're not obligated on the following 5-year, but at the minimum, it would be 2030.
So we've got 4 years then.
You're not obligated, I agree, but generally, if it's in here, you've got to have a reason why you don't renew a contract.
Well, they're optional,
Yeah.
right? The only thing we're obligated to is the 4 years to 2030, correct? Okay.
Commissioner Bays.
We also have a clause in there that says either party can terminate with 6 months' notice.
Yes. But I was hearing 3 years, so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew what the contract
I'm
said.
not, all I'm looking for, I'm not prepared to vote on this, and okay, if we do it sooner than 3-4 years from now. I just want to know our financial picture. That's prudent, that's being responsible, and I need to hear that from our staff before I can vote for this, to know where the dollars come from, what kind of position that puts this board in. We have assets. I mean, you've thrown out the figure of putting $30 million to road resurfacing. We can't even resurface our own assets. We're trying to add a room onto our house while the roof is caving in. So I think it's very responsible of us to figure out where we're at, what our financial picture looks like before we assume this.
Commissioner Bays, please don't say that about me with roads. We're talking about pavement versus human lives. So no, that's
We're
not even a
talking
comparison.
dollars. We're talking budget is what we're talking.
I'm talking lives and budget. Sheriff,
Is
please.
it still legal to speak? I just want to make sure I'm following the rules. So I understand your position. I'm here to support you in your decisions, whatever that is that you make. Moving forward today, I will tell you, I don't want to keep coming back every year and doing this. I will say here today, I'm not going to keep coming back here every year, and because there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and we're not going to do this every year, and are you ever going to know the 100% guarantee, like this? To Commissioner Bays' credit, there is those unknowns out there. There is those COPS grants and those things, and those are good questions to ask. That is for your team to give you those answers. I will tell you that, whatever direction this vote goes today, if you want to entertain this proposal within the next month, 6 weeks, whatever that looks like, I will come back and give you whatever information that I've come up with in those couple of weeks. But I'm not going to keep kicking this can down the road every year and come back and say, hey, I'll take the jail problem for you. So, but if there's something more that you need from me in the next few weeks, I'd be glad to gather that for you and come back. But, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
Commissioner Barrick.
I'm going to say this for the last time. I was here when they decided, the board that was on board, to go with Core Civic. And we're going down the same rabbit hole again. I see the need for the sheriff to take over. Some other people see the need, and I'm pretty sure our citizens see the need. And I see that there is cause. I mean, if they can't supply us or can't supply their company with people working, and every month they are understaffed, there is something directly wrong with whatever. Okay, yes, they're moving in a positive direction, and they're getting things going, but how long has it taken? How many months have we been charging them and charging them and charging them, and they've been paying a fine for being understaffed? At this point in time, we need to make the judgment and take the step and say, yeah, we trust our sheriff to run the jail, and we agree it's gonna cost some money initially. And that's exactly what it's gonna do. It's gonna cost some money initially. And if you're a county commissioner and you can't agree to that, why are you here? You're here to make the hard decisions.
Anything else, Sheriff? I do want to thank you. You've put a lot of time and effort into this, and I think you've been very real with us about the numbers moving ahead. And I guess we don't all see it, but I see the picture very clearly. And we have had many conversations, not only about this year, I see it very clearly in year 2 and 3, how you get those costs drastically down. And I don't know that we're going to see that together at this point, but thank you. You know, it was, I think you were very clear.
Okay, Commissioners, I appreciate each of you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Madam Chair, you didn't take any public input.
I did that before we had comment.
No, you didn't.
Pretty sure I did.
I think you asked for it, and then the sheriff came up. You might want to ask again.
Okay.
I tried to get to the mic quick enough. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, because nobody moved but the sheriff. So does anyone want to speak on this agenda item before the vote is taken? Okay. Do you have green cards? They should be numbered. Starting with number 1. There's chairs over here if the subsequent number wants to get ready to come up. Come on.
I'm 21. I'll fill it out when I'm finished.
Okay.
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. I just want to say that I have every confidence in our sheriff to do anything. He is exactly what this community needs. I don't believe he will lead us astray, but I have zero confidence in some of the board members. We have been down this road so many times in the past 14 years that I have been here.
Let's
And
hold
the
our
same
applause, please.
people keep kicking cans down the road so that we have a less healthy, a less safe, and a less quality of life community. And I'm tired of it. We need to do what we hired you for. That's to provide essential services. And if that means the jail, where I think we need to provide the sheriff running the jail, we need to do so. We need to find that money. You are on the board to provide essential services to the community: police, fire, garbage, sanitary sewer. That is your primary focus. As part of the police department, it should be the jail. I worked as a first responder, which some of you know. I transported plenty of people to the jail and from the jail with medical issues. They don't have to stay at the jail for medical care. There are ways to get that care that we don't have to directly pay for. I encourage you to listen to the sheriff. He is what we need. He is making sound decisions, and some of you are not. And I am extraordinarily tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just a brief reminder to hold our applause. I love the energy in this group, but we want all the speakers to have a chance, and that includes you too, okay? Thank you. Next up, please.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. I'm Loretta Lieutenant Whelpton from Homosassa, Florida. Commissioners and Chair Finnegan, you are my, I believe, District 1 Commissioner. I am very concerned about our jail situation. I was concerned about our sheriff's situation. No longer. We have the man for the job, on the job. CoreCivic, on the other hand, has been doing this job for many years under our contract. And instead of getting what we pay for, we have been paying for what we get. And that is not fiscally responsible. Built into this contract is profits for CoreCivic. Those profits will now be given to our sheriff to run the jail with. Our sheriff could do what the state prisons do and put those inmates, detainees, to work, growing some of their own food. They could have all the land that they have in control now. They could have a solar farm and reduce their electric bill. All these things are ideas that could be brought forward in a public setting. As long as this is a private enterprise for the public good, we're taking a second seat to what the corporation needs. They need their profits. The other day, CoreCivic had an investor call, and they went over their profits, and they are up. And so I'm sure CoreCivic is going to be just fine. And we will get the profit that is built into their contract to use to buy food, buy medical care, provide a toothbrush to someone who's incarcerated for 3 weeks without a toothbrush and told, you have to talk to your counselor if you want a toothbrush. That was CoreCivic's responsibility. And I'm tired of getting I'm not getting what I paid for. And I'm sure a lot of other citizens feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. That's okay. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Trina Romeo. I'm from Inverness. And I keep hearing about the cause, and where is the documented cause? All of these things that have happened, there must be a paper trail that says of all the infractions and all of the overdoses and all the things that are being done incorrectly and hurting people and death. So where is the paper trail to show that we have cause? Is there enough documented cause at this particular point in time? I don't understand why we're wondering about that.
It's documented, yes, of course.
So then if we terminate for cause, then we have all the proper paperwork for cause that should not really be a legal problem. So we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, and they're not. So, and yes, definitely we're not going to know what the costs of things are going to be. Like Rebecca Bay said about, you don't even know in your own family how to make a budget. But the people and the protection that we really need to be looking at, and our protection is most important. Letting people out of jail when they shouldn't be let out of jail, having to rearrest them because of things that they're doing, and people that are getting killed, people that are overdosing, unacceptable. Just unacceptable. And we need to, I believe, terminate and take care of the people that should be taken. They should be taken care of in the jail as well, not by these people that are allowing drugs to come in and creating more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Ray Brown. I live in Homosassa, Florida. And I think we can all get together and say, hey, we really appreciate our sheriff. We're definitely thinking that he is the man for the job. Here's some things that I don't think have been brought up, is that we're talking about this company not having enough people working for this company. Where's our sheriff going to get the same people? Are we going to hire the people that are now working for the jail? Are they going to come, are they going to resign from that job and apply for the sheriff department? I mean, that in itself has got to be a question answered. Where are we going to get the help? Right now, we're telling this company, hey, their shortfall is hirings. I see that could be a problem with the sheriff having the same problem with manpower. I'm not saying he's not the right person for the job, and then we've got medical. As I hear about these medicals or being sued, one of the counselor ladies mentioned that, we haven't had to pay for a lawsuit. Now, all that's going to come back on the citizens, and it only takes one good lawsuit to devastate a county. So before we terminate, where are we going to get the people? What's the out-of-cost pocket that if we terminate this, Commissioner Kennard also made it doesn't come in tomorrow. It's years of litigation, and it could be after the contract ends. But I just need these questions answered. Where are we going to get the personnel? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is John Soroy, and I live in Lecanto, and I am also a retired correctional officer with 33 years of experience. I worked for the state of Rhode Island, at probably the best-run prison system in the country. We had other states coming to us to seek advice and view how our facilities ran. We didn't have problems with cell phones and drugs and all that coming in because, number one, the correctional officers were paid well. Because if you don't pay them, they're going to leave, okay? And when they leave, you're going to have to pay someone else the overtime to watch those inmates. Because you can't just put them in the corner and say, babysit yourself, we'll be back here tomorrow. Now, I'm not saying we should go and spend all this crazy money. I don't even want to get into that. I'm not a big person to pay taxes. I am anti-tax. I don't like it. I hate it. But we do need a good run prison system. Rhode Island's prison system was always run by the state because the local authorities can always control. When you contract out your correctional facilities, you no longer have control of what's going on. And these private companies, what they do is they're always there to make a profit. So they're going to cut back on food, they're going to cut back on medical services, and they're going to cut back on supervision. And when they do that, that opens them up to lawsuits. And I don't know if you're responsible or they're responsible for the lawsuits right now, but in Rhode Island, that was a real concern. So I support the sheriffs, even though it's going to cost us some money, but I think that we need a secure correctional system, whether it's a jail or a regular prison system, and they need to be paid well. The reason you can't find people is because no one wants to do that job. You're exposed to fentanyl and all sorts of stuff coming in from the streets because half the time the police or the sheriffs aren't able to search them properly and they have it on them. So it's a dangerous job. It's an unthankful job. A lot of people don't realize the dangers in the training that we have. I was trained on everything from firefighting, life-saving, to crime scene preservation, use of force, you name it. So I support the sheriffs. I think we should go with letting the sheriff run the correctional facility here, whether it's a jail or a prison. And I think you'd be better off in the long run. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Any other speakers to talk about this specific item? Last chance. Okay, I'm closing the public. Are you walking up here, Ms. Duncan? Okay.
Hi, Tracy of Lecanto. I don't have much more to add than what's already been said, except to say I can honestly share I have known for the last 5-6 years of serious issues that CoreCivic has had. And I know that's been said that they're trying, but how long does it take to get it corrected? I mean, it's been several years, there's been major issues, not just with the inmates, but also employees not, upholding their own rules and regulations and so forth. So really something we need to seriously consider. I understand maybe if you need a little bit more week to find out, financials, but I don't think we need to push it down the road another year or two. We need to get it done and taken care of, within this year. It's important to our counties and important to our community, and we need the safety, not just for the prisoners, but for our community. So I would ask that you strongly consider trying to resolve this within this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name's Kathy Bixler. I live at Citrus Springs. We moved here in December. This is the only county that I've seen that has the largest volunteer organization of citizens who help protect the county. I believe in the sheriff. I believe that something needs to be done with the jail. I've been in the medical profession all my life, and this shouldn't be happening in any jail.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers?
Madam Chair, before you close, ma'am?
Please.
Mr. Howard? So the sheriff has been in front of us a couple of times. We talked through the CIP, and in anticipation of this, has the county done any kind of numbers? Have we ran any budget numbers?
I don't think to date we have, because of course we're just hearing this today direction. Of course, I wasn't here a couple weeks ago when that presentation was made, other than what the sheriff has presented. We've looked at some core civic numbers that they've provided to our contract administrator, but outside of that, we haven't ran any other numbers.
And just to go on the record, I believe it was probably two years ago, there was a team of us that went to Pasco County after the sheriff from that county handed over the jail to the county. And this has been something that I've advocated for, because I said we should fully be prepared to take this jail over at some point, and that we should start running those numbers. And so here we are, we're sitting here today, and it's 2-3 years down the road, and we still have no better picture financially of what that looks like. I gotta say, I do find it concerning, because I think when there's something on this agenda that we're supposed to vote on, there should at least be some effort by the county to put together something to give us those numbers, even as far as saying it's for cause. What have we done from a legal perspective to demonstrate that there is cause? I have no idea. I don't know that we've done that. And nothing, there's no backup, there's nothing other than the chairman's agenda item. And I find that concerning, that if we're going to have an agenda item, then there should at least be some backup for that to help us make some solid decisions.
I was paused. Any other, so I can close open to the public? Okay. Commissioner Bays, the backup material was given to us by the sheriff, so you already had that material about the numbers, and I don't know who else is more appropriate when you're asking Mr. Howard for the numbers. That was tasked to the sheriff. He would be the best person to get all of those.
I'm talking about our budget. We fund it. We just have no operational control over it, but the Board of County Commissioners funds it.
Correct. And the numbers are pretty close. Any other board discussion?
I just want to, if I may, I just want to reiterate that I actually want to exactly ditto Commissioner Kennard's comment that this is just very rushed. I think all of us are in favor of the sheriff taking over at some point. It's a matter of when. And my briefing yesterday said that we may be looking at an enormous amount of money, like so big we have to stop all road resurfacing for a year to pay for it. And I'm just not willing to do that. I'm not willing to raise the millage rate. I'm not, prices are skyrocketing everywhere, and we just don't need to put that on the taxpayer. So I'm not comfortable with the numbers yet. At some point, I will be. So I think the swing between the number I heard at the briefing yesterday and what the sheriff was talking about is, especially if what they have said verbally, that they will leave all that equipment behind, the fence, the vehicles, the huge whatever other stuff they've purchased for that jail, clothing. I mean, it all adds up, whether they leave that behind or not. And we need to get that in writing before I'm going to have any sort of comfort level. So I'm not going to support it at this time.
Madam Attorney, if I may ask you a question, sorry to put you on the spot. I believe for the taxpayers and for the lives that are at stake every day that are housed there, for cause and soon is the best course of action. If this board requires something else that can be accomplished in the next couple of weeks, if they would agree to that, if that's all that they need to get this to a yes, what does that look like in form of tabling it and bringing it back? Or what is the right course of action if the board members want to vote yes, but they need more information for whatever reason?
It would be appropriate for a motion to table this pending motion, and then you vote on the motion to table, and then it's either tabled or not until it gets brought forward again.
So then I would ask my colleagues, I've heard 3 of you say to the sheriff 2 weeks ago, you were ready, you want him to do this. I'm hearing similar things today. I am confident, and I have called him several times to make sure that I was confident in bringing this to you today. What do you need? Do you want to do this? Because you're saying that you do. So if you want to do this, I would entertain tabling it.
I will say I'm not going to support it this year. We've got too many things going on between Tallahassee and all of our other budget
Remember,
stressors.
for cause and lives at stake.
And again, what Commissioner Kennard said, that $12 million doesn't magically appear. It may not appear at all. So I would rather be more measured and think about this long-term and a transition plan long-term.
Well,
so
all
that's where I
insurance,
am.
you have to claw for any insurance you get, but that's why we have it, and the county gets their insurance. Madam
Chair, I'm sorry. In reading our rule, the motion to table only can be heard at the same meeting. So,
which would be this meeting?
Our rules do not mirror Robert's Rules of Order. I'm just going to say that again. But
so it would have to be tabled this meeting?
You would just have to dispense with this motion and bring it up at a later date.
I see.
I don't, our rules do not, well, give me 1 second if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you can do a motion to postpone to a time certain. And that you'd have to decide when you're going to bring it back, and you could bring it back. It can be at the same meeting, a subsequent meeting, or on the occurrence of a specified event. Sorry, I didn't have that sooner.
Well, that leaves the 2 of you.
You've had the sheriff and Core Civic both ask us to make a decision. So I think you need to call the vote, make a decision, let's move on.
So when you're saying to the sheriff that you just need more information, now's not the time, you're not ready at all. There's no more information that you're lacking.
Oh, no, there's a lot of information we're lacking. I said we have far too many undecided issues out there, and listed off just a couple of them, that this felt very rushed to me at this point. So I'm not going to support it.
With all due respect, Commissioner, that's what I'm asking. If you feel rushed, I'm trying to take that burden away from you.
You take it away by calling the vote.
I want to see, for cause, I would like to see what that means. And legally, if we have a case or if we're setting ourselves up for more litigation, and then I would like to see our budget, like what it looks like going into next year's budget to do this.
I'm going to call the vote.
Before you do that, just hope all of us remember what we learned about 2-48. So if you take motion on this, or if you take a vote on this, your rules don't allow you to reconsider it after today, and it can't be rescinded once it's been implemented. So I guess as long as you don't take any action on the vote after the meeting, then it could be rescinded at a later date.
So I can just withdraw this in hopes that another commissioner will get the information that they want.
That's an option.
I've closed open to the public, I'm sorry. I am open to, a different open to the public will come up. I know, I'm so sorry. We have to, next open to the public, I want to hear what you have to say. You'll be first in line. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Any
Nay.
opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay.
Motion fails, 3-2. Okay, we're gonna do the consent agenda and then open to the public.
Motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment on the consent agenda? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, open to the public. You're first. Some of you already put your green card, so the numbering is not going to work. So as you want to come speak, open to the public. Maybe just get up one or two at a time, and then we'll take you as you come. Please state your name for the record. You have
Renee
3 minutes.
Bedford, Floral City.
Madam
Pardon
Chair,
my,
there's quite a bit of noise.
I literally was watching the meeting on the phone
Miss
at home.
Bedford, hold. There's a lot of noise out there. Let's all listen to Miss Bedford. Thank you.
I drove here 60 miles per hour in pouring down rain because I could not believe you seriously are turning down something for the people because of money. Oh, we don't know where we're going to get this. Diane Finnegan already said you have the money. Wow. Being with re-election coming, you guys really put it pretty clear where you stand with the people. Very disappointed.
Next speaker, please. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay, I got a lively bunch here. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Landry. I live in Hernando. Today I'm here to discuss the moratorium on data centers in Citrus County. If this is a true moratorium and not some kind of ruse to wait for the community uproar to calm down and then slyly sneak it back on the agenda 8 months when nobody's looking, and it is a true moratorium where that area can't be zoned heavy industrial, then I'm all for it. I'm not against progress. What I'm against is building a human health and environmental nightmare 75 feet from where we live and being naive enough to think that a few trees and bushes is going to solve all the problems the data centers bring. I'm confused why this has to be built so close to our community. As an elected official, it's your responsibility to do due diligence prior to supporting a project of this magnitude. If you've watched the news or been on social media at all in the last year, you'll see the videos of residents in small communities all across the country that are and what they're dealing with. There's been bipartisan backlash. RFK has spoken out about it. Aaron Brockovich is involved. Even right here in Florida, all these candidates have been speaking out against data centers. And how does this not violate the county's ordinances? Section 6637 discusses year-round water conservation measures to promote long-term sustainability of water supplies of Citrus County through water use efficiency at all times. Noise can be very debilitating. County Ordinance Section 2121 says that this noise generated across real property lines shall conform to the sound level limits as set forth in Table 1. So it should apply to industrial use because industrial is listed in Table 1. But let's just say that they needed a variance to operate under Section 2130. They still have to prove that there's no adverse impact on the health, safety, and general welfare of persons. Section 2131 says that industrial use away from incompatible uses that it may not be subject to the standards of this article. However, any type of expansion or changes of use shall not be exempt from the standards of the article, meaning rezoning from agricultural to heavy industrial would be a change of use and therefore subject them to the noise standards. It is also a blatant infringement of my inalienable rights. Liberty means the quality or state of being free, the power to do as one pleases, the power of choice. The moment this data center is installed, I'm not free. I can't go in my backyard to garden, grill, relax on the patio. I don't have a choice because someone like you decided that this would be built near me. It also specifically states in Section 2110 that I quote, the Board of Commissioners hereby finds the excessive and unnecessary noise, vibration, and air pollution interferes with the comfort of the public and the enjoyment of private property. So you know that this is going to be a disaster for residents. The noise penetrates through the walls, so there's no stopping it, and anyone in a mobile home is going to be vibrating around like sardines in a tin can. Okay, this has been very rushed. We need a moratorium to slow this down, to ask questions like who's responsible for decommissioning the site, who's paying for environmental cleanup, Who's paying to fix our wells? You are elected to represent the people, not the developers or whoever donates to your campaign. Thousands have signed various petitions against a data center in Citrus County. We don't want this here. If you allow a data center to be built here in Citrus County, people will not forget that. Whether you're up for re-election this year or 2 years from now, that will be your legacy. I commend the timing of the last speaker. Well done on hitting your 3 minutes. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Again, my name is Ray Brown. I live in Homosassa, Florida. And I'm here to, again, address the luxury cars. You know, one of the last meetings, we were told that these cars, these luxury Tahoes were given out because of a hurricane that these members of the county need to get around through hurricanes. If that logic is, then our sheriff departments all need Tahoes. The fire department to get through hurricanes would need Tahoes. County workers who are going through having to clean the roads would again need Tahoes to maneuver through these storms. I do not accept that as being a viable need for these Tahoe vehicles or these luxury vehicles. No telling what other vehicles we have out there. I think it's a time that it's truly looked at and decided whether these vehicles are really necessary or they be given out like, you know, like candy and, hey, you've done good, here you go, you get a luxury car. Hey, you've done this, you get a luxury car. That needs to really come to an end, or at least looked at and determine, you know, what's the need for luxury vehicles? It is a burden on the taxpayers, and you folks come to us and say, we need to raise your taxes because we don't have enough money. But how many of these luxury vehicles are really out there? We have no idea at this moment. Now, we're supposed to get a summary on where these vehicles being taken home. And if they are, why? You know, is it a perk? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Or are they parked at a school parking lot close to that individual's homes? Because that's how Brevard County, not that we're Brevard County, but that's what they'd had to drive it to another county facility and leave it there. But my question is, why are we getting luxury cars for county employees? And so I'd like that really addressed. I want to thank you all again for hearing me out, listening to me, and responding to my emails. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you stay, there'll be a short presentation later. Yeah. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Del Ray. I live in Citrus Springs. I've been a resident of Citrus Springs for 13 years. I was asleep most of the time, kind of felt like you guys had our backs. I woke up, I'm finding out you don't have our backs at all. If you even have the inkling of thinking that a data center is going to benefit our community, you guys must be asleep. I don't even know what's going on through your head. I'm all for a moratorium, a 12-month moratorium, not a up to 12-month moratorium, and then it gets dropped after election. We want a moratorium, 12 months, and we would like a 12-month moratorium for the Land Development Code as well. Because if you're going to grant us a moratorium, then stop everything else, and you want to pump the brakes, do it across the board. Don't do sleight of hand to us, okay? But I can't even imagine you guys would bring a data center into our community. We can't even wash our cars. We can't use the water. What are you thinking? The aquifer is so far down, it's like at 17%. Why would you bring a data center into this community? It makes no sense. I don't understand it. You've got a lot of sleeping people that woke up in this community, and they're behind me. They may not have the shirt on, they're in there, and we are backing this. You guys will not be in office if this happens. I heard what you said, and I've heard what you said, and I'm not happy with what you said back in February because you're for it. You already made up your mind. And you know that the buildings are going to be our industry, right? Really? They are? Who's going to own those buildings after the data center doesn't use them anymore? Are we going to foot that bill to have to buy it from Amazon or Google or whoever? Think it through. Use your brain, because we don't want it.
Next speaker, please. Just a friendly
My name is
reminder.
Wayne Gerber. I live in Crystal River.
Hold, sir, just give me one. Can you stop us time? Just a little interjection. I apologize. Friendly reminder from your board chair. Keep our applause. So we can get through. Do you see the line? And I'm sure a lot of you are going to want to talk. And remember, this is going to be an agenda item later too, that you'll have a chance to talk. So just looking at the time, we want our speakers to come up here and we all want to hear what they have to say. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. You're going to hear a lot of discussion about aquifers and property values going down, constant hums a mile away, huge power lines, all of these really negative things about the data centers. But let's take a different look at it here. Data center. What is a data center? Well, it's somewhere where they collect data. Okay? So corporations, government are putting billions of dollars into collecting data. Whose data are they collecting? They're collecting my data. They're collecting your data. They're collecting all these people's data. They're going to collect everything you do on Facebook, every phone call you make, every email you make, everything you buy, everything you sell, everything. They have the capacity to collect the data on everything. This is a powerful tool, one of the most powerful tools I can imagine. Give me an example of some time in history when corporations or governments have control of a powerful tool and they don't use it against you. You cannot. They always do, every time. So there is more here in this concept of a data center than just some of the things we mentioned earlier about electricity bills and all of that stuff. There is a huge moral issue here that you need to face. You may not be able to do something about the whole country, but you can take a stand here, a moral stand on this. Because I guarantee you that your children or your children's children will stand in this room and will say, why did you do this to us? Why did you allow these people to get control of our lives, every single facet of it? So you need to think very carefully about this, because right now it's just a bad idea, but shortly it's going to be evil. That's what it's going to be. And I will tell you, the Lord God knows evil when he sees it. And before you make a decision on this, I would ask you to pray and see what the Lord tells you about this coming evil. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul Ear. I've been a resident in Citrus County since 1984, lived in Florida since 1964. So what I understand is Deltona Corporation hasn't really offered any specifics about their plan to develop. Their focus is being on gaining the land rights and getting the zoning that they need. And in my estimation, this is a clear case of placing the cart before the horse, because we as citizens don't really know what we're arguing against. What's the magnitude of this operation that they're intending to bring in here. And to use a more colloquial expression, that's even a biblical term, it's we have this ass backwards. Because I think that we need to understand what data center means, because my understanding is an AI data center is magnitudes greater in its impact to the environment than, let's say, a records center, data center, or financial records, something of that nature. And so given the fact that Deltona hasn't given you and you haven't shared with us any details, I'm going to go with some assumptions. So a 1,000-acre AI data center, the electricity behind it requires anywhere between 1.2 to 5 gigawatts, or 12,000 to 5,000 megawatts. And for those
Please
who
direct your comments here.
well, I'm speaking to the community, and you are representatives of the community.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just the rules.
I'd like to reclaim my time. So 1,200 to 5,000 megawatts, and to put that into context for the people of the community, that is equivalent to roughly 5 or 6 Crystal River nuclear power plants. That's how much generating capacity that this would use if it's an AI data center. And another reference that might help people understand is it could power anywhere between 3 to 5 million homes. That's the impact in energy. Now, the impact in water for a 1,000-acre AI, using evaporative cooling, the computer chips, on the low end, they say 2 million gallons. On the high end, 8 to 10 million gallons per day of our precious resource that we're rationing as we speak. Now, I've had a mother whose well went dry during one of these dry spells, and it cost her several $1,000s to replace it. And we're looking at that happening again right now, and we're looking at introducing something that's going to take this much out of our aquifer. Now, that 2 to 10 million is a big range, but again, without any specifics, we don't know what the impact is. But I will say this: what drives efficiency in evaporative cooling is cool weather, lack of wind. The high heat, high humidity environment of Citrus County is the most inefficient means for evaporative cooling. And it is
your time's up, sir.
A ridiculous thing to not have a plan what we are going to do before we rezone the property.
Next speaker, please.
Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. The New World Order only values North American freshwaters, and it is about who's going to look weak. The evidence is all around us. Earth health was and is being sacrificed for the illusion of wealth. There is no capacity for recycling water. That's not part of it. The water is limited. Already too much is being taken out of the aqueduct, and a fine for it. It is fragile. There will be more sinkholes. It is past the tipping point. It is stressed. Historically, geologically, and permanently, the aqueduct is weak. The entire system. The seaway, the Western Interior Seaway, is returning, and its outskirts would be a far better glance. I won't call it a choice. There is also the McKinsey, Nelson, Churchill, Albany rivers, all going their own way. In this state, it will run dry, and without a path to conscience, they're going to be angry when it does. And like the gentleman said 2 weeks ago, then you're really going to hear some banging because they're not going to take the financial hit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Pamela Larson, Dunellen. I am in favor of imposing a moratorium on AI data centers. At least 48 data center projects were blocked last year by local opposition saying it would damage the environment. In the metro Atlanta area in Georgia, citizens are paying more than 267% for electricity within 5 years after allowing data centers in, which means someone who was paying $200 a month is now paying $734 a month. Its creators warn that AI will eliminate half of white-collar jobs in 5 years, concentrate even more money and power at the top, and consume vast amounts of water and electricity. Just 26% of Americans see AI as a positive force. In Festus, Missouri, voters just ousted local politicians who approved a data center. Data centers create heat islands, warming the land around them up to 16 degrees. Please, let's try to keep the nature in the nature coast. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
My name is Tony. Both names are pronounced the same. It was a 15-year-old mother.
I love it.
This is not about me, but when I spent 6 years in the Air Force, I was serving you as well as all others alive in this country, even though I did not yet live among you. You were well worth it. I'm trying to serve you now. I'm in my 87th year, and by the time data centers get refined to the point that they will not be harmful to Citrus County or the rest of Florida, I don't expect I'll be here, all right, because of my age. As scientists continue to learn, hypotheses and theories are refined, revised, and sometimes even overturned. That is the honest, rigorous, and often difficult nature of science. During my college teaching career, teaching geosciences for 41 years, I witnessed a troubling decline in how environmental science is discussed publicly, including here. Increasingly, when people disagree with scientific findings, some simply dismiss them as a hoax without seriously investigating or thoughtful consideration. Even my mentioning science in this room may cause some people to tune out. I hope not. Global warming is not a hoax. The fragility of our Floridan aquifer is not a hoax. It is extremely short-sighted to even consider locating a major data center in Citrus County or anywhere else in Florida, so long as these facilities depend heavily upon our aquifer, which is under the whole state. I hear people say that data centers are no big deal, but AI-driven data centers being proposed are vastly different from the cloud centers of only 5 years ago. Their power demands and cooling requirements are on an entirely different scale, and even so-called closed-loop cooling systems must still reject heat somewhere, commonly through cooling towers or heat exchangers. The laws of thermodynamics do not disappear because we give a system a more reassuring name. For that reason, I believe not only should we have a one-year moratorium, I frankly believe we should have a permanent moratorium. Discontinuing this proposal would be wiser than imposing a one-year moratorium. Anyway, I have confidence that the highly trained groundwater hydrologist at the Southwest Florida Water Management District will recognize the environmental risk involved in a project of this scale. Even if this were not the nature coast, I would feel the same. I have lived here for nearly 20 years, so maybe I'm still a newcomer. But call me a NIMBY, but like you, I wouldn't want a sewage disposal plant right next to my house, even though I depend upon my toilet. And I depend upon A1 too.
Thank you
AI
for your
too.
comments,
Thank you.
sir. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
John Soroy from Lecanto, again, ×2. I support Tony in his long-time moratorium on these data centers. If you do a Google search for data center controversy, you'll find out just recently, I think it was this week, In Georgia, there was 30 million gallons of water that was stolen from the local residents through an unauthorized connection from a data center. You'll also look at Utah and other parts of the country where the residents are fighting and complaining about the noise, the increased expense, and the use of excessive water, in addition to pollution. So I just want to voice my concern as a resident and say that everyone that I've spoken to in my neighborhood is against this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
How we doing, guys? Brian McCutcheon, Crystal River. Just here to speak on Betts Farm property and implore you guys, protect our wild areas, protect our public lands. Clearly the data center is a bigger agenda at the moment. That is a bigger fish to fry, but nevertheless, that's 300 acres of prime woods, and our woods are the health and the lifeblood of our rivers. To see it sold for development, the last thing this county needs is more money and more sewage. Clearly your constituents are in favor of keeping the nature in the nature coast. Have a good day, folks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, Christina White, resident on and off of Citrus County for the last 36 years. Everywhere I travel, I always come back here. And today I wanted to just quickly remind you, I got your flyer right here at the door. It says your mission to manage growth and foster prosperity by prioritizing the protection of environmental assets, the development and maintenance of infrastructure, and the health and safety and well-being of its citizens. We're all here and we're very clear about our wishes. Everyone in my neighborhood is against it too, but everything that we've heard, the lower property values, the higher costs of electricity, the forever chemicals that are in fact forever, the fact that after the build there is almost no jobs to speak of for the amount of acreage that they include, the species that will be displaced by taking over. I get very emotional about it. I called Deltona, Florida myself. They wouldn't even acknowledge that they were going to do it. They flat out said they had nothing to do involved with it. They lied. You guys are here to help protect us. Please do.
Next speaker.
Hi, Tracy Duncan of Lecanto again. Had one question at first is, I got a little lost with all the back and forth in reference to Core Civic contract. And so I was wondering if you could share with me, is it able to come back to the table if a commissioner brings it? So it's totally squashed. I hope not. The other thing is I'd like to ask y'all to please reconsider all the building that's going on. There's too much at once. I believe in growth, but slow growth, natural growth. This is not natural. I originally came up from Homestead because we got pushed out because of overcrowding. I'm seeing the same thing here of why I left down from Homestead. I've been in Florida all my life. This is my home. I don't want to move again. But we are building too much. Being bigger is not better. Tampa still has problems. Orlando still has problems. Miami still has problems. They all still have financial problems. It doesn't matter how many taxpayers you have. You get more people, you got more responsibilities. That takes more money to take care of it. So asking more people to come here or encouraging it is not helping the situation any. To me, it's making it worse because there's no city that doesn't have financial problems. So more people doesn't mean better. You're destroying what we have here. The other day I went to a funeral and just in a 2.5-hour drive down 19 from here to where you're coming out with the new extension of the Suncoast there, I think right before Chiefland, I seen 5 dead deer. 5 dead deer. It's our wildlife. It's our nature. Our environment supports us, so we need to support our environment. The other thing is we need to do better by our jail system. I don't know what the answer is. You squashed what a good thing was. I don't understand why it can't be brought back to the table. This is something seriously and critical for our county for safety, as well as safety for the jail. Just because they're prisoners doesn't mean they don't have the right to be protected while they're in there. All the deaths that we've had the last short time, it's unexcusable, and it's not right. And the last thing I'd like to ask again, I know it falls on deaf ears, but we honestly as a community have a right to request and have at least one evening meeting for our BOCC meetings. It's not right for people to have to take off from work to try to be here. It's not right. I've asked several times to consider at least one of the meetings in the evening. It's only fair to the people. Not everybody can take off time to try to be here. But I know it's hard. I wouldn't want to be in your seat at many times, but I do love this county. I have come to respect this county. I've been here since '95, and it's being destroyed. It honestly is.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Barbie, and I'm a new resident of Inverness. So I'm a little confused as to why we're trying to put off voting to pause the data center when I feel like we should be just voting to ban it completely. Data centers are not progress. Data centers are not progress, and it's a gamble where the big tech companies get a huge payout while the citizens of Citrus County will foot the bill. Supporters of this data center will tell you that they use a closed loop system, and they say that the water is filled once and recycled forever. As the chips get smaller and the AI data gets a bigger demand, the AI data gets larger, the demand gets larger, the heat from these centers will outstrip the closed loop theory. To keep the servers from melting, they have to bleed the lines to remove forever lasting toxic sludge, and then the water has to be evaporated, doesn't stay in the loop. Millions of gallons of water will evaporate into the air, and then they're gonna pay some study to tell us that those forever chemicals are harmless and safe, and that they won't affect our health and our water and our air, even though we already know that communities living near existing data centers will tell you otherwise. This will not benefit the area for employment because once the data center is built, it's only going to employ just a handful of people, if even that. We are being asked to drain our beautiful resources that are already under incredible strain due to the development and drought. So just so a chatbot can tell you whether or not this haircut is gonna look good on you, or so that your politician can post pictures of their enemies and fake scenarios. A single AI prompt uses 16 ounces of fresh water. One question, one prompt from one person. And they want us to trust them with a straight face that they can suck 5 million gallons of water out of our ground a day, use it as liquid heat sink, and return it to our lakes and our reservoirs without a single consequence. It's higher utility bills, noise pollution, potential groundwater pollution, and irreparable damages to our nature coast. Is it worth it for what they're promising? I was stunned that when we had this cattle rancher come up here and we recognized Beef Month, but we're gonna support the beef industry and put in a data center that's going to affect them incredibly. I don't want another can getting kicked down the road, because I'll be honest with you, I don't trust you, and I don't trust AI data centers either. I think that there's gonna be a lot of folks here who agree with me.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Barry Tillis from Hernando, Florida. I'm going to be hopefully short. The issue is on a moratorium, and I agree with what a lot of other people have said here. Why is it up to 12 months? At least make it 12 months, or better, as Tony and many of you said, just a total moratorium because of all the issues you have heard and seen out there. Florida in general does not need. We've had enough data centers here. And what also concerns me is I live in Canterbury Lake Estates. Commissioner Davis spoke to us and knows we were concerned, and we had no fight over a cement plant that was going there because it was already zoned industrial. You rezone for high industrial, then that's going to be the same answer. They're not saying it's a data center that's going there, but we all know that's what they want. And then you say, yes, it's high industrial, and that's why I think they're being quiet. Then we're going to have the same answer that we had from Commissioner Davis for the industrial. We can't do anything anymore. Davis, whatever, and this and that. And that's my concern. And the last thing I'll say is, I just came here just under 2 years ago from Orlando, Florida. My wife met me online, had her house here, loved that house, still loves that house. Took her a lot to convince me to retire here. I now love it here. She loves it here. She said to me the other day, which shocked me, Barry, if a data center comes here, I want to move. So please, just make a total moratorium on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Tyrone Jackson from Citrus Springs. Just like the jail agenda, you guys talk about saving lives and helping the community. Well, with data centers, pollutants increase the rate of respiratory disease and cardiovascular conditions and risk, higher cancer risks. That doesn't sound like it's saving the community or helping us. It also has a total annual health burden of $20 billion with health concerns. That doesn't sound like it helps this community whatsoever if you're killing the community with pollutants and toxic waste from data centers. It is estimated that approximately 600,000 people will be affected by asthma symptoms, and 1,300 will be affected by premature death by 2030, all because of data centers. Large data centers use $5 million gallons of water. Where's that water going to come from? Is it going to come from Whittle-Lacucci? Is it going to come from Rainbow Springs? Where's the water coming from? And are our utility bills going to be higher because of that? Will there be an NDA in place, whether a public hearing will be required before you guys approve this or try to approve it? Will the project comply with local ordinances covering noise, light, and pollution or vibrations for the communities nearby? These are all questions that need to be answered to the community. And as a community, if these guys approve this data center, we need to vote them out. Plain and simple. Because they're not listening to us. If they're not listening to us, that means next year they're not going to listen to us. So we need to act now and not get this data center approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Cullen. I'm a homeowner and business owner located in Crystal River. Before moving to Citrus County, my family would frequent the nature coast. We would travel here on the weekends to enjoy the nature, the springs, the beauty, all the things that Pinellas County couldn't offer us. To get out of the hustle and bustle. When the opportunity arose for me to be here, I jumped on it. I was only a couple months into my sobriety when moving here. I knew that Citrus County was going to offer me the serenity and peace that I required to heal on this journey that I was embarking on. Since moving here 7 years ago, I've watched nothing but destruction of the very place that brought me healing and peace on my journey. I've watched, as what Ms. Finnegan stated, backdoor deals and unmanaged growth. I watched developers level acres upon acres of nature. I've watched a superhighway rip through my county, and now it's being dropped into my neighborhood. This is the Nature Coast, and I sat here and watched the allowed destruction from you all time and time again. As commissioners, you have a big job. You are responsible for managing the growth. You are responsible for the destruction of our Nature Coast. You are responsible to listen to the people out of obligation. Now we're confronted with this data center. You have an opportunity to do the right thing for once, to protect our Nature Coast. I can't even water my lawn right now, and you guys are considering allowing a data center come here. It's gonna take millions of gallons of waters from our aquifer a day. How is that even being considered? We, the people, are demanding a complete moratorium on all building in Citrus County and a complete moratorium of the data center now and in the future. Do the right thing, listen to the people, and stop allowing the destruction of our Nature Coast. Protect what we have here because it is special.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, Gary Bartell Jr.
think there's been a lot of compelling arguments on the data center, so these people are handling business back there, but I can say I do not support data centers. But this is regarding Betts Farm. The board should not rescind its previous vote simply because of a threat of a lawsuit. Doing so would set a dangerous precedent, one where any developer who disagrees with a decision only has to threaten legally. And that's not how they get their way. Boards are elected to make decisions based on the best interest of the community, not out of fear or pressure. The board should also carefully examine the potential conflict of interest involving the realtor serving two masters while having a personal financial interest in the outcome. When a realtor enters into a contract with the county, they are contractually obligated to act in the county's best interest. The public deserves transparency and assurance that decisions are being made fairly, ethically, and without personal gain. I brought my son today for two reasons. One, he's homeschooled, so this is his political science lesson of the day. Two, to remind you all what we're voting for, how we're making our decisions. It's not us right now, it's the next generation. So I do ask that you start making your votes based off of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Anyone else?
Stephen Westerfield, Crystal River. Wasn't going to speak, but I'm noticing a recurring theme: growth. All these people, more tax dollars. Growth is good. We bring in more people, we get more tax dollars. We also get more criminals. And it doesn't sound like we're going to have a jail that's going to be able to handle that. If we've got trafficking amounts right now, let's add another 100,000 people to the population. What are the amounts of drugs in our jail going to look like then?
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
I'm Sherry Lynn Winchuck. I live in Beverly Hills, and I work at Citrus Springs Middle School. I'm here today to ask you to please vote no to the rezoning of Holder Industrial Park. Heavy industrial construction sites can have serious long-term negative effects on children. If you were to allow heavy industrial near the intersection of Highway 491 and Highway 41 in Holder, you would be placing over 1,500 kids that go to school within a few miles of that location in danger. Since our children's breathing rates are higher and their organs are still developing, they are more vulnerable to the various environmental hazards that can come from heavy industrial zoning. Air pollutants alone, like dust, metal, and cement fragments, can penetrate deep into children's lungs, triggering inflammation, asthma attacks, bronchitis, and long-term reduction in lung capacity. I don't know if you remember running around outside at school for PE. Unfortunately, the development you keep allowing, before too long, it won't be safe for our kids running around outside. You would be increasing the kids' risk of getting cancer, neurodevelopmental issues, and I have not even touched on the physical risk. We all know how curious kids are, and not uncommon for kids to be found walking through a construction site completely unaware of the very serious danger these sites pose, from being ran over by equipment to being abducted, since we will be bringing in workers from outside of this area. We stand to lose a lot more than we stand to gain as a community if you approve this zoning change. Please let this area be someplace you want to raise your kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
All right, Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. This is a fun one today, huh? We got a little entertainment today. So a couple things first. During the core civic conversation, I heard a couple alarming things. Some of you guys are having briefings, and you guys are getting different information. Some people get numbers, and they're different numbers than other people get. So I'm kind of curious of how that happens. And maybe you guys need to look at your processes and all of that stuff when you guys do your briefings so you guys can get accurate information to be able to bring it to the board. Second thing, why aren't you guys doing your own research? I heard a couple of you guys say that you want more information. You guys are paid $85,000 a year. You guys get a $40,000 a year pension. Why aren't we doing our stuff? So, I mean, I can sit on the internet and look at my own numbers and look at things. You guys can certainly do the same. You guys can ask staff. I get records requests. I see you guys ask staff questions all the time. How many people ask staff to put together a presentation or numbers or anything like that for you guys for different things? I saw someone recently ask for development numbers. Why do we care about development numbers? Why not core civic numbers? So let's look at those things and get those answers so we guys have the full conversation here. Last meeting, you guys talked about during the quasi-judicial hearing for Hampton Hills, I believe it was. One of you guys had asked the attorney to talk about the conflict rules regarding contributions. The answer was contributions do not create a conflict. That is the correct answer. If you guys were voting on an issue, say core civic, and core civic gave you guys money, you guys can't not vote for that because it's not a conflict. However, I'm going to read to you guys 286.012. There's a carve out there that you guys did not ask the question for, which should have been the question you guys asked. In the official decision, ruling, or act occurs in the context of a quasi-judicial proceeding, a member may abstain from voting on such matter if the abstention is to assure fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. All of us can argue that if you guys get $6,000 or $20,000 collectively from a developer, there's potential bias there. You guys in quasi-judicial proceedings can recuse yourself from those votes. You're not required to do that votes for that. So keep that in mind going forward, because I will make sure that I'm here every meeting when you guys get development money to make that point clear. Today, I don't even know how to begin with today. You guys, 3 of you guys voted today to break the law. You guys have a county ordinance. We just basically told people in the Citrus County, hey, ordinances don't matter. We're just going to toss them out because we do what we want to up here. Whereas everyone else has to follow those ordinances, code compliance. Those people have ordinances they have to follow. So today you guys decided to toss that to the wind. Your attorney told you guys were wrong in that. You guys, 3 of you guys voted to do that anyway. So for the people watching at home, I'm going to read you guys the 2-48 that nobody actually read to the public. A motion to rescind proposes that the board overturn a motion passed at a previous meeting. A motion to rescind can be made by any commissioner. It is in order as long as the original motion has not been implemented. Going further, it says, at the next meeting, the motion to rescind will formally be made. If it is seconded, the board shall debate and all of that. This has to take place at the next meeting. We're 2 meetings in, violating your ordinances. Further, if you guys bring this up as an agenda item that's not a rescission, there's another thing called 2-50, which talks about order of business at meetings. And it says matters requiring a vote of the board that are not included in the published and noticed agenda will not be taken up until a subsequent meeting where the matter will appear in a published agenda notice. So you guys can't talk about something that's not on the agenda if you guys change the vote for that. However, I also want to bring up this here. There is fines and all that stuff in your county ordinances that dictate what happens if you guys break these ordinances. And those fines are up to $500 fines and up to 60 days in prison. Maybe that's the reason you guys didn't do the core civic contract, so you guys can go work for or go to core civic and not the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. So all that said, 3 of you guys admitted publicly today that you guys are violating your own county ordinances, so I would suspect that if someone was to do a ethics complaint, ethics would take a nice look at that. Further, because ordinances are considered laws, that they're not just procedural issues, things like that, maybe the governor might be of interest there. We don't have a recall here, but the governor is absolutely able to remove people for violating laws and all of that. So, good luck.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Hello, Amy Campbell, Azello, and you probably are aware, so I do support the moratorium. I would prefer, and for the full 12 months, I would prefer, of course, you know, to actually not allow data centers in our county. I don't know if legally we can do that, but Governor DeSantis signed Senate Bill 44 last week, and I think it only applies to data centers of 50 megawatts and over, right? I'm not sure. But if that's the case, then I would hope that if you do the moratorium and consider all the aspects of this, that you would lower that number for our county so that we can cover everything if we're going to be allowing data centers. Because they could start smaller, they could build later. What I've seen with a lot of the data centers is they start with one, and if they have the acreage, then they build more. I want to mention about the aquifer. If you're going to be doing the moratorium and considering things, I'm sure you'll know that I was surprised a lot of people don't understand the aquifer. Florida is a carbonate platform, And so there's salt water underneath, you know, Atlantic to the Gulf, and then you have a lens of fresh water on top because it's less dense. So that's our aquifer, that's our drinking water. And that's what supplies the flow to the springs. So if it's already in trouble. And if we continue to, you know, if you want a legal justification, I think this county would be in trouble without our springs. So, you know, if the pressure goes down, there's less water, you get less spring flow, and the manatees won't be happy about that either. Last thing is Governor DeSantis in Lakeland last week, he said that it really doesn't provide many jobs. So I don't know if all you're aware of that. He mentioned 12, you know, it might provide a dozen jobs. For a couple of decades, I've been working with data centers remotely because everybody does. There's almost nobody there. I was a hardware engineer supporting the big racks of equipment that you see in the pictures, the data storage hardware. So I guess I would agree that most of the work is remote. It's, in my experience, most of it's been offshore to India. So as you do your considerations, hopefully during this moratorium, you would take that into account, that it really doesn't provide jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, thank you all for listening. I would like to know why developers...
Please state your name.
Oh, sorry, Susan Shadell. I live in Hernando. I've been in Citrus County 26 years. I love it here. I'm seeing it destroyed by developers, and I want to know why developers do not have to submit a resume. Deltona Corporation in the 70s, their environmental record is atrocious. Their dredge and fill methods ruined countless acres in the Everglades, coastal marshes, and estuaries. It was the largest ecological disaster in Southwest Florida history. It took an act of Congress to stop it with the Clean Water Act. Deltona conveniently filed for bankruptcy and restructured. They're still cleaning up the mess down there. Look at the communities Deltona has created: Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, concrete jungles, Spring Hill, one of the fastest growing counties in the US, Marion Oaks. I sat through a traffic light 13 times trying to get under I-75 outside of Marion Oaks. Even their own town called Deltona is notorious for lack of infrastructure and nightmare traffic situations. Citrus Springs, which they have control of, has signs that says that they're a bird sanctuary, and they clear-cut trees, forcing all the animals onto properties like across the street where there are the old phosphate mines and where they want to put heavy industrial centers. Phosphate mines, as they break down, release radon gas, radioactive materials. They need professional remediation. Putting somebody like Deltona in charge of this is completely negligent. They want to build homes on top of this as well. Homes that have been built on top of old phosphate mines have a record of serious cancer and all kinds of rare cancers. However, conveniently, developers are protected by the buyer beware law, so they cannot be charged when people who get sick being built on top of their land. It seems very odd to me that when I Google Deltona ads in the Chamber of Commerce, Kennard Chiropractic and Bay State Farm Insurance shows up on the same page as Deltona. Why are we in bed with this awful, awful, negligent developer? Kick them out of here.
Madam
They do
Chair,
not belong on
Madam
the nature
Chair.
coast. Nature coast, not nature ghost towns. We're nature coast towns.
Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Bays. Commissioner Bays.
Point of order. My name's being drug into something that I have nothing to do with.
And please, I don't know. Please don't make, please on either side, do not make negative comments to one another. Let's all be respectful of one another, please. I've asked you not to clap, but you are, I work for you, so I'm not being a bear about it, but we do need to get through the people that are speaking, and just please, just a reminder to be respectful. Sometimes we're writing notes. You've said a lot of things. That is my agenda item, and I will address them all when we get to the item 2. Let's just get through it and be respectful.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Point of clarification, she said that they both advertise on the same site that Deltona does. That does not mean that Deltona gave them any political contributions. I certainly have not solicited nor taken any from Deltona. I'm not a fan of theirs, and I think you two are in the same boat.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Lawrence. I'm from Lakeland, Florida. I had a bunch of stuff written about the data centers, but I think we already know how harmful they are, so I'm just going to say go ahead and ban them. Don't let them here. Don't let them in your county. They're very noisy. They're obnoxious. You're going to have a lot of futuristic issues with them, including your water quality. And then about the Betts Farm issue, I wrote that down because last time I was a little bit shook up because I just can't see how you can put a housing development on farmland. I know you guys haven't agreed to it yet, but I saw that you were considering spending close to $600,000 on a bulldozer. If that's the case, we should have no issue paying attorney's fees that accumulate when standing firm on the decision to withdraw from the breach contract with Mr. Dix. Mr. Dix has provided funding to certain individuals before me. Perhaps those in favor of the development on the Betts Farm land have a closer relationship with Mr. Dix than others. Building on Betts Farm would defeat the purpose of the donation, and in no way will a housing development on Betts Farm be profitable for Citrus County. Adding more people to the area when we're already having issues with the jail seems very unwise. If Mr. Dix persists legally, perhaps he could consider building where the data center was supposed to go on 491 in Holder. There's already houses there, it just makes sense, and it's a win-win. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. Just for the moment, I want to dispel any notion that it may be inappropriate to take up item L1. Section 248, it was just mentioned again, has been cited today multiple times. That is part of a division within your code called parliamentary procedure. That section as a whole runs through the way that the business operates up here. Coming from main motions, which is as simple as requires a motion and a second, and then debate, and then flowing through different types of ranking of motions. That includes subsidiary motions. You talked about a motion to postpone earlier, to amend, to refer to committee. There's all these subsidiary motions. Then privilege motions, motions to recess or adjourn. Then incidental motions, that's to appeal a decision of the chair. What I'm getting at is it's going into these secondary supplemental motions. 248 follows what I've just described and includes a few different types of motions that have been confused for what's being done today. A motion to reconsider would be a motion to reconsider something you've just voted on in the course of the same meeting. Obviously, that's not what we're proposing to do today under L1. Under 248 Section 2, to rescind, it only applies if the original motion has not been implemented. Most importantly, so this is something entirely new and different. For example, we are here today to request that you reconsider something that you previously did. That is exactly what this board did on April 14th. On April 14th, the board was reconsidering a contract that it voted to approve and enter into in 2023. So a vote to cancel that contract is in fact, whether we're using, it is semantics, that's a correct term. Whether we're saying we're reconsidering it, we're changing our mind, we are whatever the case may be, it's semantics. This commission already did it once by voting to cancel an existing commitment that had been approved by a motion. Now, my letters to you, which I guess sprung this item on this agenda, and I'll get to the meat of it later, but we're really here in good faith, just hoping that if we can talk this through, and if you'll consider some things that we have to tell you and the things that we put in our letters, that you'll give this more thought and reconsider a final action that was taken on April 14th. But procedurally, there is nothing inappropriate about what has been proposed on item L1. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Karen Baldwin, Hernando. Without honest public input and consideration to your comprehensive plan, the land development code, and anything in any way, shape, or form relating to a data center, you are intentionally circumventing the public that you are supposed to be representing. A moratorium without a specific end date and one that can't be rescinded on whim is meaningless. Development is necessary, but only under finely defined scope and location parameters. Instead of sending staff out to seek a particular purpose, please get out and talk to the people that are going to be most impacted by decisions that you make. Talk to us, hear us, listen to us. I've sent emails to every single one of you relating to the Holder site and to a data center, and I've heard back from 2 of you, and one of those responses was a pat, canned answer. Commissioner Kennard, thank you for at least listening to the concerns of a constituent that wasn't even part of your district. Citrus County is our home. This is our home. This is where we live. The Nature Coast is our home. As someone said previously, let's keep nature in the Nature Coast. Don't turn this into a wasteland. What you've heard today is the tip of the iceberg of what you're going to hear the next week, the next month, the next year. A data center in Citrus County, not here, not now, not ever. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to request 5 minutes for Sierra Club. I've got a letter on record.
Please state your name, Ms.
Robin Orlandi Dunellen, and I'm representing Sierra Club today. This has been a very interesting meeting with a lot of moving parts. Since we're not sure on the status of Betts Farm, I'm going to jump in and just share an opinion on that before I move on to the data center. Along with what other people have said, that property is one of the largest contiguous forested pieces you have left in Crystal River. It should be conserved, can be used by the city of Crystal River for trails, outdoor recreation, especially considering that a lot of the land in Crystal River to the west is going to be inundated in future generations. This is an opportunity to provide that land to the city for future public use, for environmental conservation, and also for the Florida Wildlife Corridor. Although that parcel is not ideal in that it is cut off by Highway 19, it is still a secondary corridor of extreme importance. If you look on your map, you can see where that farm property goes up, and it heads up through still rural areas of the county that can act as a corridor that connects to the west and over to the Ocala National Forest through the Greenway system. Please, please maintain the decision you've made on that property. Thank you. Now, data centers. I said 2 months ago they're a Trojan horse. There's too many. Please approve Commissioner Finnegan's moratorium on the data center. There are too many unknowns. The technology and the ongoing development at scale size, resource demand is such a moving target that trying to decide in a month or two that, yes, this is how we're going to limit data centers, you can't do that job correctly. There's too much unknown in that deployment in this county where we are water reliant, where we are a regional water resource, where you have residents adjacent. Those things should be of greater concern than trying to grab the tax base as soon as it's available, because there will be no shortage in the future of smaller scale data centers and other opportunities to get those tax dollars at far less environmental impact. In particular, I know two of you, Commissioner Finnegan and Commissioner Kennard, sit on the Withlacoochee Regional Water Authority. In Holder, at the same location as the proposed center, is the water supply project prioritization for 2025 to 2045. The Holder surface water treatment plant to address the identified shortages in water supply for Citrus County. That treatment center is supposed to break ground there in 2040. So if you're giving water to a data center and trying to supply regional water utility at the same time, those two goals are not compatible. There's talk about, well, closed loop system. Closed loop systems, yes, but they still require coolant. They have to be flushed when coolant gets contaminated. As people have said, the risk of forever chemicals, PFAS, present in that cooling is a clear and present danger. And in 10 years, when the data center technology has scaled down so that it's the size of my cell phone instead of the size of 800 acres, you're going to be left with a mess to clean up. Finally, the heat sink. There's a project in Utah that's 44,000 acres. There's been analysis on that for the amount of heat that will produce is going to change the climate around the Great Salt Lake by 5 degrees hotter during the day and 25 degrees hotter at night. Now, granted, smaller scale here, different climate, but the heat, the thermal production from cooling data centers create will impact the climate, and you're right there at the Withlacoochee River and at Lake Hernando. So these factors, it's all very complex. You need that year that Commissioner Finnegan has proposed to think this through and see where it goes. This isn't going to be your only opportunity to get tenants for the Holder Industrial Center, and public opinion clearly in an election year is with the moratorium. So please go ahead, support that now, and then we're going to have to come back on this. But honestly, Citrus County is not the right place for data centers now or ever. Thank you
for
very
your
much.
comments. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else? Oh.
Hi, Holly Herndon, Inverness. I took off of work today to represent small businesses that are in the Holder industrial area because they were not able to get off of work today. They just wanted to share that they're not in favor of the data center in that area. Also wanted to bring up, I know that you're looking at areas to build the growth of our community, and that's something that is on your mind. Our neighboring counties have had 7 new light industries in the last 3 years. When I reached out to them to ask why they chose our neighboring counties instead of Citrus, some of the reasons that they gave was that, for instance, in Sumter County, it took 12 weeks to get a permit, but in Citrus County, it took 18 months. That was something that came up for them. They talked about other counties having shovel-ready sites and that our industrial sites were not considered shovel-ready. And they also talked about workforce concerns, about not having enough people locally to fill those jobs. So I know that growth is something that's very important to you, as it is for me. So I just want to make sure we're using growth to build the quality of life and the economy here. So when you're making decisions about those industrial areas, I'd just like to look at other options that we have that these are things that we can work on as a county, that we can take care of to be able to bring those companies here instead of our neighbors being able to have those opportunities our people don't have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's John Blaine. I'm from Hernando. My wife and I moved to Citrus County in October of 2009. I came here to start one career. I went through a heavy equipment operator training school that used to be in Lecanto by the college that was there. We fell in love with Citrus County. We decided to stay here. We now have 3 children here. I've seen a lot of growth happen in the time that I've been here, which it's expected to happen. We understand that. But I'm here today to say no to the data centers here. I ended up falling in love with the Nature Coast had to offer me. I fell in love with scuba diving. I became a captain, run manatee tours. I understand what the Florida aquifer system is and what it does for our community here. If you put a data center here, it's going to interrupt that. That's going to take water from where? Rainbow River? What's going to happen if that dries up? Right now, we've already heard a bunch of people already say they can't even water their grass. I have to wash my car 1 day a week, which is fine, but nobody can use that water if it's already been taken up. I'm just here to tell you guys, please say no to data centers. My kids understand that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Josh Wooten, President and CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to speak first of all on the process that y'all played out for data centers, and it was a proper process. I believe Commissioner Kennard brought it up, to have staff go out and create standards in case a welcome center came, and I think that process is underway, and then let the public have several opportunities to speak about those standards. I don't know why a moratorium is moved in front of that process. It seems overtly political to me to punt rather than have the courage to vote them up or down. And if it's before the election, that would even be better. It would take the politics out of it. So that's the thoughts on that. I think y'all should continue the process. It's already scheduled to go to the PDC. Ms. Herndon said something about businesses not locating here. I guarantee you if they're watching this meeting and thinking about investing here, they're not coming here. And I will tell you that of 30, 35 years of being involved in this process, I have never seen such a lack of decorum in a meeting where people can shout from the audience insults, call for commissioners resign, and Madam Chair, you're doing nothing to control this meeting, maybe because it's going the way that you planned. I think you're trying to scare people by using words like people are going to die and this is going to happen. But in addition to that, commissioners, the chair is constantly running against this board as she runs for re-election. And I don't know that she should continue to be your chair. I think y'all should consider asking her to step aside until after the election because she's making a mockery of this process. I've never seen a chair allow such disruption in a meeting, and I'm being very serious. And I'm getting texts from people in the community asking if I'm here, or they're watching it, and they can't believe what is occurring here. So with that, I'll sit down.
Mr. Wooten, speak up on the noise of data centers.
Okay, so thank you. Can you pause for me 1 second, PJ? And thank you, Mr. Wooten, because we both know that you're running 2 commissioners if you want to talk about politics. And I work for these people. I'm not working against these people. I've asked them to not clap and not say things. And I run very good meetings, thank you. I have a very lively crowd. But again, if they're not obeying what I'm telling them, I still work for them. So you can come up here and run your girls, right, that you tell everybody you're running, but everybody else does.
You ready for me?
I am ready for you.
PJ Offhammer, I'd like to speak about those comments that you just received. We just had a letter to the editor in the paper that started off, and it sounded like it might have been about economic development, and it ended up smearing you, Madam Chairman.
I didn't read it.
It was totally and completely uncalled for. I, too, have heard about the 2 ladies. There's another person running who's also a Chamber of Commerce member who deserves the same treatment of being acknowledged at events. Quit listening to this moron. I'm sorry. We deserve better.
If anybody needs to resign, it's Josh Wooten. My second comment would be, you got some opinions from a local attorney a little while back in the comment process. And I would like to remind you that attorneys are offering opinions, not facts. You got your facts from the county attorney who represents you and therefore represents us. I suggest you listen to the facts from our attorney and not the opinions from a paid developer's attorney. Thank you very much. Continue doing the good job, and we support you, Ms. Finnegan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Next speaker, please. Any more open to the public? Okay, at that, I'm going to close open to the public.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
I'll leave the Betts Farm comments for that actual agenda item, but I will say, since most of you spoke about the data center, for starters, some of you didn't automatically assume that we are in favor of data centers. I really appreciate you very much. There was a lot of anger directed at us, and this is the first time we've even discussed it. So it's not like there's some nefarious thing going around there. Has it ever struck any of you that we don't have any strip clubs in Citrus County? There's no ladies shows here. And you know why? Not because there's a moratorium, but because we have a ridiculously strict ordinance. We allow them, but we make it so difficult that it makes it impossible for them to make money. If we do a moratorium forever, like a lot of you wanted, that will be legally challenged. So, I am going to be in favor of that item for a limited time. One of you, it really struck me that one or more of you said, oh, you're going to do a moratorium, but then you're going to slip it to us after the election. Now, I'm not running this year, but, two of us are. And so I would like one that is actually 3 months minus 1 day, which is our August meeting before the primary election. So that'll give time for our staff has already been working on what they consider to be the strongest ordinance in the United States. There's over 3,000 counties in the United States. And it would be the strongest ordinance for data centers in light pollution, noise pollution, regular pollution, all of those things, and closed loop system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Personally, I'm a nature girl. I grew up here. I don't want them here. The only positive to that is, of course, it would be an enormous boon to our taxes, which will keep you guys paying and me, very, very low taxes. That's the only thing. But then I heard something in my briefing yesterday that scared the bejesus out of me. The state and feds can actually take away that tax money. So we'd be stuck with a data center, but take a lot of the tax money for state purposes. So I don't want one. I really don't. But a permanent moratorium is legally perilous. So we just need to write an incredibly strong ordinance. So that's what I'm going to be in favor of. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in here. As my colleague, Commissioner Davis, said, we can't, I know there's many people here, many people in the community that want to see a permanent ban on them. You can't do that. There's something called a Burt Harris law that would get us in a lawsuit because it would, doing so, the landowner would accuse the county of diminishing the value of their land by the ban. So what you do is you put into place an ordinance that is extraordinarily strong, that protects the environment, protects the neighbors, our community. And again, as Commissioner Davis said, let me back up just a little bit. When I first caught wind that there was a whisper of data centers out there, I was the one that, as Mr. Wooten said I was the one that brought forward just a baseline of an ordinance, and this board, I believe unanimously, directed staff, get to work on this, not tomorrow, but as soon as this meeting's over, we need to get an ordinance on the book that is specific to data centers to protect our environment, to protect our neighbors. Now, May 21st, there's an ordinance that staff has worked hard on to get to the PDC for their review. I will tell you it's an incomplete ordinance, and I hope that the PDC adds a tremendous amount of protections to it. I'm sure there are a lot of people in our community that have a tremendous amount of real knowledge on data centers. There's one individual in particular who has stepped forward. I won't identify him by name, but he has stepped forward to this podium numerous times and has offered his depth of knowledge on these things, on how you go about protecting a community, protecting a neighborhood for water usage, electricity usage, light pollution, noise pollution, all of those things. Not just suggestions, but real technical information and what should be included in that ordinance. It is my hope that the PDC will take his information and integrate that into the ordinance that they're going to be considering on the 21st. The moratorium that's on the agenda today is absolutely necessary that we pass that today because, as he has said to us in an email, that should the PDC and this board ultimately pass to the letter what's in front of them on the 21st, it won't offer the water protections, it won't offer the noise protections, and other things that he has laid out in a red line version that he has also submitted to them. So my hope is that the PDC will take that into account, will add that information, will add that verbiage that he's given them word for word to the ordinance that's in front of them. Then after that, it will come to us. Once that happens, then I think if we get a strict ordinance in place that protects the things that we're all concerned about, that we all want to protect, then I don't see the need for the moratorium after that. So I'll talk more about that when we get to it. For those that are here to talked about Betts Farm, don't worry, I'm not changing my vote on Betts Farm. I promise you I'm going to vote exactly the same way.
Anyone else? Okay. As far, Ms. Duncan, I think, asked about the sheriff and the vote. Can we bring it back? The reason I called the vote was hoping that I would still garner, especially after your comments, that one extra vote. It didn't happen. So the vote was called. It can come, someone can bring a different vote back. So something different can come back. Maybe a different reason, maybe a different way. So yeah, we'll have to see if that happens. Doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. An evening meeting was brought up. I just want to point out that if I was running on time at 4:45, we're going to have some kids in here to recognize them for a proclamation. We are so far behind. So if I was going to guess, let's just say this meeting lasts with our after 5 to 8 o'clock tonight. If we started that at 6 o'clock, are you all going to stay till 1 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, okay, and no dinner or anything. So the reason, if you're watching at home too, because people say the development is the most important thing, they all happen after 5, and people aren't showing up. But I'm happy to listen, and I said that when I became chair. Any ideas that you have, but then people see how long the meetings are there, and that the development was later. Everyone seemed okay with what we had. Someone said questions need to be answered for the community, and that's the whole purpose of bringing this forward. Of course, we all heard my good name besmirched, that it's political from my opponent's talking head, but here's why one has nothing to do with the other. My motion that I will bring up, my agenda item later, is about the Land Development Code. Some of you are talking about the Holder Industrial Park, okay? That's quasi-judicial, and some said that a canned answer may have come, and it may, because if you're asking specifically about the Holder industrial zoning, that's quasi-judicial. So if you talk about that later, these commissioners likely are not going to give an opinion or answer anything specific about that application. That application, beyond zoning, is requesting in the comprehensive plan in their Holder Industrial Park some language change, okay? Put that aside. No matter if this moratorium happens, that agenda item will still come forward. The board will still vote on that. So there's zero politics in play with my agenda item. The truth of the agenda item is I hear you. Not only do I hear you, in the past 3.5 years that I've served, my number one goal and priority, and every win that I've had and everything I've worked for, mostly has been centered around water. So you have a lot of concerns. I share those concerns. Water would be the number one priority. So because, like some other commissioners said, legally, I don't think we can say moratorium forever on these. So what can I do? Someone questioned why does it say up to? Legalese, because I think if we said 1 year, it may be some legal trouble, but I'll let the attorney take care of that later. But I'll throw it out there to you, and then I, of course, would run it by our attorney. Someone finds that it's legal and we can just ban them in Citrus County. I don't think we can. I'm all ears. That'll be my next agenda item. I just don't think that we can do that. So I'm doing the best thing that I thought I could do without addressing something that's going to come before us. But at the same time, we need to address our land development code. Now, someone had said the strongest in the nation. I saw the draft language. It is insufficient. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to take time. Why was it rushed? Because if we don't have something in there, and they come, kind of like Commissioner Davis's example with the nightclubs, the lady clubs, saying that delicately. That was a good example. It honestly, it was a good example. Because we need some guardrails, because if we have nothing, they'll start coming. I think we need every bit of our year moratorium, and I think that's what you all are behind, or as long as we can, right? That's as long as I think that we can go, but as long as we can. And there's an attorney in the audience, and I respect Attorney Batzel, and I think that I have no personal issues with you at all. Matter of fact, just so you know personally, someone was asking about a land use attorney, and I recommended you. So not at all, but I know sometimes that you have a differing opinion than our attorney, but all the information that I got came from her. You did make a comment that said maybe my letter sprung this on the agenda. So that's one of the things that I was talking about at the beginning of this meeting that I'm starting to get incensed, is because when you sent your letter, no one knew it was on the agenda. So you referenced something that was coming up that you couldn't know about. So I called our attorney about that and said, did you talk to Attorney Batzel? Does he know something's coming up on an agenda? And she did not. So that means somebody up here is talking to, if not you, your people. And there's a lot more with that I guess commissioners want to talk about when we get to Betts Farm. And I think we'll leave it at that. Okay, moving on to the next agenda item. We should be at E1.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve E1A through E1I.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Barrick, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve E5, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6.
A and B.
A and
Second.
B.
And excuse me, there was a change that there's a C added.
Oh, there's a C, thank you.
Do you have that,
A,
Commissioner?
B, and C.
Second.
Okay, motion by
Oh, I see
Commissioner,
that.
motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, or any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
I was going to ask if you all could come forward for a quick photo op with the check. There's Jamie behind me. I was just going to say real quick, just a great job by staff and commissioners and Team Citrus did a great job on this. Obviously, we're going to have another one at the next meeting, but these are historical wins for Citrus County. And we have a whole list of environmental wins over the last 36 months collectively with this board and Team Citrus. So appreciate all the leadership of the Board of County Commissioners and our great staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We are on E7.
Motion to approve E7, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E8, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Looks like we jumped to E11. The other ones were pulled.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion?
Yeah, I had a question. Okay, I understand that we want to temporarily close boat ramps, but it was my understanding that we added items if they were emergency. Is this an emergency situation that we need to be addressing? And if not, we need to go back to what we're supposed to be doing, which is put it on the agenda. And I can see, yeah, we're getting kind of low with the water, but to me, you know, is it gonna make a difference if we wait 2 weeks?
So I actually heard about this before it was brought here as an emergency item from a member of the sheriff's office that works the boat ramps. And I think the emergency, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Howard, that was brought to you is because it's dangerous for people. Not on the west side because it's tidal, but where the lakes are, the water's so low, it's dangerous for people. They can't get their boats in there, so it would cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's an emergency situation. I know Ken Cheek has looked at this closely, other staff members. I think the city of Inverness also has shut one down as well. So we're at a very critical moment right now, and we can't wait 2 weeks. that could cause a lot of peril to our citizens potentially. So we're going to look at this on as case needed basis, but it's an emergency situation at this point.
All right, I just want to make sure,
Yes, yeah.
because, we were told that these additions are supposed to be emergency.
And this one
Now,
is 100%.
I can see, the water's going
It
down,
is, yeah.
and it's been going down for how many months?
Well-
Because we've been in a drought situation since at least December. So to me, it should have been brought to us 2 weeks ago.
Well, it's not emergent until it
Yeah,
is.
it's not until we're
Well,
notified.
I have
and
no
looked at,
problem
yeah.
voting for it, but I just want to make sure
It's-
that,
it's almost like the
we're
burn
keeping
ban,
with
you know.
what we're supposed to be doing.
The burn ban is the same scenario in a way. We can't
Mm-hmm.
predict what's going to happen, and we do our best.
Any further board discussion?
Well, I think it's important to put out there that there's been a little bit of talk about closing the boat ramps. This doesn't close them. It simply gives staff the authority to do so if the lakes continue to drop as quickly as they are and pose a danger to those who would be using the ramp or a danger to actually damaging the ramp that's there. And it's also important for the public to know that staff has moved forward with starting the permitting process to actually do some repairs on those ramps while the water level is so low. So as much as we hate to see the water that low, as much as I hate to see the water that low on those ramps, it is going to provide an opportunity, provided that that permit can be expedited through the state, that we can make some necessary repairs there without getting too much into the weeds on what those repairs are. But there should be some good things come out of this.
Well,
What we do need is rain.
One of the things I want to say is, instead of us, Jay, just saying, motion to approve E11, now some of the people that are in the audience actually know what E11 is. And those people at home understand what E11 is, because now it has been brought forward that it is the temporary boat ramp closures. So on my side of it, I think we need to be more transparent. If we're doing emergencies, it is very, very hard for our constituents. Oh, E11, what the was it? And that's exactly
I'm
what.
glad you said
What it's like. I mean,
is
for
that your
most of the
kind
people out in
cursing?
the audience, did they get all the additions that we got? Did the people at home get all the additions? And I feel we want to be transparent to everybody about everything we're trying to do.
Great point.
So, I appreciate the fact that we have discussed it now. Thank you.
Great comments by both of you. Thank you
And
very
Madam
much.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
My understanding, of course, is that not all boat ramps are created equal. So some are dropping off much faster than others, so it's on a case-by-case basis. It's not like people are not going to have any access to a lake whatsoever, unless it gets really bad.
And Steve, we'll make sure to get that on the website for people so they know which
Yes.
ramps are opened
Yes,
and which
social media,
ramps are
and we
not
actually,
open.
I think the Chronicle's already reached out to us as well. Hopefully they'll have that on the front
Thanks,
page.
Mike.
We will.
Anything else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Veronica Campschroer with a very quick
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Very quick, Veronica Campschroer, Special Projects Manager. I have 4 updates for you. One is core civic staffing. For the month of April, we were at 94.25%, which is down slightly from 95.3 in March. We have our 2 feasibility studies, the Fort Island Trail Park boat ramp expansion and the Homosassa Sports Complex feasibility. We have had our final meetings on those, given our final notes, and we are anticipating both of those plans coming back relatively quickly as soon as our partners can get them to us, and then we'll get those on agendas for presentation. So they are both coming to a close. And last but not least, our landfill's new citizen service area, the land swap completion is pending some information from the state, final timeline and requirements. So as soon as we can get that squared away, we'll be back on track with that project to get the appropriate permitting in the appropriate location. Any questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrick.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people ask me, and I'd like to be able to find out. I got a copy today of some of the roads that are gonna be done. It's been 7 months since the budget went into effect, and so far, not a single road has been touched, unless it's been a pothole. So, could you carefully and slowly tell people where they can go to find all of this listing of all of the roads that are proposed to be done and are on the list for 25-26.
Absolutely. I am not sure of the exact URL, the exact web address, but it is on citruscounty.gov. And our technical services department, it is under their page, the pavement management portal, so that you can look at the conditions. Are you aware, Mr. Howard, if the document is also there?
Yeah, I think we'll make sure it's on the homepage. So actually, we'll work to make sure it's just right there at the homepage, citrus.gov. We'll take care of it.
So you'll make like a little button so
Yes.
that people can go on the
We'll-
homepage
we'll work on
and
that.
say, here's the roads?
Absolutely. But if they go on there today, they should be able to navigate to that from the technical services page. I know that they just uploaded
Thank you
that
very,
list.
very much. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
I do know we got some good feedback. Yesterday, I think it was this morning from a citizen that actually did locate that. And so this is the first time they've ever in the history of the county been able to have such great access with the roads and things like that. So very complimentary.
Yes, ma'am.
If you go to the website, right there, there's a little button that says road work plan. If you click on that, it takes you straight to it.
Look at that.
Right on the face of the website.
Our communications team is top-notch.
Yes, they are.
I may add just a little more there too to make it even more clear, but we'll.
Thank you very much. Oh, so sorry, Commissioner
That's all
Kennard.
right. That's all right. I'm on the left side over here. I get it. Veronica, we don't necessarily need, or I don't necessarily need an update every time, but periodically, could we get an update on the status of the inshore reef sites and how that's progressing?
Certainly. Right now, we are waiting for Gulf Consortium funding from Restore, so that is kind of a out of our hands type process. I don't get a lot of updates on that, but I can certainly let you know where we are, what our anticipated timelines are every few meetings.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Bays.
Could we add an update to the Inverness Airport Industrial Park?
If the board would like that added, I would be happy to add that.
Speaking of shovel-ready sites.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Howard, or do we have legislative updates?
Nothing at this point. I think we sent something out to you. Alex is actually in Tallahassee as we speak. I've got a few little live updates, but he's working very difficultly times. It's challenging up there, but he's doing his best to make sure our voice is heard, and he'll give a full briefing in the next couple of weeks.
And then you have a presentation?
Yes, Brian's going to come forward, if he could at this point. And I think we have one of the best fleet directors, not only in the state of Florida, but the whole United States, fixing to take this podium. So I appreciate all the great work that he's doing with our fleet operations.
Good afternoon. How are y'all doing today?
Good. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good. So we'll just keep this quick and hopefully we answer everyone's questions. So you have the presentation? Where'd Veronica go?
Veronica? If this is going to take a little time, would you like me to jump to the next agenda item?
Yes, let's do that, please.
Okay. Board, is that okay with you all? That would put us at J1, the Industrial Development Authority.
Madam Chair, I have some names for approval. 1 year, Mr. Jim Green. 2 year, Ian Peltieri. 3 year, Eric Stawicki. 4 year, Robert Bass. 4 year, Ricky Wilson.
Is the clerk keeping track of this? Because I'm certainly not.
No, I got a couple of them. Can
You
you
want me to
please
repeat
repeat
them?
them slower?
Okay, 1 year is Jim Green. 2 years would be Ian Pelletier. I think that's how you pronounce it. 3 year would be Eric Stawicki. 4 year would be Robert Bass, and 4 year would be Ricky Wilson.
We'll get them at the end.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a slightly different lineup. I think one person is different and the years are less important to me. I'm suggesting Wilson, Dixon, Green, Oswald, and Bass. And basically, that's in order of 4, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You did Dixon, Oswald.
No, in order, it would be Wilson, Dixon, Green, Oswald, Bass.
I would second that.
4, 4, 3, 2, 1 for the years.
So I have to ask you all, I looked over everything and all what we talked about last time, I only could get out 4 names. I know before we all said there wasn't enough, which Dixon was before, and I found her to have a very good application. Bass, Green, and Wilson, and I did not see it. I did not see another person for this board. Probably great people for some other boards, but for this industrial.
Well, we've already gone 2 rounds, and I think this is a good, sufficient start. Ms. Dixon has a stunning resume behind her.
Yes, that's why she was mine before, but.
Yeah, as well as Mr. Wilson, and of course, Jim Green needs no introduction, nor does Oswald and Bass. So I'm comfortable with that, especially with those that have the absolute most tailored to this job resume, which I think is what you were going after, that you put those in the 4-year spot. And then we see how they've, the ones that have outstanding resumes, but maybe not tailored to this as closely, then you put them in the, 1, 2, 3 year spots and see how they do and see how they feel. They're all professionals. They don't want to be on a board that they don't feel like they're suited for, right? Or they wouldn't have put it in an application either.
So because you're saying that one person, obviously I have 4 people, the one person that I don't find suited, you're saying after 1 year, maybe there'll be other applicants or maybe the person will work out.
Yeah.
Any other comments on this? You have anything? So let me just check mine. We all had Dixon. I think we all had Bass.
I didn't have Dixon.
You
had Bass.
You didn't have Dixon? She's probably the most qualified person for everyone.
Yeah, her resume is crazy.
Dixon's gonna be my keep her there the longest we can keep her.
Yeah.
Bass, Green. Somebody had Stowicki. That was you, Commissioner Barrick. But Commissioner Davis, you had Wilson. That was one of mine too. And then Kennard echoed yours.
Yeah, so I got a second on Wilson, Dixon, Green, Oswald, Bass.
If the board wanted that slate but would agree that Oswald would be the year, only the 1 year.
And put Bass in the 2?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Just trying to get us all to work towards it. I was going to say no, we're not ready yet, but if the board is finding this sufficient, I will work with the board.
I've actually worked with Cynthia Oswald personally. She worked with my firm when we did the $25,000 donation of work to Blessings. And she is a consummate professional, and she did a pretty high-end role up in the Northeast in their Chamber of Commerce, so.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that, and I do agree with you about the professional. It was just
I understand. I know what you're getting at, and
yeah.
I totally understand what
You
you're
get where
getting
I'm coming
at.
from.
Of course,
yeah.
of course. So it would be Wilson, Dixon, Green, Bass, Oswald in descending order, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jeff, did you hear all that?
No, I did not.
Fun fact, one of the first things I did when I became a commissioner is I had him put a speaker in the bathroom because I finally listened to my mother, and I drink a lot of water, and I didn't want to miss anything. So don't think I'm not hearing it all. There is no microphone in the bathroom.
Can you repeat what you said for Commissioner Kennard?
What
Slowly.
Commissioner Finnegan would like is to switch Oswald and Bass. So in order, in descending order of 4 years, 3, 2, 1, is Wilson, Dixon, Green, Bass, Oswald.
Except for I had Dixon being the 4-year.
Wilson and Dixon are both 4. There's 2 4s.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bass? Commissioner Davis, do you want to put that into a motion?
Yeah, I move that we appoint, oh God, now you're gonna make me find the names. Ricky Wilson, Phyllis Dixon, Jim Green, Cynthia Oswald, and Robert Bass. I did that by memory. I got it all right, correct?
In the year order.
And, I'm sorry, let me flip those two. Did you follow that? Jim Green, Robert Bass, Cynthia Oswald.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? Any further board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Is Mr. Cope ready now? Or I should say, you're ready. Is your presentation ready now?
Good afternoon again, Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Brian Cope, Citrus County Fleet. So I know you got a time certain and a 501, so we'll try to run through this pretty quick, but make sure we cover it. So fleet mission is to support county departments by providing safe and reliable vehicles and equipment for daily operations, public safety, and emergency response. Monitor and maintain fleet assets through data collection, analysis, and regular physical inspections, and minimize total cost of ownership of fleet assets while maintaining fiscal responsibilities. Whenever we're considering asset management, the total cost of ownership must be evaluated. Total cost of ownership involves balancing discounted purchasing through government programs, the cost to operate and maintain the assets, and recoup residual value at the appropriate point in the asset's life cycle. This is accomplished through regular reporting on maintenance to life ratios, age, mileage, and engine hours as applicable, and market values. In December 2024, the BOCC approved a replacement cycle that allowed for the implementation of the steps necessary to move forward toward a zero-sum fleet by 2028, reducing total cost of ownership. The green line in the table illustrates this plan of action, referred to as a zero-sum fleet. So if you look at that chart there, you can kind of see the benchmarks along the way. The red marker is what we were operating at before. The green line there, you can see it starts at around 40 and ends pretty close to 40. And that's where we want to be, so that we're only really incurring the cost for the maintenance to life and fuel and things like that you would have on any vehicle that you would have. This table, we used an example of one of our Tahoes, and it kind of shows the value for the previous slide at those year markers and the mileage markers, and what those values look like using those different benchmarks. As you can see, the 5-year, 150,000 miles, we're pretty close to what we paid for it. And that's kind of where we want to be. We don't want to get rid of them so early that we lose the value, but we don't want to hold on to them so long that we pay over what we paid for them plus the maintenance cost. Citrus County uses the Florida Sheriff's Association Cooperative Purchasing Program contract for purchases of motor vehicles. This contract is a competitively bid process, provides pricing that allows government agencies to reduce costs and maximize the use of tax dollars while also improving internal efficiencies. Discount levels typically range between 17 and 22% off MSRP. However, because pricing is bid-based, there is no standard discount percentage, and actual savings may vary through, though they are generally significant compared to retail pricing. As you can see, for example, a Chevy Tahoe was purchased for $39,000 with a window sticker price of $53,000, reflecting approximately 25% in savings. The current market value of that vehicle remains between $34,000 and $37,000. There's another illustration of the cost comparison by percentage. If you look at the asset value versus the residual value with the government pricing and what we would end up with the residual value, if you look on the column on the left, that would be someone in the public purchasing versus what we buy and sell at government pricing. So fleet age and downtime. Fleet age and parts availability play a significant role in downtime. Older assets require more costly repairs and replacement parts, which are in some cases are more difficult to locate. This can result in extended downtime and displacement of operators from their normal job-specific equipment. A newer fleet supports increased operational readiness and improves productivity and efficiency and lowers maintenance costs. So you can see there that we are decreasing our fleet age, which also helps us decrease our downtime. So this is kind of what our projections are for the current year based on what we've implemented. Mid-year projections for fiscal year 25-26 total $2,900,109 compared to the just over $3.3 million in fiscal year 24-25. This represents a decrease of about $500,000 or approximately 14%. If current trends continue, maintenance costs will be lower than the two previous fiscal years in 23-24 and 24-25. Asset recovery at the end of life is something that we're focused on, is what we can recover from the assets that we have. A final consideration is the amount that can be recovered when an asset is retired and sold at auction. Disposition of the vehicles while they retain a reasonable market value enables the organization to recapture a greater portion of the original purchase cost, supporting a near zero-sum fleet strategy. As reflected in the table, about $700,000 has been recovered over the past 5 years, with an approximate half of that amount realized since October of 2025. You can see in that table how that is increased by selling our vehicles at a prime time. We're able to recover more, which reduces our total cost of ownership. So to address the take-home vehicle policy, justification, the county's take-home vehicle policy is governed by IRS Publication 15B and Administrative Regulation AR 8.79. The policy is designed to support critical county operations while maintaining compliance with federal tax requirements. The primary purpose of the policy is to improve emergency response capabilities. Many county employees are subject to 24-hour or after-hours call-outs and have immediate access to county vehicles, significantly reduces response time during urgent situations. Additionally, not all county employees operate from a central office location. Field-based roles require direct deployment to the job site, making take-home vehicles an operational necessity rather than a convenience. It is also important to note that the use of take-home vehicles is not a tax-free benefit. Employees are taxed for usage in accordance with the IRS guidelines. The tax value is calculated based on factors such as commuting distance, individual income, and fair market values of the vehicle. In the most recent report period, total taxes paid by employees for the usage amount of $12,566.58, demonstrating this program includes built-in cost accountability. The need for take-home vehicles is further illustrated by the wide range of situations requiring rapid response, including 24/7 emergency response activation, emergency roadside assistance, fire and security alarm responses, water line breaks, lift stations, road collapses, park safety, strategic routing to improve operational efficiencies. These responsibilities often occur outside the standard business hours and across geographically dispersed areas, reinforcing the necessity of immediate mobility. In summary, the take-home vehicle policy is a regulated, taxable, and operational justified program that enhances public safety, improves service delivery, and ensures county personnel can respond quickly and efficiently to critical needs. So the transparency and purchasing cost, as you can see on that table, is a summary of the acquisition costs for all light-duty assets, including quarter-ton, half-ton trucks, vans, cars, SUVs, and Tahoes, as illustrated. None of the 205 light-duty vehicles exceed $60,000 in the purchasing price. Of the 205, 109 of them, or 53%, were funded through enterprise funds rather than through tax-based funding sources. Of that, 2.4 of those are Chevy Tahoes, 2.4%. We only have 5 Chevy Tahoes in our fleet.
And this was just to bring to your attention again, I brought this before the board a few years ago when I was dealing with hurricanes, and I first came out as your county administrator, and we didn't have vehicles actually to go out, and I did 2 back-to-back hurricanes, tornado, and all those things. So this came before the board with 2 of the Tahoes that I presented. It was a 5-0 vote. It was actually on the Chronicle, the front page. So again, previous boards, I brought this to their attention previously.
Thank you for your presentation. Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Cope? Thank you very much. Commissioner
I'm
Kennard.
just trying to see if Ray Brown was still in the audience. No?
We'd be more than happy to.
Somebody email that to
Commissioner
him.
Kennard.
Well, I think we
Chair.
had conversations. I'm not sure if it was him or others.
Excuse me,
But
Madam Clerk, did you?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding the item we had previously before we go on, are you done with that? I didn't know if you were going on to the next item.
We are done with the presentation,
Okay.
and I believe the next on there is Commissioner Kennard.
Item J1, y'all did a motion to appoint the members, but
We
I do
did.
not recall y'all saying the associated resolution chair, authorizing the chair to sign the associated resolution. So I don't know if you want to do a separate motion or
Madam
how
Attorney,
that
should we
would be
amend, have
handled.
them amend the motion, or would you like a separate one?
It's whichever the board desires, so you can do either.
I'll amend the motion. We already nominated under A, and under B, authorize the chair to execute the associated resolution.
I have well,
has
did
to
you,
be
it was
Kennard.
amended,
The last
wasn't
time.
that Commissioner Kennard? Would you amend your seconds?
Yes.
Okay, so amended motion by Commissioner Davis, seconded by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you
You're
for keeping us
welcome.
straight. Are you ready now?
I think you've got Bays and Davis ahead of me, right?
Yep.
I am so sorry. This is what happens when I don't have my glasses on. I had my markings up top and then thought that was the presentation we just had. Commissioner Bays, my apologies.
No problem. I have nothing.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make one thing abundantly clear, and is Robin still in the audience? Robin Orlandi from Sierra Club? Hi. The look of disappointment on your face was probably the worst part of Open to the Public. I want to assure everyone that if I would love to keep Betts Farm in conservation. I absolutely 100% would. I'm the one that put forward the green print for the county. I'm the one working, really pushing land conservation. The problem here is that we were not given a full deck of information to make that decision 2 weeks ago. One of our primary duties as your commissioners, possibly the primary duty, is to ensure that we have a proper balance of usage of tax money so we can keep our taxes low. And so it was told to us by our attorney that our exposure was $100,000. That's what our self-insured deductible is if we get sued and we are found liable. Subsequent to that, we received a letter from Mr. Dix from Bravo Land Group that the damages are over $1 million. Here's the kicker. Our attorney went to risk management 2 days after that vote was taken. So we were not given a full deck of information. So this vote could go either way. But it is my duty as your commissioner that we need to make fully formed decisions with your tax money. I pay taxes too. And I'm a single girl. So those taxes, believe me, I want them as low as possible. So I'm going to reiterate one more time, which I did 2 weeks ago, that if we're getting 6 million influx into this county, as if the sale goes through versus over $1 million in damages going out, because make no mistake, I don't think it's going to go well for us in court. I really don't. Because there's been so much public outcry, it really smacks that we just want out of the contract. His supposed lapse, well, it was a lapse, but it was a minor lapse, and it was 2.5 years ago. So that makes it very difficult to move forward with this. So to put it on a positive side, especially me, conservation girl, okay, is to take that $6 million. We're also behind in road resurfacing. Half of that would make a heck of a dent in conserving additional lands. We have well over 1,000 acres. Two ranchers that I know of personally, I want to say it's probably closer to 2,000 acres, have applied already for Wilton Simpson, Florida Department of Agriculture, Rural and Family Lands Protection Program. If we provide matching grant money, they are not 100% match, but some match from the sale of this property and or land trust and or donations to a land fund within the county, we dramatically increase their chances of putting those farm properties into conservation forever. 200, 300 years from now, would never be developed. It is in perpetuity. And the way that works, if you're not aware, is that the state will buy the development rights. They maintain the property. They keep all the expenses to themselves. Okay? They continue to farm or ranch it. They can sell it as ag property to the next generation of farmers if their kids don't want to do it. So that's what's at stake. It's not that I am against land conservation. On the contrary, I am pushing for it. But I don't have the luxury of looking at things from one dimension. As a commissioner, I have to look at all the dimensions, and it's an excruciatingly difficult job at times. And if you hear my voice shaking a little bit, it is. And by the way, Gary Bartell Jr., my condolences on the loss of your father. So I would move that the board withdraw the April 17th, 2026 notice of termination related to the Betts Farm contract, reaffirm that the contract for sale as amended remains in effect, and direct staff to resume ordinary processing activities consistent with the contract.
Second.
And one further note, we're not allowed to make legal decisions based on the green print that we did. Not allowed to. But I still kind of wanted to know. Betts Farm is not in the dark blue aquifer recharge. It's close, but it's not in the dark blue.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment?
Good evening, Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471, here on behalf of Bravo Land Group. I am not here to be a stereotypical television lawyer and make threats and beat on the table or even threaten litigation. But and my client, by the way, the reason we've written multiple letters, first requesting the April 28th, an opportunity to appear before you on April 28th, then today. We appreciate you picking it up, but we just wanted an opportunity to talk about this more thoroughly and to put more information before you to fully consider this. Not that different than, although entirely different substantively, than the conversation you all had earlier about something that you really wanted to do, but until you really dig in and look at the details, particularly when you're under contract with a party, which is a promise to perform in some way, we have to dig in and really understand what the repercussions of canceling a contract mean. And so in a non-threatening way, what we try to do through those letters is provide you with as much detail as we hope is necessary in really short order to give you the full picture. On April 14th, I misunderstood, and I hope I have 5 minutes. I'm sorry, ma'am. I hope I misunderstood. I know that I misunderstood the gravity and the likelihood of you all walking away from this contract. I definitely did. I discounted the likelihood of that happening. But now you have all the information that I hope you need. I'm not going to go all the way through the letter, but importantly, we have to acknowledge there's a misunderstanding, I believe respectfully, of what it means to be a commercially reasonable developer and how quickly these things move through. And it's as a land use lawyer, it's interesting to me, your perception as the county commission of how quickly applications move through. I have a hearing in 17 minutes on an application that was filed 3 weeks away from the one that you are terminating a contract for because that applicant didn't move commercially reasonable enough. 3 weeks. Just as an example, these things take time. And the good thing about what the public needs to understand and about all that you do in your job, the reason it takes that much time is because there is a lot of back and forth and a lot of valuable staff comment that in this case at one point rendered 32 comments. That goes back to an engineer and a team of planners and clients and engineers and all kinds of folks put a lot of time and effort into making it better and better and better. So every iteration comes back better. So this was commercially reasonable. I'm not diving into the detail in the letters, but you have a very detailed timeline from Mr. Pigeon. And again, the positive, I'm going to speak to a specific, the green printing comment, and I hope I still have a couple minutes.
You do not.
Okay. I told you a few weeks ago. May I have 2 more minutes, Madam Chair?
You may not. Can you wrap it up?
I'm here on behalf of an entity.
Are you a letter with?
Much like the Sierra Club, I have a contract with you. And yes, I have several letters into you.
I don't think that's the same. I'm sorry.
Okay, you have a decision to make tonight.
Yes, sir.
And your taxpayers are going to want to know whether you fully understand the repercussions of the issue before you, which, to be clear, is to honor a contract that this county entered into or to breach that contract, in which case you will pay attorney's fees and you will be ordered to convey this property to my client. I am trying to be respectful, but I can't. I don't think you understand the weight.
You're just taking all the time.
You're the chair, and the Sierra Club got 5 minutes.
I cannot allow a legal argument. Our attorney's not going to make a legal argument. You're out of order.
Did the Sierra Club have
out of
a letter?
Order, sir.
Okay.
You're out of order.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. And pause. To be clear, Mr. Batzel, it is different if you're representing a group and then you have a letter on file like you're speaking on behalf of a group. If you do not have that letter on file and the clerk doesn't have it, I can't allow it. That's out of order.
So, ma'am, I'm trying to be respectful.
Amy, does he have a letter on file?
I have 2 letters which prompted this discussion.
That's not the same. And if you were with her, I would give you the time, but it's out of order.
The letters are here. I mean, they're letters that I sent to you and your county attorney. If you want to run a meeting this way, then thank you.
By following the rules, yes, sir, I do. Come on.
Hello again, Tracy Duncan. I don't know anything about the legal matters in this situation, but I do know that I would like to ask if you would wait before you would consider rescinding this decision and let the public have more of a chance to have more information about this. You've seen the outcry of the community wanting to preserve this land if at all possible. If there is a breach on their part and that opens a door for us to make a difference, I think we should be allowed to try that. But this rescinding, I didn't know about it myself until just a while ago, and I know everybody can't know everything, but I think the public deserves more time to know of this rescinding and what can we actually do and learn more about the legalities of it before we actually rescind it. So I'm just asking if you would consider waiting and let the public have more information about rescinding this motion. I would like to preserve the land if we could, but I mean, I don't think the public's had enough time to really understand all the litigation and all the legal matters in this situation and so forth, whether we should still fight for it or whether we should back off.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Curtis Bryant, LaKenzo. I do have a letter on file for the record. And then I appreciate you guys asking for people who have letters because I think somebody coming up behind me might not have a letter on file that's valid. So future reference for that. Anyway, so we're going to start off kind of like a timeline here. Well, first, I guess I'll say you guys still haven't gotten the resolution from your attorney. I think your attorney is on record as saying that you guys can't do this today. So I'll let you guys, figure that out. And if you guys continue this path, then you're going against your attorney's advice. Last I checked, we have a county attorney. We don't have Mr. Batzel as our county attorney. So kind of keep that in mind as well. But timeline here, we have September 23. This is when these contracts came in. You had 4 different contracts that you guys looked at for these things. One was 5.5, one was 6.2, $6 million from Bravo, and then 5.7 from Tamposi, which was pulled just before the meeting. You guys chose the Bravo contract because it was quick closing. It was the fastest one to close. You guys wanted the money for the animal shelter. You guys chose that contract because it was fast closing. November 23, that contract was signed. You guys got a letter from them to amend the contract in April of 28th, 2024, and that contract then amended to allow them to close whenever they got whatever approvals they wanted. There's a couple people on record then saying that was a horrible decision. I believe 2 of you guys were against that at that point, and one of them is at the end of the dais over there that changed her vote on this. But you guys were against, some of you guys were against it. You guys ended up voting 3-2 to put it through. If this goes forward, I'm going to challenge that Mr. Cunningham be removed from the realtor side of it, and then we don't get a realtor commission for that because, and I'll go that here in a second, the next action on this property, May 12th, 2024, this is the Skipper parcel. Skipper parcel went under contract 2 weeks after the amendment that the contract for Citrus County was signed. Our realtor brought this contract forward, or the amendment forward for you guys to consider this. Our realtor was also the realtor on the Skipper contract. I don't know if you guys knew that. So now we have our realtor bringing an amendment to the contract forward to you guys, who is also under contract with a separate entity, and actually the purchasing entity for this for our Betts Farm contract, bringing that forward. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it's weird 2 weeks later that there's a contract in place for a separate piece of parcel right next door to Betts Farm. June 5th, 2025, our realtor went under contract for his own private parcel that he owned down the street from Betts Farm. And then June 12th, 2024 was an email to the City of Crystal River to annex and discuss in discussions with the annexation to Crystal River, including the parcel that Mr. Cunningham owned himself. There is a contract that Mr. Cunningham has. I will give this to the clerk for the record. Actually, I left it back at the table. But the contract in there has a conflict of interest clause saying that he cannot enter into contracts while he is under contract with Citrus County and for 2 years beyond that contract expiration. That contract expiration was November 2025. So while he's entering in these contracts, he is in violation of his own contract with the county. Importantly, this property was marketed as sold as is, meaning there's no promises for developments. There's an email here, June 12th, 2024, from Cunningham to our county, highlighting all the different things that was agreed upon, saying that all of these costs were subject to the buyer. He agreed to board all these costs for all these developments, knowing that this is an as-is project, so there's no guarantee of anything at the end of this. These 2 things, I'll leave these with the clerk for the record. These are the purchase contracts for the Cunningham parcel and also the Skipper parcel to show you guys that this timeline does line up, that he is in violation of his contract. So if you guys do continue this contract down the road, I would ask that Mr. Cunningham be removed as our realtor for this, and then no commissions paid for him. Despite his demand letter, by the way, for $360,000, which he got the number incorrect. It's only a 4% commission, not 6%. But again, it should be null and void because of the conflict clause. Thank you.
PJ Offhammer, my head is spinning. This has been one hell of a day. So once again, Mr. Batzel is not following the rules and trying to get away with things that other people are not allowed to do. He issued a threat to you on paperwork, documentation. He issued threats after he said he wasn't issuing threats. He once again offered his opinion, which again is not fact. I would encourage you once again to go with the factual Miss Denise Diamondland. There's a lot to say about Betts Farm. Ms. Davis, I need to call you out through the chair. I appreciate what you say that the Betts Farm is not in the deep blue. It is in blue. It may not be deep blue. The majority of the deep blue has been approved for development. Animals don't read maps. They're going to go where they can go. We've developed all the good stuff. We need to save what we have. And bringing the agricultural conservation bought by the state of Florida with our tax dollars for farmers is a wonderful thing. It does not achieve any land holding for Citrus County. The state would own it. There would be no guarantee. They can choose the development rights to come back. There are, sorry, I'm really tired. There are conservation rights that have been repealed by the farmer's choice. There are some fines that go with it, things like that. It is not a forever thing. So I would encourage you to consider the value, the environmental value. The best use for this property is not in developing. We also have no guarantee that we don't sell this to Mr. Dix and then he immediately annexes it to Crystal River. I think with his other purchases, adding things on, that's a foregone conclusion. So I would encourage you to think carefully before considering retracting what you've already voted on. And I'd also like to bring about the point that Mr. Ashtari did due diligence when he had the contract. He never asked for payment because it's the cost of doing business. We don't owe them anything except a no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Josh Wooten, President, CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. I feel like I'm living in an alternate universe today. I really
Can you
am.
stop this time for a minute?
When,
I don't want to take any time from you. Are you speaking for the chamber?
Yes. Yes.
Does he have a letter on file?
Yes, I do. I do have a letter on file. They're calling me a liar. I have a letter on file, and if you don't allow me to speak, I don't need 5 minutes, but I do have
Please
a letter
say
on
through,
file.
because I'm not listening to people, I'm listening to the clerk.
Okay, don't listen to me. Of the other 4 commissioners, please listen.
3 minutes.
I'm
please.
living in an alternate universe here today where a photographer, blogger gets 5 minutes. I don't know why a private business gets 5 minutes. I'm not allowed 5 minutes when I have a letter on file. And that was pre-orchestrated between you and the blogger, obviously, because he asked about a letter of a guy behind him. But having said that, but the lawyer on a multi-million-dollar deal that could cause litigation for this county, and the taxpayers gets cut off. It's just, I'm living in an alternate universe. There's 170,000 other people outside of this room that y'all represent. And we don't like lawsuits. We don't like the Wright Rudder lawsuit. We don't like a potential lawsuit on Betts Farm. You know, you talk about taking the money and buying land. Why don't you negotiate with this developer to do some conservation right there on that land? I mean, there's other alternatives here, but we don't want lawsuits. Everybody was clapping today saying they don't care what it costs. They do care what it costs. They're the same people that are saying that they want to eliminate property taxes. You guys have a fiduciary responsibility to speak for the taxpayers as a whole, not just the mob that's before you on any given day for any given subject. We're living in strange times, friends, but you guys got to keep level-headed. You all have some semblance of business experience, and what it boils down to is you can't just keep making these decisions and keep going backwards and exposing the county or not the county, but exposing the taxpayers that ultimately pay the bills. So I do have a letter on file. I remember signing it when my staff put it in front of me, but I won't take the whole time. But you will be hearing from me later about being cut off. Thank you.
Chair, just to give you some clarification, I did locate an old letter that was expired. So we did previously.
A deputy, please. Deputy, please.
Leave me alone.
Where's the button? I need a deputy, please. Reese, get somebody in here now.
Policeman, tell this man to stop touching me.
I went like this and he touched him. All right, guys, come on.
No. He came up to him.
Everybody outside. Come outside. It is on video.
It is on video. Did he? Mr. Wooten, did you hit that people as they walked by? I saw that.
I went like this.
You hit him with that. Yes, you did, and I saw it. You talk about antics, sir. You just accosted people in this meeting. Deputy, Mr. Wooten, I watched him with my own eyes hit those people as he walked by. And you know what? I know you're coming after me, and I don't care. People over politics. I am sick of this in this county. Sick of it. I'm with all of these people that talk about you and talk about not trusting us. I don't trust us either.
I'm going to sue you for defamation.
Do it. Do it.
Wow, can we? It's my time.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
You do not have your time yet. Deputies, it's on video. Mr. Wooten hit those people. I saw it with my own eyes, sir. I apologize. That should not be happening in a meeting. Honestly.
Can I ask a question? If somebody does that to me, am I allowed to defend myself?
I'm going to let you ask that to the deputy back in the room. I'm not going to answer that. But, sir, forgive me for not saying anything. I saw him do that. Is he bleeding? Well, I hope charges get pressed. Deputy, you need to arrest that man that did it. I honestly, sir, I'm sorry I didn't say something. I saw him hit you, and I thought you knew him, that maybe he was playing with you until it ensued. Pause. Board, we've got to do better. Mr. Brown, thank you for your patience.
Wow. Exciting. But let's not take away from what your decision was at the last meeting. Your decisions were that this land, that we keep it in the county. It's ironic that we sold the property to use for the animal shelter, that we can't use the money for the animal shelter, but now sell the property to buy more property to make conservation. Something doesn't sound exactly, right in that. If we've got land, we should use that land. I get that there are people here that make an open threat that they're going to sue the county, but we've already made a decision. You all have made a decision. Stick with it. Stay strong. And this county will back you. We will. Ms. Finnegan, we will back you.
Thank you.
So stay the course. We've made a decision. Let's move forward with it. And this county will back you. I know we will. Thank you very much. And what a great country that we can come here, dispute, and I had 3 opportunities to discuss 3 different topics. That is what's great about being in America.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Madam
God
Chair,
bless
since he has
America.
a minute, Ray, Mr. Brown, may I ask, were you here for the vehicle presentation that you've been wanting?
I did. It did not answer why are we still buying luxury vehicles.
Those aren't luxury vehicles.
They are.
Can we talk later? We're on a different subject.
That's correct.
Okay, next
Yes.
speaker, please. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, Commissioners, once again. Thank you all for your time, obviously, being here. I know it stinks being this late, and you still have a long way to go. But the next agenda, I think, is a sports team that gets honored, so that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty clear, Commissioner Kennard, you already have your mind made up. Commissioner Davis, you brought this back to the board. I was very proud on a couple weeks ago when Commissioner Bays and Commissioner Davis, I felt like you guys did the right thing by the community and, got this agenda item that's been it's been a big issue in our county. The community, the majority of the community did not want Betts Farm to be sold. We wanted it to be conservation. The majority of the community did not want a developer to get a fairy tale contract, but it happened. The developer did not follow the contract, and you guys took note of that because of the community. So what the community is now asking, except for two, one got thrown out, what we're asking is to do the right thing by the community. Commissioner Bays, I know you, I know your family. I can see that this issue is a torn issue for you. Please just listen to the community. The community is the one that put you all up here. End of the day, you work for us. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you very much, commissioners. I know it's a tough job. With my father, it was 20 years of, always seeing how much frustration it brings, but you guys are up there for the right reason, so we appreciate y'all and looking forward to see how this turns out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Robin Orlandi, Dunellen. Wow, you guys are earning your keep today. So to the comment about the conservation, it might not be in the blue area of the conservation plan, but all of the property is included in the spring protection zone for the Florida Basin Management Action Plan protecting Kings Bay and the springs there. Again, the property was given to become parks recreation for the people of the county. The people are speaking to that. Yes, the attorney said, it's commercially reasonable standard by which to determine the future. Commercially reasonable is not a standard by which we determine the future. This discussion has been all about money and what's profitable and what the chamber needs to build business. We get it, but you've got business. This county is busy. And one set of values that hasn't been calculated is the value of that land, of those water resources. There are metrics that will run calculations. The city of Gainesville did a calculation of the value of their tree cover. That's what you're cutting out when you allow that piece of property to be developed, because I can assure you that anything that's not protected in Crystal River is going to be developed in the future. The Suncoast is right there. What a great place to put residences. The only way to ensure no future development is to have a fee simple ownership. The Farmlands Forever is a great program. However, it's not perpetual. We saw that when the Suncoast came through and took the Etna Turpentine Camp and parts of the state forest. So I would encourage you, please stick with your former decision and don't overturn that. Let this land be part of resources for people in Crystal River. Our visitors, you can tie the bike trails together. You can create a park there. Historic reenactment of what farming was in Citrus County in the 19th century. The Land Remembers. If you know that book, read it. That's what we need to preserve. Going forward, you cannot replace clean water. You cannot take back that air. We should see now when we look out the door and look at the trees dying in this drought. This is not just a drought in this county. It's all through the state. It's in California. It's in the desert Southwest. It's in Africa. It's a global drought. The writing is on the wall about conserving water, and I certainly hope with this property and the water that runs through there that you will take the opportunity to keep that for our citizens. Thank you very much. I know it's been a hard night.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please. Are there any? Oh.
Do I have to state my name again?
You do.
Okay, it's Lindsay Lawrence. I'm from Lakeland, Florida. Even if there's a slight chance that water is somehow running under Betts Farm, that's plenty of reason to not be building on it. If we decide to make Betts Farm like a conservation area or something, that would pave the way for the data center to not be built because, you know, that's already conservation land. Let's already put our foot down with that, put an end to that building process because I'm from Lakeland and they took away the cows, they took away the orange trees, and it's severely populated now. The highways are just full of cars. It's like living in Miami. And I see that happening here if we're not careful. If we allow them to build on Betts Farm, we're gonna be pretty much pushovers. And there's a $16 million check over there I'm sure you can dip into to fight the attorney fees if need be. If not, we could probably all fundraise. I mean, all these people got these shirts on about no data center. You know, I'm not opposed to promoting solutions as well. It is a little nerve-wracking up here. I did not pass public speaking the first time. But I feel so strongly about Betts Farm because I watched all the orange trees disappear where I grew up. And I haven't really seen any orange trees here, but there is a lot of wildlife that is home, you know, that's home to wildlife on Betts Farm, I'm sure. You know, I seen a gopher tortoise in my yard the other day. We should just go out there and count the gopher tortoises. And they'd be like, hey, didn't we just pass, or didn't you, somebody gave an award last time for Gopher Tortoise Day or something. I don't remember exactly. But however, you know, this goes beyond the water quality issue and data centers. It's basically just, it's a backdoor deal is what's going on truly, I think. I think there's some stuff being done behind the scenes that shouldn't be being done. And you already said that you voted to not develop there, and now you're changing your mind. I just don't understand how that's possible. So if there's a way to maybe slow this process down or revisit it at a different time, that would be great, but I don't think that we should vote right now on building on Betts Farm or not, because that's kind of traumatic for people, especially with the lack of information. So let's take a chance to think about the water that land is sitting on and the wildlife that lives there at the very least, and I think a nature trail would be nice. Thank y'all.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers? Last chance? Okay, I'm closing the public portion. Board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I seconded this motion because of the reasons that I've given in many email responses. The decision on whether or not to sell this piece of property was made years ago. At that time, I don't recall, I mean, certainly aging a bit at this job, but I don't recall a whole lot of public input on it. It was well publicized that the board was considering this, and the board went down the road with one potential buyer, and that didn't work out, and then it came back to the board, and ultimately we decided on this contract. But there was minimal input, minimal public pushback on it. There just seemed to be somewhat of a lack of interest. But anyway, that decision was made to sell Betts Farm. The decision we're faced with now is, and we were faced with 2 meetings ago, is whether or not to break the contract. I will not support breaking the contract and ultimately what I believe leads us down the road to getting sued and wasting a tremendous amount of tax dollars, not just potentially losing in damages, but the attorney's fees. I'm tired of paying them. We're choosing a path too often that is putting us in an adversarial position and ultimately in a legal setting where we're paying lawyers. So I'm going to support this motion today, and we'll see where the board goes.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay. Legal reasons for canceling. They are in breach of contract. Now, I know that attorneys are not free, and I'm quite sure Mr. Badsell is not an inexpensive attorney. So Mr. Badsell knew when dates were due, just like he told us, well, I have to be to another meeting shortly because people have papers due. Well, I'm sure he knew when the dates were due. Now, I wasn't on this board at that point in time, Mr. Basil, but I am now. And I have noticed that dates went, and things were not done. So therefore, your client was in breach of contract. And that was what we agreed on 4 weeks ago. And when I read section 2/48 of our county code, it is not right to reconsider or rescind what was decided 4 weeks ago. And to have you threaten us. And don't tell me you didn't threaten us, because I listened to you up here. I watched the stuff that you sent in the emails. I watched the letters that you said, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It's going to cost you this, it's going to cost you that. And yeah, I'm going to get kind of loud up here, because that's me. I'm passionate about this. And I'm not yelling at anybody. What it is I'm very passionate about what I do, because I'm here for the people. Now, you're here for your client, and I'm here for the citizens. And I'm also here for the fact that I have been told, you got to follow the rules. You got to follow the law. There are codes in place. She wants to say semantics. Oh, that's not, this or that. No, she wants to try to do something that was done 4 weeks ago that she approved and she said yes to. And now, because she's had pressure from, and I hate to say it, but I'm pretty sure she's had pressures from the builders and from people that supported her. Like I said 4 weeks ago, any commissioner on this board that had accepted contributions for their campaigns should recuse himself from voting on this whatsoever, because they have been paid by developers to vote in favor of developers. And that to me is wrong. This is a rescind, and we shouldn't be rescinded. This is a legal breach of contract by your client. And you don't want to admit it because you're getting paid by your client. And I'm going to say it over and over and over again. Betts Farm needs to stay in Citrus County, and we don't need to have developers telling the citizens of Citrus County what to do. And if it's going to cost legal fees, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennard. Our job is to take care of our citizens. And legal fees come and go. And that's normal for what we do in our jobs.
I don't want to overstep anyone. I have comments. Commissioner Bays, do you have anything?
Sure. So when we took the vote, I said at that point in time, I thought it was probably a bad way to do business. And after going back and reading lots of information, this property was owned and it was vested really to develop 1,500 homes. And that company transferred the county to, or that company transferred this property to the county back in '03 for some impact fee credits. And that's kind of how we got here. But the long and the short of it is, it did have vesture for 1,500 homes. My concern is when I voted on this, I really didn't understand how much of the interaction had been going back and forth between staff and moving through the process on this. And so my question today would be, from a legal perspective, what is the breach for the contract? Madam Attorney, what constitutes a legal breach of the contract?
I believe the board determined that the late filing of the land use application was the initial breach. And then I believe the further breach was the lack of diligence in pursuing that land use change. That's what I believe the board.
But if we go through the timelines of everything that happened, the county still considered, the staff was still working with them all the way up until a couple of weeks before. If there was a breach, every board meeting, we have an outstanding commissioners list. This has never been addressed as having an issue, that they were in violation. And I guess my next question would be, if we have contracts and if there is a breach going on or someone is not filing timely, whose responsibility is that to follow up on the terms of those?
I'm not exactly sure which of your divisions or departments was administering this contract. It might have been, well, I don't know which division or department, I'm sorry.
Are you finished or do you still have the floor?
I'm still, you go ahead, I'm still thinking.
Based on your comments, I'm concerned that you would ask what the breach is because you voted on it last time. You voted for what the breach was. This has been a rough day. Y'all have been along for a ride. I meant the comment when the gentleman, who I hope is now in custody, about I don't trust us either. It saddens me because when I took over as chair, I felt us all getting on the same page. We're all doing the right thing. People would say things about deals. No, you know, we're different. We'll get our best ideas. I mean, Commissioner Knight, you brought up the same points as last time. I understand those points, and I can respect your point of view. But 4 other people said there was a breach. Mr. Batzel had came up here earlier and said, you know, this is due to my letter. But when the agenda item was put on the agenda, there was no letter. There was nothing. And then the agenda item comes, I'm asking our attorney for more information. And she said, well, I had to, you know, she wrote up something for you. And I said, well, if you put that much of work in it, I want it. I want to see what it is. And the concerning part of having you do that, to me, to my eyes, when I saw all the dates in the introduction that was questioning, there was nothing back from them. It's like 2 people voted for something and now we're behind the scenes working against the will and the vote of the county because there wasn't an agenda item. There wasn't a letter from Mr. Batzel. There wasn't anything. I'm concerned about the letter. I'm concerned about a few things. I'm concerned about that letter that there's inaccurate information in there, including the realtor fee. Mr. Bryan had talked about that, but long before that, sometimes he finds some information and I chase it with the attorney. That I didn't chase. I saw that and immediately called our attorney. And I said, the information given does not have Betts Farm. It has other properties and other commissions. To my recollection, we weren't ever paying 6%. Am I wrong? And she told me, no, you're not wrong. It's 4%. And then I proceeded to ask, why are we getting a demand letter when we never got a bill, if you want to say that? And why is our attorney saying that, or excuse me, not attorney, why is our realtor supposed to be representing our interests, trying to say that we breached something and not phrasing it as your partner breached the contract, therefore I would still like my money, and maybe the correct amount would have been nice. No, that didn't happen. So had her look some more, because our attorney, or I keep saying attorney, our realtor was not our realtor. He was the realtor for himself. He was the realtor for Bravo, for the developer. He was never representing our best interest. And I won't get into the friendships and all of that. And then when I started looking at a timeline, it was very interesting when things got pulled. End of 2024, after an election, right? When I'm sure the developer said he had the yeses, and then money starts flowing into certain campaigns in trying to get this voted again. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting. And when I said, I'm telling you all people, when you think that was an attack, you just wait to see what happens to me in a few months. And I'm not suicidal, by the way. I'm very happy. But I would respect a difference of opinion when that happened 2 weeks ago. But to work behind the scenes with not the county's best interest after it was voted back in, I'm a little sickened by it, to be honest.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. There we are then. Number one, hand on the Bible. I am a Christian. I'm faithful. I don't take this charge lightly when I say hand on the Bible. I would love for it to stay in conservation. I would. Mr. Bartel, I don't know if, yep, you're still there. Hello. You said that you think Commissioner Bays is torn. Hell, it's my agenda item and I'm torn, okay? But I have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers. And for the total exposure to be well over 10 times what we were told by our county attorney, that is new information that we must discuss and vote on. That is materially different. And before I argued that, hey, you know, $6 million can save a heck of a lot more land than what that is with matching grants. Okay, well now that number just got even bigger if it's over 10 times what the original figure was. So I met with risk management. I am coming from a position of I don't think our chances are good. I'm just saying. So there we are then.
Madam Attorney, would you like to say something about that? Because you and I had that conversation about our insurance and what it covered. And after our conversation, I felt very confident that we are covered, just as you said.
So I guess I just want to say I understand what's going on here. You all have no idea what it's like to try to work for 5 different people and try to keep all 5 of you happy. But I know that my client is Citrus County. Citrus County, not any one of the 5 of you are my clients. But you make decisions about whether I stay employed or not. So imagine what a difficult position that puts me in. Now, what I said at the last meeting, and I'm sure some of you only listen to what you want to hear, but what I said was our attorney's fees won't be more than $100,000. I never said that your potential damages were capped at $100,000. I know that's what Mr. Batzel wrote in his letter, but I went back to watch the video, which I don't know how many of you all went back to watch. But I was very specific. We were talking about attorney's fees. I didn't talk to our risk manager because I talked to our lawyer. I don't need to talk to the risk manager when I can talk to the lawyer who will be representing us. And when I talked to Dale Scott, who would be representing us, we had a very long conversation, which I'm not going to share here because it's privileged conversation. But I didn't need to talk to the risk manager. Now, Mr. Batzel has looked at our policy and he's offered you his arguments about whether or not we have coverage or not. I have talked to the gentleman who was sent a newspaper article which included your some of your comments, some of the comments that you made that are included in Mr. Batzel's letter against the county. And he has given us a reservation of rights letter. And he has said he's monitoring the situation. So I can't tell you 100% whether you have coverage or whether you don't. But I never said the damages were capped at $100,000. Attorney's fees. And you didn't ask me, you asked the risk manager, probably because you knew what I was going to say. But I've lost your initial question now.
Well, now I have a
Because I'm
second question.
extremely upset.
Do we know who sent a newspaper article to our insurance company?
I believe.
That's odd.
I believe that when I spoke to him, I spoke with him yesterday in the middle of y'all's briefings. I spoke with him and he said that our risk manager initially made a claim, but didn't include any documentation. So in trying to answer her claim, he gathered whatever information he could. So he got a copy of the Chronicle newspaper article, and I can't remember what else he said he looked at exactly, but the information I got was that he looked at the Chronicle article. And there might have been one or two other things. I think he might have seen Mr. Batzel's letter. I can't be sure of that, but I think he said he might have seen Mr. Batzel's letter, or he might have seen my response to Mr. Batzel's letter. I can't exactly remember, but I remember very vividly it was the Chronicle article because I kind of chuckled at that. I'm not sure why someone wouldn't have come directly to me. But anyway, that's the reason I didn't ask our risk manager, because I talked to our lawyer instead. So,
Mr. Howard, it sounds like maybe you could have risk manager work with our attorney a little bit more. This went sideways.
Yeah, I think both parties, actually. I think in advance of these, I think they can all work together. There's always an opportunity for both parties to work together better.
Yeah.
So.
Commissioner Kennard.
Our attorney is leaving out one comment that she made during that discussion that I remember quite vividly, and I think that it was ignored at the time. She said, "You could lose," and we passed right by it.
may I you just reminded me, that was one other thing that he put in his letter, was that I said you could lose or you could win.
Yeah.
Isn't that every case?
That's every case. Well, yes.
Anything else, Commissioner Kennard?
No, I thought that was somewhat of a.
Your mic's off.
Somewhat of an asterisk there that potentially there's more exposure there.
Commissioner Bays?
So which leads me back to the day that I made my motion, or I went with the vote. I believe I asked several questions that day about the breach, and I specifically said, if they're in breach, are we not at fault and breach for not providing a demand letter to them? We should have, 2 years previously, we should have said, you're in default. We never did that. So we passed by that. After all of this has gone on, we received the letter, and I sent a letter to our attorney on April 22nd, and I asked some very specific questions. I asked about the contract administration notice. I mean, since we're throwing it all out there, I asked about the contract structure, the addendums, the exposure to and to the taxpayer, the contract status and the termination. I asked about filing deadlines and performance, waiver ratification, encroachments, due diligence issues, potential remedies and exposure, insurance coverage, strategic options, governance process, and final recommendation. So I feel like there's a lot going on here that's being shared back and forth and pointing fingers. So I ask a lot of questions, and I did receive, as of yesterday at my briefing, I received a written response from the attorney yesterday regarding all of that. But it's a work product of hers that she told me was private. So my actions that day were based on lacked a lot of information that I felt like we got later on. There were some issues with title that it took 5 months, 6 months for the county to resolve. We didn't have clear title. I think there were a number of things in the letter that Bravo was trying to work with the county, and we were working. The county was working with them, staff was working with them. And it was my understanding that they didn't even need a PUD. They had some vested rights, and it was recommended by our staff to go through the PUD, which is now what they're being held responsible for.
Commissioner Brace, you referenced the letter again. You mean the letter that was sent to us after all that was decided and the agenda item was already on?
I'm
So
saying
that
I
letter
think we
did
made
not-
a decision that day based on lack of information.
Madam Chair?
That would be an opinion. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I don't get to talk to you guys except up here on the dais. I'm very sorry that you felt you had a lack of information 4 weeks ago, and that you voted with lack of information, and that, because I can constantly see over the last 18 months how much you really put into, and you really do. You put a lot in this, you get your information, you get this, and then you vote accordingly. So the thing is, if your husband, his driver's license ran out, is it the Secretary of State's job to call your husband and say, you need to come get your license renewed? Or is it your husband's, he's supposed to know his license needs to be renewed? They pay an expensive attorney. And I don't think they have just one, because I've seen more than one name on the top of the heading of their papers. So they knew every time something was due. Now, granted, I'm not an attorney. If I have questions, I ask our county attorney. I don't think you're an attorney, so you ask our attorney. So for us to keep on top of every single date that they need to do something, that's not my job. My job is to say, did they breach the contract? And they breached it before supposedly we breached it. Okay? Because we didn't tell them. So you're saying if we didn't tell them that they breached it, that we breached it. But they had to breach it first. Okay? And from what I understand, first in, first out. So the thing is, that's my understanding. They made the mistake first. And I was just following up. And I gave everybody information 4 weeks ago, not 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. That's 2 meetings ago. And people voted to do what I asked, which was, let's cancel the contract. Now, you've had 4 weeks for your people that support you financially with whatever to, go back. And now I'm seeing that that's exactly what I'm seeing. And I'm sorry. I do not like the fact that people are voting against this or for this that have accepted money from this developer. That's not right.
What money is it that I've accepted from this developer?
So the thing is, it's not right. You need to be voting on a clean slate, okay? Did they breach the contract? Yes. Now, you agreed to it.
Commissioner Barrett?
And this is...
You have accused me of taking money from this developer. Where does it show on my report that I've taken money from this developer?
I didn't say you personally. I said some people have, okay? And what I'm saying is we need to go by code section 248. And that's exactly what we need to go by. The vote was taken. If you wanted to rescind it or reconsider it, it should have been 4 weeks ago. And no changing, it's not proper to be, oh, well, I was thinking about it, and it's a play on words. Well, I didn't mean that, I meant this. No, we decided, 4 of us, decided 4 weeks ago to cancel the contract. And that's exactly the way it should stay. It was canceled 4 weeks ago. The letters were sent to their people, and those things were implemented. And that's the other part of this. It's not just that we agreed to it. The implementation of what we agreed to was done. And that's the second part of the section 2/48. We implemented it as a board. So when people say, you know, they're gonna change the words, I'm sorry. You need to stick by what you did.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to.
Hold on.
It's not about this.
Commissioner Bays, you had rightly defended yourself, and you should when someone says something. Semantics, you did not take from this developer, but the family sure has been doing everything that they can financially and otherwise towards your campaign. And like I said earlier, it was pretty much laid out for me that I'm not a sure yes. So it's a bad look. I'm not going to make any accusations. It's a bad look. And it's a bad look that the board did the same thing with a vote for the same developer, telling the people one thing and then taking it back months later. I'm just saying it's a bad look. Commissioner Davis.
My last trip back there, staff said to tell you that all the kids are in the jar.
That is probably a fantastic place for them during this meeting.
Oh.
I see some.
They're creeping in.
Kids, this is one heck of a civics lesson. As soon as we get done with this one, we are going to break for our time certains, which I cannot wait to meet with all you kids.
Chair?
Yes,
Before
ma'am.
we go any further?
Yes,
Can I please request clarification of the motion that was given?
I move that the board withdraw the April 17th, 2026 notice of termination related to the Betts Farm contract. Reaffirm that the contract for sale as amended remains in effect and direct staff to resume ordinary processing activities consistent with the contract.
What was the last sentence? You said direct staff to?
Resume ordinary processing activities consistent with the contract.
Are there any further board comments before I call the vote?
Yes, ma'am, there is. I feel like you today. I feel like I've been under attack. So you've taken money from the former CFO that was doing development when you were being promised a Chick-fil-A. I've heard that you've taken.
I've never taken money from any of them.
It's on your report.
Who is it?
The former CFO, whatever his name was.
That is not correct.
And that you've taken plane rides down to Mar-a-Lago. And I think what you're really just upset about is the fact that you're not being supported.
You are
called these
lying
people
on record, out of order. I've never
No.
taken a plane ride anywhere around in Florida.
Which,
I've never
you're
actually
telling
gotten
me-
on a plane
You're
and flown
telling me
anywhere in
that
Florida.
that I've taken these contributions because I'm to be bought.
I did not say that.
That's
said,
what you're alluding to.
I said you took
So
it
you're
from the
calling me
family.
out.
Lots
I
of money
have
for the
floor,
family.
Madam Chair.
Well,
You
stop
called
lying.
me out. No, I'm not lying. You lied. If that's what you're doing, you're lying. The Lambs have been pillars of this community, if that's what you're referring to. They have
family.
supported this community. I'm sure you and your husband have supported this community. My husband and I have supported this community. I am not going to sit here and take pot shots for taking money for a campaign for the business people throughout this community. They're involved in multiple things. You've called Mr. Dix a crook.
When did I call him a crook?
You've sat here and said that he's got sweetheart deals and there's this one family that's trying to run the entire county. So I thought we had a congenial group going too, but it's very apparent that we don't. So you can call the vote.
Before I call the vote, I am going to go back on record to say that this agenda item and vote is out of order, and I will stand by that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay. Motion carries 3-2.
Chair, I heard Barrick, who was the second one?
I was.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Okay, there was a time certain at 4:45 and another one at 5:01. We're running behind. So we need to, there's children, I think, out in the hall. We need to get our sports teams in the building, please.
Would all those representing the Citrus Football Club please make your way forward, please?
Me too at this point. Me too. I did it before.
Chair.
You want me to go taller?
Chair. Okay. Oh, she's coming.
Chair.
Chair.
Yes, if you're here for the football club, please make your way forward to where the commissioners are.
It'll take him a few minutes to get.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, motion to approve I-2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Barrick. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Hi guys, how are you? I'm just gonna scoot right back there.
This way you can see. Where you can see you.
Come forward where you guys can stand like all the county commissioners.
Whereas the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners are very pleased and proud to recognize the outstanding achievement of an undefeated regular season and championship postseason for the Citrus Football Club, Citrus FC Storm U14 Boys Competitive Soccer Team for 2025 and 2026. And whereas the United Soccer Association U14 Boys Division II, the Citrus FC Storm amassed a 12-0 record with a whopping 79 goals scored by the team and only one goal scored against them by their opponents. Each member of their competitive team worked extremely hard throughout the year during practices and games to reach this elite level for an undefeated regular season. But this outstanding team wasn't satisfied with just a perfect regular season. They were in pursuit of a championship. And whereas on March 31st, 2026, the Citrus FC Storm hosted the Hernando Soccer Club U14 boys team for a United Soccer Association semifinal nighttime match under the lights at the Homosassa Area Recreation Park, Rays Wells Memorial Fields, home of the Citrus FC Storm since 1978. With a big crowd of families and supporters cheering the boys on, the Storm battled hard to win the match 3-0 and advanced to the United Soccer Association Championship Final. And whereas on April 11, 2026, at the Lake Parker Soccer Complex in Lakeland, Florida, the Citrus FC Storm played an extremely close game against the very talented and tenacious Florida Premier Football Club. The match had multiple lead changes, and with grit and sheer determination, Citrus FC, the Storm, came from behind in a thrilling fashion to win by one score, 3-2, and earn the United Soccer Association U14 Boys Division II Championship. This championship was truly the pinnacle of a perfect season, and of these young men, their coaches and families will remember forever. And whereas the achievements of the Citrus FC Storm are a testament to the high level of commitment, dedication, and effort exhibited by the team's players, coaches who led them, and families who supported them throughout the 25-26 regular season and championship postseason. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby recognize and congratulate each one of you on your stellar individual and team achievements, and wish you continued success in your pursuit of excellence as student athletes. Executed this 12th day of April, 2026, or May 2026.
Kids, I'm so proud of all of you. We are so happy that we have teams of winners here. Coach, go ahead. In the microphone.
Oh, I'm talking. So I am very proud of you guys, how you guys played hard the whole season, right? I know what you guys just saw. They think you guys haven't seen nothing like that before. They obviously haven't been on a soccer field with us, so they've heard way worse. So all these kids are coming back to play for me next year, so we're going to have 2 teams next year. So hopefully we can bring 2 teams back here next year for more. So we're up and growing club, and I'm proud of each and every one of you. So.
No, I'm just going to follow up what Coach Darrell said. Super proud of each one of these kids. They came in, they didn't know Darrell or myself. They trusted us. They committed to us. They believed in our process. They fought through the emotions that we had, and at the end of the day, they overcame, and they're champions. So congratulations, boys.
Boy, they're gonna remember this one.
Good job.
Any parents want to say anything? I think Mike does. Appreciate you too.
We love our coaches.
Yeah.
Woo!
Come on, coach, that's the most I heard you say all year. Yes. Thank you.
Board, I am needed, and I'm sure we want to give our full attention to the applicant. I would like to request a break and meet back here at 6 o'clock. And my apologies to the applicant. All right, we good with that? Okay, you all ready? I believe the applicant has been patiently waiting. Madam Attorney, do you want to kick us off?
I'm waking up my computer, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay, we are here on CPA AAPUD 2024-00023 Seagrass Resort. With regard to this application, do you have any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Bays.
No.
No.
Madam Attorney, I want to say no, but I think when this started a long time ago, I just want to disclose what I do know. It's in my district, and someone had reached out to me about opposition, and then I think people were talking about that. The attorney that's here, and I think the person at the time, I don't know if that's still part of this or not, the opposition had got, I think, Avis Craig. See, I'm not even sure about my facts, but I feel like I just know that much of it, and I don't know what happened between the two, but I'm sure Mr. Batzel can help us with that later.
Thank you.
No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Batzel, you had any questions related to that? All right, thank you. Commissioners, at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider two ordinances. The first is the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, and that is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 1.6 acres from the low-density coastal and lakes district to the coastal and lakes commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the Atlas Amendment is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 1.6 acres from the coastal and lakes residential district to the coastal and lakes commercial district, and revising an existing planned unit development over 2.7 acres for non-residential uses, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration of public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And Mr. Batzel is here on behalf of the applicant.
Welcome, Mr. Batzel.
Good evening. Well, thank you. Rob Batzel, 1531 Southeast 36th Avenue, Ocala, Florida, 34471. Here on behalf of the applicant, Seagrass Resort. So I'm here, and I'm going to say I'm here in spirit with Dorothy Green, who's watching right now live. She was unable to travel down due to a last-minute change, but I can tell you she was crushed. She wanted to be here in person. I'm going to talk about Dorothy. But Mike Peak is with me, and Mr. Gibbs, Paul Gibbs. I'm just going to be really brief and give a high-level introduction, and then Paul will have a lot of the detail on the PowerPoint. Many of you are familiar with this property and its history. I just can't tell you how wonderful Dorothy has been to work with, and Mike. But when I came into this, you are correct, Madam Chair, there were interveners and neighbors who had concerns about the proposal, and we literally invited them in to the Marker 7 restaurant, had a meeting not only with them but with their attorneys and other friends and interested parties from the area. I've never had a client, I always recommend to clients that when there is opposition that we do something like that, have a community meeting and try to really hear thoughts and incorporate whatever we can to improve the project. I've never had a client do it to the extent that Dorothy listened to her opposition, and you'll find now tonight, I know Mr. Grant can't be here tonight, who represented the neighbor, Mr. Saunier, and some others in the area, but not only did they withdraw their intervention, but they came to PDC and spoke in favor of it and just spoke to Dorothy's general character and her willingness to sit down, listen, work through it, and make it a better project. So that ought to be recognized. As a land use attorney, I try to get clients to do that a lot, and sometimes we do, but that ought to be recognized. So what you're going to see actually is a package that includes an initial application back in 2012 where your county attorney represented the applicant, and then 15 years of, or 14 years since then of the evolution of this project, which has involved redevelopment of the restaurant. I'm sure you're aware. We're going to go through that in a little bit more detail in the PowerPoint. But what you see today compared to what you saw, what you may have been aware of when it was withdrawn from PDC about 18 months ago is significantly different. It's a great addition to Homosassa. It's very consistent and compatible with the area, and it's just going to be a great next chapter to a project that has a lot of history. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gibbs to give you some detail and then come back up to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Paul Gibbs, landscape architect with Community Land Design, Ocala, Florida. I've been working on this project. I was looking at my files yesterday for something since 2022. And so that's just how long some of these projects can take for various reasons. But now Dorothy's in charge. She's the trustee of Seagrass Resort. And so she's been a pleasure to work with in the last, I would say, since last fall. So let's see. The history, the project's been a resort, vacation-type resort in different capacities, different scale since the 1950s. And so that's an interesting history. Now, our client, Seagrass Resort, has owned it since 2011. And then in 2012 is when the new restaurant was built. It replaced 2 or 3 existing buildings that were there previously. We can go to, oops, I'm used to looking at the screen at PDC. It's like, there's no screen. So that's kind of the history. And and then in 2012, there was a planned development overlay for the new restaurant, the rental units, the boat docks, and the boat ramp. And you'll see some photos of that. So the next slide, we're going to amend the comp plan, the future land use map, the Atlas map, and amend the existing PUD from 2012. And so some of the standards that I'm going to talk about today are based on the 2012 approval. All right. And this is a fairly recent aerial Seagrass Resort. I think it's important to understand where this is positioned in Homosassa. It's a Homosassa River frontage property. It's 2 parcels, road access from Halls River Road, and we're about 1/3 of a mile west of the Halls River Bridge. And you'll see across the street from us is Nature's Resort Campground. So it's there's a lot of tourist accommodations and facilities up and down Halls River Road. Next slide. This is a 2025 aerial view. It's from the property appraiser. It's a very helpful tool looking at the property. Inside the red dashed line is the Seagrass Resort property. I've labeled in red the restaurant. That's the larger building on the site. And all the other buildings on the property, those are the 24 resort rentals, and most of them have been there for decades. So, and I'll show you some photos of those. I just want to point out, you'll see a lot of boat docks. Those will remain. And most of the site, it doesn't have a lot of tree coverage, but the northeast corner near the restaurant parking lot entrance, we have some fantastic specimen trees. And I'll show you photos of those, and those are planned to remain. Next slide. Rob talked about our meeting with the neighbor. This is one of the neighbors we met with and did a lot of coordination and redesign and compatibility stuff. He's the parcel to the west of Seagrass Resort. It's a single parcel, and it's a residential use. He has 1 house facing the river and a boathouse and a covered boat dock. And you'll see on the slide, on the Seagrass side, some of the resort rentals, some of them are site-built, some of them are mobile homes. And you'll see our boat dock. And then on the next slide, you'll see shifting to the east boundary. Again, on our east boundary, just on the outside is a residential neighborhood. But Westport Court, which is a paved road, parallels our boundary, and the asphalt is about 20 feet off of our fence line. So they have a good 20-foot separation, and we're adding substantial green space on our sides as well. But anyway, along this entire boundary, there's only one residence, and you can see it's kind of, they kind of shoehorned it in there at the last available river frontage. So that's kind of interesting. You'll see a building right next to them and some other white buildings. On there, all of those buildings and cabins will be removed. So we're going to be gaining a lot more green space on our east boundary. Next slide. This is a photo of some of the site-built resort rentals. There's some as small as 400 square feet, and I believe the largest is a little over 1,000 square feet. But, you know, a much older product, obviously not complying with the new floodplain. So that's part of the reason that we're here today. But just to give you an indication, so the next slide will show the mobile homes. On the west lot is where the mobile homes are concentrated, and they've been used for resort rentals for many decades. And the last two big storms, I guess 2 years ago, really did a lot of damage to them, you know, with the air conditioning ducts underneath, you know, they're all flooded, and, you know, it got up into the electric and things like that. So there's only, from what I understand, one of the 24 units that's being currently rented out on the site. So next slide. And this is just a closer view. There's some single wide mobile homes, double wide, et cetera. All right. Waiting. Is it stuck? Oh, awesome. I think you skipped one. I think we skipped one, Joe. Yeah, we were just getting to the good stuff.
If it helps you, Mr. Gibbs, I believe we have it in front of us.
Okay, I could continue on.
I was watching you, but just tell me what page you want to be on. Does everyone have it?
Yeah, I don't know what page it is in your agenda. It's slide 18 of the PowerPoint. But what we wanted to talk about.
Let me just, to avoid confusion, remember the dated PowerPoint was in the packet.
Right. The packet had the old version.
We have a new one.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, they have the new one too?
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Oh, great,
good.
yeah, we could do that.
Well, let's look at the new one. So I've got it in front of me as well. The next thing I'm going to talk about, since you have it in front of you, is the site plan, the proposed site plan. And we are, like I said, on looking at the aerial photo, there's 24 units that exist and were approved in 2012. And you're still too far. Nope. That one. There we go. All right, we're up. In any case, so let me talk about first, this is the proposed site plan. I'm going to tell you what of the existing is going to remain. The restaurant, of course, it was only built in 2012. That's going to remain. That's the building in the turquoise color. All of the restaurant parking lot will remain. There's an extensive infiltration drainage system underneath the parking area that was permitted through SwiftMud, and so we're planning to keep 95% of that intact. So we're trying not to touch anything on that half of the property other than the demolition. We're going to keep the two existing driveways that connect to Halls River Road. One of the driveways, the westernmost one, measures only 16 feet in width, so we will bring that to the current width requirement to meet engineering standards. So that's I believe that's brought up in the staff report. And the boat docks, the boat ramps, those will remain in place. So the buildings you see in the red terracotta color, those are the proposed 12 new resort rental buildings. We meet all the setbacks, the floor area ratios, impervious surface ratios, and things like that. So we've positioned them. We have 4 of them facing the river. And other than that, we just had to position them where we had space. The buildings 9, 10, and 11, 12, toward the center of the property, we've listed those as optional loft level, which means they may have an additional level to accommodate larger families or, additional sleeping within the same unit. So, we haven't designed the nth degree of the individual units, but that was a request by our client that some of the units be larger to accommodate the families. And because they're taller, we wanted to put them away from the residential boundary. And I'll show you pictures of those in a minute. The other building that's proposed is just north of the restaurant, and it will be for the rental office, for the restaurant storage, and support facility, anything that's needed. And it'll be elevated as well above the floodplain. And lastly, we have shown attached to the restaurant, in case we ever need it, because we were trying to think of anything so we don't have to come back in another year or two, possible future kitchen expansion, because what I understand for the size restaurant, the kitchen is very small for the type of food that they want to put out. So either them or someone else in the future could request a larger kitchen. There is a boardwalk behind the restaurant, and as you get to the rental units that face the river, we're expanding that. We're going to have a very wide boardwalk. We're going to have the slats with the half-inch gaps to meet ISR requirements. And we're going to have some nice seating areas out there. So we want to have space for the resort rental people to be able to just casually come out and sit and look at views of the river. For example, earlier plan, we had pretty much maxed out every possible ISR, FAR, et cetera, but we don't have that today. But I mean, we had a pool on here, and we had a lot of other amenities that we kind of removed those. We just kind of started subtracting. But let's go to the next slide. And you'll see, this just gives you an indication, a concept where we have the boardwalk that now goes across the resort frontage along the seawall, has some nice seating areas. And then the buildings are set back, at least as far as the waterfront requirement, if not farther. So between the boardwalk and the rental units, we're looking at a drainage improvements for pollution control. And so we plan to introduce landscaping to those, native landscaping. It helps with erosion, helps uptake pollutants, things like that. So that's one thing our client's really big on, is bringing in a lot of native materials and reestablishing this more as a resort, but something that fits into the Homosassa area. All right, next slide. This is just a buffer table. The center column shows what's required by the code, and then the right column shows the proposed buffer that's on the master plan, and we meet all of the buffer requirements. And in addition, on the west and east boundary, we're proposing an 8-foot solid panel fence, and I'll show you a little more on that in a minute. The fence says with the type C buffers, a fence is not required. Next slide. And this is the landscape buffer concept. You'll see the green around the perimeter, and that's where the landscape buffers will be. You'll see on the east and west boundary, the heavy purple line, that's where we're proposing to have the 8-foot solid panel fence. And I'll show you photos in just a minute, but there's fences existing on both of those boundaries today. So we're basically going to replace them with something more substantial and that fits in a little bit better with the character. I want to mention too on here, the specimen trees are highlighted on here with the big heavy green circles. You'll see how they're located, and we'll look at pictures of those in a minute. So next slide. And this is from the east, looking from the outside looking in, but this was a good view of the existing wooden fence. That's along our east boundary, and that's the fence we're going to basically just replace in the same location. Next slide. And this is the fence on the west boundary. It's just a simple white PVC fence. I know we see those a lot at these applications. And then the next slide gives you an idea, at least conceptually, this is what we have in mind. We want to build a fence that's more tying into the architecture of the buildings and the materials. So it may be more of a siding look. I did this at a multi-million-dollar house I worked on the Crystal River a year or two ago. And one reason originally on that house, which is how we ended up here with this, there were so many trees and tree roots, we did not want to trench a concrete footer and build a concrete wall. And so the same here, we'll be able to strategically place the support columns, working around any trees or tree roots, and still have a much more attractive fence that architecturally fits in a lot better. All right, next slide. These are some of the specimen trees near the eastern entrance, and you'll see one of the cabins on that boundary, and of course that will be removed, but there's no other improvements, no parking, no drainage planned for that location. Next slide. This is just a little further down the east boundary, a couple more of the large oak trees that will remain. You'll see that wooden fence in the photo here as well that we'll be replacing. Next slide. This tree, one reason I wanted to show this, you'll see a bunch more of the white buildings along the east boundary. All of those will be removed, so it'll be green space except for the one storage building that we're going to add in the rental office. But this one tree in particular, it's in a parking island. It looks like it potentially had damage from some of the storms. We'll probably have an arborist just check it out for help. The top of it looks a little weak, so we'll check it for structure to be sure it's safe to remain. Next slide. All right, and then this is just a recap. We're going from the 2012, which is the current approval of 24 rental units, we're going down to 12 units, so half the units, but much better quality units as well. Next slide. Whether we're doing site plans for permits or zoning type applications like we're doing today, the plan we show you has to meet all the standards, floor area ratio, impervious surface ratio, parking standards, et cetera. So these next slides just kind of highlight how we're meeting those. In the Coastal Lakes commercial, we're allowed to have a 0.3 floor area ratio. And with our new site plan, we're at 0.17 FAR. So we're just about 50% of what we would be allowed to have. And we've reduced the gross floor area by almost 4,700 square feet between what's there today and what our new plan is. Next slide. Parking calculations. The top half of the slide is the parking requirements for the restaurant. You'll see in the table 77 spaces are required, and we're providing 95, but I will put a footnote to that. In the 2012 application, and it was approved as such, we were allowed to count the 23 boat parking spaces as well as 14 motorcycle spaces, and those are used very frequently. With that, we have 58 surface parking spaces, so pretty close to what's there today. We went through the effort. We had Ken Frank, an engineer, did a parking study for us and confirmed that the amount of parking that's used on a weekly basis is significantly less than what's there. So parking has been working for them. And being that this Seagrass Resort has owned this since 2011-12, they have confirmed that the parking has not been a problem. So we're proposing to keep the same methodology of combining surface parking, motorcycle, and boat. The rental lodges, they're required to have 1.1 space per unit, and we're providing at least 2 per unit. And those will be under the building or in the associated driveway. Next slide. Impervious surface ratio. This is a map of the survey. Everything in orange is what's going to remain. That's the parking lot, the restaurant building, the boat ramp, and the seawalls. Everything in purple represents the existing rental units that's going to be removed and their associated driveways. So we'll look at some of the data with that on the next slide. The current approved 2012 plan, I told you I'd be going back to that a few times. We're at 60.1% is what was approved at that time. And the reason for that, looking into the files, is because at that time there was a lot of these existing units were already there. So we had to accommodate for that in 2012. So that's kind of our baseline number that we're using. Our goal was to have a total square foot that was less than that. Number one, to reduce the ISR, but also to help with our swift mud permitting. So because we already have so much of the drainage is already intact on the site, we're trying not to touch that. And we're trying to reduce the triggers for what different requirements will be. So we're at 56.5%. It says here, if this was a project from scratch, the Coastal Lakes Commercial requires 50% ISR. So we're at least a little over 4,000 square feet less than what we are today. Next slide. I will say this is tying back to our client Dorothy Green. We're looking at, of course, we're not in permitting for engineering right now, but we're looking at things like for the driveways for the units of having like permeable pavement, something that would be acceptable by swift mud. So anything that we can do to reduce our impact on the site. Granted, it's been impacted for decades by what's there, but since we're redeveloping it, we're trying to take as many opportunities as we can to make things better. The typical rental unit footprint, about 700 square feet, just to give you an idea, it's about twice what a standard hotel room would be. This will allow space for sleeping quarters, of course, a bathroom, in-unit laundry, a small living area, kitchenette, things like that. So it'll be a nice place. It'd be very comfortable to stay there for a week or so. And each unit will also have a covered porch because we want to give them space to enjoy the outside as well. Next slide. And this is just a conceptual illustration to show a few things. The final building may look different than this, but some of the things that Dorothy would like to achieve is looking carefully at the materials of the building. We would like to use metal roofs, very consistent with a lot of what's up and down the river. We'd like to use materials like siding as opposed to concrete. And you'll see, of course, with the floodplain, our buildings have to be elevated substantially, like all the other new construction in the area. So we'll take advantage of that and have our parking underneath the building. And next slide. I had mentioned there's 4 of the units in the center that may have an optional loft space for additional sleeping quarters. And this is a similar building just with the added floor. And most of the floor in this case is actually in the roof line of the roof below. Next slide. And height requirements, of course, we have to meet that. And we're well under what's allowed. Coastal high hazard area allows up to 4 stories and not to exceed 50 feet. And that's measured from the grade, basically where we'll be parking, up to where the truss is attached to the walls. So the top plate. So with the single story above parking, we're at 22, and then the ones with the loft, we're at about 34. So we're well under 50 feet, and we're well under certainly 4 stories. And next slide. And this slide is probably not as relevant. This measures the building height from the base flood elevation to the ridge of the roof. But again, we're at 25.5 and 35.5. So we're well under the standard if this does apply. And the final slide, probably about 1.5 years ago, we were looking more carefully at what was existing, what was being built on the river. And some of the things that you see here, you see a lot of buildings with the siding, the metal roofs, the outdoor spaces elevated above the floodplain, parking under. So it just seemed very consistent. What we're proposing seems to go along quite well with here. If you looked carefully at the total package that was online, I see they included our original submittal, and that had something more like you'd see like maybe in Naples, or they had a third floor above the parking and rooftop decks, and it was a party place. But we've since scaled everything down, and with Dorothy on board, we're trying to make this as best a fit and a really good cleanup of an existing used site as we can. Rob, did you want to finish these next slides off? Sure. Have them talk about consistency. Thank you.
Sure. So feel free to ask questions. I'm going to buzz through these only because I feel like we're on such strong ground in terms of consistency and compatibility. You saw the buffers, and Paul covered those at length. I am going to ask, this is a minor technicality, but I am going to ask for one more condition of approval. Just to clarify, we've agreed with our neighbors in those discussions that these fences will be on the boundaries. Lately, we've been getting feedback that the fence, if there's a buffer required, the fences should be on the inside of the buffer, landscaping on the external side. We just want to be abundantly clear. These fences will be on the boundary, so I'll make that request in a moment. But it's certainly consistent with the comp plan.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Oh, sure,
since you
sure.
mentioned it? If the fence is on the boundary line, how will the owner maintain the other side of it?
So actually the reverse becomes the issue if we put the fence on the inside of the boundary of the buffer. So if we have a 25-foot buffer and the boundary, we'll picture the boundary here, and this is the entirety of the buffer, rather than putting the fence on the inside with then, this is my client's property, an obligation of my client to hire a company to maintain stuff on the outside of the buffer, then maintenance of the buffer could become an issue for the neighbor. The neighbor would prefer the fence to be on the boundary to designate the difference between the neighbor's property and our property, and then for some buffer and separation to be on the inside of that fence. Both neighbors have requested this, and that's what we've agreed to in this case. And essentially, in this case, it keeps the fence in the same location that it's currently located. It'll just be a new fence.
The fence is already on the boundary?
Yes.
That's what they're used to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, thanks, Joe. We can move. So floor area ratio dramatically exceed these requirements, as Paul pointed out. So I'll gloss over that, but we're at 0.17, so significantly less than the code and comp plan would apply. Again, we do have data in your file to support the parking methodology. Not only has it never been an issue, but we're also proposing to significantly reduce units. So we're very comfortable that this provides enough parking. No changes to access or loading zones. Joe, we can move forward, please. Once again, ISR reduction, floor area ratio reduction. All of our heights are compatible and less than would be allowed. Setbacks are not only met, but also exceeded in many ways. We are going to have the existing sign that will remain, if you're familiar with the sign into the restaurant and the project. But the signage will meet the code. And then, of course, we have central water and sewer, so we meet LDC and concurrency. And there's your slide on concurrency, but all boxes checked. We've been over, we're sitting here, proposing to remove a number of old mobile homes and build some beautiful new units that comply with all of the current code and floodplain requirements. So I'll move on. We do agree with the staff recommendations of approval. I know I've on at least one occasion driven the clerk crazy with proposed conditions proffered in the hearing. So I'm going to give her a copy of my email to staff. But This would be my proposed condition. Fences within buffers may be located on the east and west property boundaries as depicted on the PUD master plan, rather than the inside of buffers. So-
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
that's your 13th condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
I
I
will-
had
I
one
will-
other clarification. Did y'all say you're removing 0 trees?
There, well, the one
Well,
tree,
I was a little
specimen
confused. There might be
trees.
one that needed to be, or
Yeah,
couldn't.
so, well, okay, so there's one specimen tree that he specifically mentioned looks a little iffy, and so we'll have an arborist look at that. But the specimen trees on the northeast, yeah, they'll all be preserved.
Okay.
One of the main things that we've agreed to with our neighbor to the west is that tree that's right on our boundary, closer to the waterfront, will remain.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere. Oh, okay, and apparently an arborist has already looked at it, the tree's okay, so the answer is yes, the specimen trees will all remain.
Those hurricanes were rough. That's excellent.
Yeah,
news.
yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hockaday.
Good evening. Joe Hockaday, Principal Planner with Land Development. This application is being requested to change the land use on the western parcel of the Seagrass Resort. Currently, the parcel is Coastal Lakes Residential. They are proposing to change it to Coastal Lakes Commercial to be consistent with the other parcel where the restaurant is located. Mr. Batzel and Mr. Gibbs have given a pretty detailed explanation as to the master plan. Again, but this is what they are requesting. They are proposing to remove a lot of the improvements that are currently on site and replace them with 12 rental units, keep the restaurant the way it is with a possible future kitchen addition, and make some other improvements to the property. And again, here you can see this is the existing rental unit on the bottom left and the conceptual rental units with the optional second floor for a couple of them. This application has gone through numerous iterations over the last couple of years. I believe it was originally submitted as a PUD amendment, and then at one point it was converted into a comprehensive plan amendment to request the CLC land use. There were different designs for the rental units. There were additional improvements to the restaurant and the site that have since come off of this to what you see in front of you tonight. They are requesting to keep some of the deviations that are current for the existing PUD development, but they are proposing to reduce or remove other ones. So as Mr. Gibbs stated, the ISR is coming down. They are moving the rental units so that they meet waterfront setbacks and things like that. So the Planning and Development Commission did hear this application, and they did recommend approval with conditions. I would like to make a comment based on Mr. Batzel and his fence condition. I think they're actually covered with the way the conditions are worded right now. Condition number 4 says buffers have to be provided as outlined on the master plan, and the fence is shown on the master plan on the outside of the buffers. So I think they would be covered, but if the board wishes, we can amend that condition.
Thank you. Is that the end of your presentation?
That's it.
Board, do you have any questions for Mr. Hockaday?
No.
Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, as I read through this thing, maybe I'm crazy, but it says that there's gonna be a second-story tiki bar, and I was trying to figure out from all the things where they were gonna put that second-story tiki bar. And I looked at the pictures and I thought, it looks like it buffers up against the water.
That was, if
I had a hard time trying to find where it was on the map.
it's been removed. So that was one of the.
Okay, that has been removed.
Yes,
Okay.
that was one of the original.
To me, that was a little bit shaky because that was a fire hazard. We've had enough tiki bar fire hazards down in that area. So that was a little, shaky to me, and I was wondering about that, so.
Yeah, that improvement is no longer part of this.
Okay, so we take that out of there. Other than that, that 13th one, could you repeat that one more time? So that I could have a full, because I'm in agreement with the 12, but I want to make sure I've got the 13th one written right.
And so I'm offering this out of an abundance of caution. What Mr. Hockadell is saying is he thinks we're covered because that's where they're depicted on the plan. I'm just asking that we're clear that the fences be allowed to be on the property boundary. And so the language is, and I've given it to the clerk, fences within buffers may be located on the east and west property boundaries as depicted on the PUD master plan rather than the inside of the buffers.
And
So
you have that in writing from the owners of the property that they don't mind you being on the property line.
that was something that was important to them when we met together. That was walking away. The reason they are not here as an intervener is because of several agreements that we made to amend the
I
plan.
don't care about verbal. I wanted to know, do you have that in writing from them saying that they do not, that they're acceptable to that without any problem?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because I would like to see that in writing. Okay, I don't mind.
I don't have a letter.
I don't mind you putting it on, putting 13 on here and, oh yeah, we're gonna do this one. But I'd like to see the property owners that actually own the property say, yeah, we agree to this. Because if they sell it, what happens to the next owner? They might
Yeah.
not want it on the property, on the
Understood.
property line.
Understood.
But I'm in agreement with all 13, so.
Any other questions while I'm here? I'm probably going to waive a closing unless there are any questions.
Commissioner Bates.
Didn't Mr. Hockadell just clarify on number 4 that it's in the master plan?
Yes, the reason that plan was amended in many ways in the wake of the meetings with our neighbors who were at the time interveners was to make sure that we incorporated their suggested changes, including the fact that the fences are on the boundaries. And so that's why they withdrew their intervention, came to PDC in support of us, and wrote a letter in support.
Therefore, it negates the reason to have item number 13.
That's fine. As long as, yes. Just don't want to be in a site plan review a year from now and say we have to come back through the PUD process to amend the fence location. But we've talked about it enough, I think we'll remember it.
And if I could make a quick clarification, number 4 still references the December 4th, 2025. It should say April 22nd, 2026. Oh, yes. My apologies.
Is there a way to alleviate his concerns if they?
I'm okay with it, yeah.
Okay.
I think we're on the same page.
We can add that language to condition 4.
Okay.
But either way, I believe he's covered.
Perfect.
Anything else for Mr. Batzel? Then I will open it up to the public. Please state your name for the record.
Tracy Duncan of Canto. I just wanted to share, I hope y'all agree with this. I think it's been a long-standing business in Citrus County, and I honestly commend them for reducing the number of buildings and honestly upgrading the place of business. So I really hope y'all consider this, and I think it's an easy yes, but thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
PJ Offhammer. I just have a couple questions. I watched this at PDC, and I don't remember this presentation being the same. Was it changed since it went to PDC?
They submitted an updated presentation after PDC.
Yeah, I'm always uncomfortable when that happens, when they do new things. So my question is the expansion of the kitchen, was that taken into account in the total numbers for the ISR and the open space? I seem to recall that the concrete in front of the restaurant was perhaps done without a permit, and there was some reason why they didn't want to remove it. I'd like some clarification on that, and I'd like to see if there's not a way that they could make that an impervious surface. They are above the open space requirements. I can see in the future when they have big parties at the restaurant that they'll be parking on the lawn that they're using as a buffer. And the way the concrete is in front of the restaurant just provides more surface for the water to run off into the river. So that kind of concerns me about the drainage areas. And I'd also kind of like a clarification on what a bioswale is. Is that just a fancy word for a drainage retention area? And if so, why is it so close to the water? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Mr. Batzel, do you have anything for rebuttal or to say anything?
Not unless the board has any questions. Briefly, I'll add, and I almost went into this earlier, but in addition to being way below your ISR requirements and reducing the impact of this overall project, in 2017, this owner, prior to Dorothy, went through a lengthy process with SwiftMud and installed an infiltration cells and a system on the property that were all approved by SwiftMud. And that includes, in the rear, what PDC was asking about is a paved porch. And at the waterward side of that porch, there's a catch basin that then runs over to a collection box. And so it's treated at the end of the day. I'm talking a bit out of school, but it was approved by SwiftMud as part of that process in 2017. So in addition to exceeding code, we also have a full plan for an infiltration system that has been approved by SwiftMud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
based on competent and substantial evidence, I move approval of CPA AA PUD 2024-00023 for Seagrass Resort.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Commissioner Kennard, I feel like I tried to give you your item a really long time ago.
That was yesterday.
It feels like yesterday.
All right, so when we implemented this this ordinance on the boat launch fees, I championed this, and Commissioner Schleybaugh at the time really wanted to see a much higher fee for the non-resident annual passes. At that time, we weren't really comfortable with creating that much difference between the two. The more that I'm out and about in the community over the last couple of years, there's still a lot of angst about it for sure, but the folks using our boat ramps on a regular basis, our residents in particular, would like to see more benefit for the residents who are really footing the bill for this in either completely doing away with the non-resident annual pass or a significant increase in it. And so that's what I've got on the agenda today, to either significantly increase it to $125 annually for the non-residents or do away with it altogether. It's not a significant number of them that are even being purchased. There's 51 total that were bought last year, non-resident annual passes. I don't know for sure. I suspect those are probably commercial operators that are coming up here and running their operations on a public boat ramp and going ahead and purchasing that annual pass. So thought the board should have a discussion about it and see which direction we wanted to go.
I need to get some clarification. I was confused about your motion because you said the higher fee or get rid of it. You don't mean get rid of the fee altogether, right? You just mean match it to...
Get rid of the non-resident annual pass so that the non-residents that
So they pay every time?
Yeah, they would be paying,
Oh,
they'd be
okay.
paying the $10 fee. And actually, I went down and spoke to the Homosassa Guides Association. And, I certainly don't want to speak for them, but what I took away from there was they were in favor of just doing away with it altogether. And so that's what I was leaving with until I'm out in the parking lot and run into a small group of them and we start talking. And their concern was if you do away with the non-resident annual pass, you're going to have all these folks out there using the QR code, and that's going to slow down the launching process. So that's why I put it on here, that I do think we need to address the non-resident annual pass, either to increase it to $125 a year or do away with it altogether, and non-residents can just pay the per launch fee.
Is it, I don't remember, is it different per launch? I know it's $10, I think, for residents per launch. What is it for?
Same price, $10 a launch.
Madam Chair?
Does anybody have a?
Commissioner Davis.
Are you sure 125 is enough if they're mostly commercial operators?
We don't know that they are. I suspect that they are. But it's a very low number of annual passes compared to the non-resident annual passes are 4,200. compared to 51 for non-residents, okay? And the daily number, this is last year, was 12,000. Just the scan in the code for the $10 launch.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bay.
I'm sorry, I think he misspoke.
I did?
Can you read those back again? Because I think you said non-resident twice.
Non-resident annual pass was 51, and not, resident annual passes was 4,200. Of those were sold.
Commissioner Bass.
Has there been talk about limiting the number of out-of-town operators?
Yes, actually, this board has directed staff to not necessarily limit the number of out-of-town operators, but limit the number of commercial operations taking place at our public ramps. And we haven't given any greater direction than that, other than to look at the other. I want to say there are 6 or 7 other counties that have implemented different systems to try and reduce the number of folks that are utilizing the commercial ramps or utilizing the public ramps to conduct commerce out of. Now, I believe it's Commissioner Finnegan, I think it was you that said you would like to see local guides or local oroprators get some sort of preference. And that's going to take,
Absolutely.
Fleshing that out a bit before. And, I was a little concerned on how that talk would go down there with a room full of guides. And they were very supportive. They had some suggestions from being in the industry, but were very supportive of doing something. And naturally, they would like to see, some favoritism towards folks that are here locally, whether they've been doing this for 30, 40 years, or whether it's the new guy starting up a business. If they're local folks doing business there, they would like to see some degree of preference there.
So where are we at with that then?
It hasn't come back to us yet. We just gave direction to staff to review those different systems that are in place, and I think Sarasota County was the last one to do something. Then they called them tokens or something like that.
Yeah, I'll follow up and get an update just to make sure what our timelines are.
They would bid on them, and I think they started at like maybe $1,200, and ultimately they ended up around some of them ended up around $5,000 for that annual token to use the.
Commissioner Kennard, I know that you've met with the guides
Mhm.
and connect with a lot of the boaters out there. Really, I know you're asking our opinions. My opinion is whatever you choose to make the motion on, I'll go with
Then
that.
I would make, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Let me make a motion, then you make your comments. I'm gonna make a motion that we do away with, or that we abolish the non-resident annual pass. Given that there were only 51 of them that were sold last year, I think that would be a minimal number of people, additional people stopping to do the QR code thing for the daily launch fee.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Okay. Is there any further board discussion?
Yeah, I don't want to eliminate the fee. I'd like to see it go to the 125. At the rate you're going, $3,825. That's $3,825. You're saying eliminate because we're not going to charge 51 people. Well, I'm sorry. Do you want to pay the $3,825 yourself to let those people go? I don't think so. This was supposed to be a fee collected so we could upkeep and repair. And I'm telling you, that's just short of $4,000. If we increase it to the 125, which we should do, then we're going to be making a significant, like just under $6,000.
I think you misunderstand the money.
Well, he's telling me he says there's 51 non-residents.
Commissioner Kennard, can you just clarify?
Yes.
And then we'll give you the floor back. I think he needs to clarify that for you.
Rather than them getting the benefit of the annual pass If they want to come up and use the public ramps, then they have to pay the $10 launch
Okay, so you
every
want
time.
to eliminate the yearly pass, but make them do a daily pass?
Yes,
That I can live with. I thought, the way you had said it, I thought you had said we were gonna completely, not charge them whatsoever. Because I understand, we're trying to get this place up, keep it up, and get it better and better each year.
the resident annual pass will be a benefit to our local residents. All the non-residents that come up and use the ramps will have to pay the $10 launch.
Each time.
Okay, so our residents are gonna go for free.
Not for free, it's
They're gonna keep
$25
paying
for a
their-
year.
Okay, for the year. Okay, so we're not eliminating that.
Correct.
You just want to, and non-resident has to pay every single time.
They don't get the benefit of the annual pass.
Okay, because that's not how I understood it when you said it. Okay, so maybe it was, to me, it was a little confusing.
Well, let's take the vote.
All right.
Oh, let's talk to the attorney with her.
Just
hand
want to
raised.
make sure you understand that at the next available meeting, we're going to bring a resolution back.
Okay, very good.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, board.
You're welcome. Commissioner Barrick.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to put things on a thing, and I just had a couple of things I wanted to say. I know I wasn't here when you voted last time, and I really think that it's a big change when you take a PUD and go from 2 houses per acre to 6 houses per acre. Okay? And I'm sure I would have been outvoted because it was a 4-0 vote. But the thing is, that's a significant change in a PUD. Okay, so now, that was number one. A great number of people have come up to me and are more than a little upset over the fact that they were not given the opportunity as citizens and residents to be able to have a referendum on the November ballot to either say, yes, I want a sales tax for the residential roads, or no, I don't want to pay one. They felt it was very unfair. You kept kicking it down the road. Oh, we don't have to do it this time. We don't have to do it. And now they're going to have to wait 2 more years before a referendum can go on the ballot. It's not our job to say it's going to pass or not pass. It's our job to listen to what they said. The committee went out, they asked people, they did a survey, they came back and said they would like to see a referendum for 1-cent sales tax for residential road resurfacing and repaving, okay? And the 4 of you decided, no, we don't want to do it. And now it is too late to put that referendum on the ballot.
Commissioner Barrick.
So it's 2 years they gotta wait. So that's my second thing.
Can I just?
And that's the only 2 I wanted to talk about.
Okay, because we cannot relitigate every point
No, I
that you
know.
missed. Okay.
I know we can't relitigate.
Do you have any
I'm-
updates for the board on anything?
Early learning is we're waiting for the state to do their funding to see if we're gonna have enough funding for as many. We're trying to add more people, more children to what we're getting and taking into our classes. And they keep getting more and more students, so we're doing good with the little kids in the county. And it's just a matter of the state funding coming in.
Thank you. Okay, on to me. Seems like we talked about data centers yesterday, as you said. I'm glad that I gave some synopsis why the room was filled. So just a reminder, if you came in later, the motion that we're talking about today is for our land development code. We are not talking about a zoning application that will be heard July, I believe. Yeah, right. So before elections, so no one's sideways about that. So everyone will get to hear that. Board, I think you know what was said earlier. The information that was going to go to the PDC was insufficient. It did not take into account a lot of the community's concerns with water, with noise, power. We need some better guardrails on that. And I think that we do need to take the 12 months. And again, it can't, unless someone can tell me differently, it can't be forever. That opens us up possibly to some litigation. And not to exceed 12 months is just the legalese. But so 11 months and 30 days. We should move ahead on this moratorium and get the language right. And again, for those listening, the language is important because if we don't have any, people can start bringing their permits in and try to find a place to put it, and we have no guardrails. So stopping this until we can get the language stops all this permitting. This is a necessary item. I think I've made the points clear hours ago, but if the board would like to ask me any questions or
Yes,
say
Madam
anything.
Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
To your point earlier, you had said one of us had said it was the strongest. I didn't mean to indicate that the ordinance is currently the strongest in the United States, but they are well on their way to doing that with a certain citizen's help, whom I also met with, and I think most of us have. You know, I'm going to say again that I think that our first meeting in August, putting a moratorium till then, and then if it's not the strongest in the nation and we're not happy with it by then we can always extend the moratorium again. I think that gives citizens a much greater feeling of security that we're not, you know, throwing it a year from now, that we're actually going to take care of this now. So that's what I would like to see, but I await my colleague's opinion.
Commissioner Berg.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to bring back to our next meeting an ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium not to exceed 12 months on the issuance of building permits, development orders, or the rezoning of property related to data centers. The reason I say not to exceed 12 months, maybe it takes 5 months, but this gives us the time to do it.
You jumped on my motion and I can't second it. And I'll tell you why. I think if we set a moratorium, it has to have a precise length of time.
Oh, you want to, no, it's up to 12 months.
That's not precise. Is there a second to Commissioner Berg's motion?
I've got a question. Madam Chair, I was going to suggest that I would support a moratorium up to 12 months, but it seems to me that if we get an ordinance in place that has all the protections that the board is looking for, and I think the public is looking for, how does that moratorium go away? Or
it's a good question.
Maybe we can ask legal so that we're not going up here going through all this again. If ultimately, if we do have that ordinance in place, you know, PDC has recommended it. We have approved it without going through all of this again, or do we have to have a set time frame of when it's done?
Am I recognized?
Yes, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. So the not to exceed 12 months is so that you don't get into any challenges about the moratorium being too long. I don't think you have to have a specific set time, but I would offer maybe you would consider saying imposing a temporary moratorium not to exceed 12 months until or while the county gets its land development regulations in place and approved. That gives, there's no set time, but it's the why is there. So until you get your land use regulations adopted.
Commissioner Kennard, I just don't think that the public will like that at all.
Well, I understand that there's going to be there's going to remain pushback unless we do an all-out ban on this or a continued moratorium, which we've talked about that we can't do. We talked, or I talked earlier about the ordinance that's going before the PDC. Mr. Hicks has sent us all an email and advised, you know, the pitfalls of the way that it's currently written, and has provided a red line version that I I would certainly hope that the members of the PDC will pay close attention to that. The technicalities in there, I think, provide a much greater level of protection. Otherwise, I think we're talking about this, over and over again over the next year. I want to see us put some pressure on getting a good, solid ordinance in place that protects our environment, protects our residents, and between the PDC staff, certainly his input, and our public hearing on it, I think we can get there. We're never going to make everybody happy ultimately, but I think it helps us get to where we need to be with our protections.
Well, I'm going to see where it lands and then go from there. I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to bring back to our next meeting an ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium. I'm going to rephrase that, clerk. An ordinance imposing an 11-month and 30-day moratorium on the issue of building permits, development orders, or the rezoning of property relating to data centers.
Madam
Matt?
Chair?
I was just going to say, we had a motion on the floor. We need to deal with that.
Yes.
That motion first.
Correct.
So I came in before seconding the motion. I wanted to find out could we do it?
Thank you. I was thinking her motion failed, but you're right. You waited. Okay, backing up, pause.
And
I'd like to add to my motion, though.
You know what? We're all talking out of order. Commissioner Kennard is correct. Commissioner Barrick has made a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
Yes, as long as she's willing to incorporate the language that legal.
That's what I wanted to add, what legal suggested, saying that until we have an ordinance in place and then the moratorium ends.
Yes, I would second that.
Now, board discussion.
Is there a reason, a technical or legal reason why we cannot direct staff from the prior ordinance to bring back Mr. Hicks' version of the strongest ordinance in the U.S., why we can't have that as part of this motion?
May I?
Yes, I was going to say, I don't know that we can put that on a resident, but please, Madam Attorney.
Yes. So when I read the agenda memo, it says, I want us to be sure that we have thoroughly vetted the issue, whether through public workshops, presentations, or otherwise, before any draft language is considered by the PDC or this board. I believed that was in there because the draft that's currently before the PDC does not incorporate his changes. So I thought you all wanted, if this was voted for, I thought it would be that you all wanted the PDC not to consider the one that's drafted until after his changes were added to it. So I think that you can, direct staff however you want right now, but it has to go to the PDC first and then come to y'all. So I think you can absolutely direct staff how you want it to be presented to the PDC.
And I'm not happy about you jumping my motion because that is part of it, to gather information from the community, not hurrying up and sit with one member of the community.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I think it's important to recognize that, as I said earlier, I'm sure there are a lot of people in our community that have knowledge about these things, far greater than I do, or I think any of us do. But there's one individual who stepped forward and really has brought forward a depth of knowledge of these things and to help us write a very strict ordinance on it. Is it possible that the PDC, when they have their meeting on the 21st, can they adopt the language that he provided to us on the 10th? Was that Monday? Was that just yesterday? No, Sunday? Anyway, on the 10th. Yeah, Sunday. There was an email that went out to all of us that a red line version of that. Can the PDC at their meeting on the 21st, can they adopt not adopt, can they recommend that language be included so that when that ordinance does come to this board, that's part of it?
Madam Attorney, I thought the agenda item that Commissioner Barrick decided to read, mine that was advertised, included taking it back from the PDC on the 21st.
When I read that, I believed that you all did not want it to go to the, the agenda memo to me was withholding it from the PDC on the 21st. Because we won't be able to bring this back to you for the moratorium until the 26th. So that's why I believe that was in there. But to answer the question, I don't know if we have the noticing availability before the 21st to get those changes into the backup material and the public. I don't know whether Mr. Landon knows. I don't think Ms. Coutu is here anymore. So I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
Okay.
We had a previous version from Mr. Hicks from, I think, a week earlier, and we were going to include that in the PDC packet, but I don't know if the one that he emailed, I haven't cross-checked the one that was emailed this weekend, if that was the same or different, or if he was just emphasizing the one he'd already sent. But our intent was to have one of his copies, a copy from a week previous, to have that in the PDC packet.
There's a couple minor changes in there, but otherwise, as long as the majority of it is there, if we need to make those minor changes when it comes to us, we can do a minor modification to it before we would either approve it or deny it. But I was just concerned with the amount of change in there between what staff got to him and the information that Mr. Hicks recommended, that would be too much for us to add up here, and then it gets kicked back to the PDC, and we're still without an ordinance specific to protecting the environment and neighbors from these data centers. Should somebody decide to build one here.
Commissioner Barrick?
That was one of the reasons why I said up to the year, because this way, if they send it and we want to do more and we have to send it back and we have to keep going back and forth, I don't know how long it's going to take, but it would give us the time and sufficient time to get all of the changes back and forth and back and forth. And that's what I was trying to get across, the fact that I'd like to see Mr. Hicks's things put in there. If they don't make it to the next meeting, then we can do some of them and send it back to the LDC, to them. And then they can turn around and send it back to us, and it can go back and forth. But it gives us enough time. And I think that's the biggest thing. We need the time constraint. So the moratorium has to be up to, but as soon as it's accepted, then the moratorium ends.
I agree with that.
When does that happen? So draft language goes to the PDC, they approve it or don't approve it, and then it comes to us, and then we approve it or don't approve it. I don't know that we've had any draft language that gets taken back and gets massaged. So my point was to have Mr. Hicks and the community make their thoughts be known, and we work on it from there. But if we're doing what you all are saying we're basically just doing what we're doing right now. Taking insufficient language to the PDC, reject it or don't reject it, and then it comes to us, reject it or not. And then, I see the point that if it passes, like the moratorium wouldn't end until it passed, but if it's rejected, does the process start all back over? Does it get rejected from the PDC, come to the board, we reject it, and then go start all back over again? Madam Attorney.
Just throwing this out there. You could workshop it.
I think that
we need expert
gives us
opinion.
less clarity for sure.
I would agree with that.
You know, I think we've got, my suggestion would be just exactly what the motion is right now. We put a moratorium in place so that nothing can be applied for at this point. Even though supposedly I've fast-tracked a permit through and somebody's building a data center because of Kennard, which is nonsense, of course. The moratorium gets in place so that nobody can apply for one right, or nobody can be approved for one right now. In the meantime, it sounds like the PDC has the draft from staff, and then they have a version that Mr. Hicks redlined with all of the much greater protections in it, that they can adopt that language in there. Now, and they won't, as you know, they won't approve or deny it. They'll recommend approval. You know, they'll give us a recommendation. When it comes to us, we can still make minor modifications in there. But totally rewriting that ordinance up here at that point would be inappropriate. That would be time for us to give our recommendations, and then it starts the process over back with the PDC again. But we can make the modifications up here. Is that not right, Ms. Lynn?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
As long as they're not major.
Right,
You can, you know, once it's advertised and published in the newspaper and comes before you, you can make, you know, minor changes, not anything substantive, because
Right.
then it would be considered that it wasn't advertised.
Right.
Any questions for Mr. Landon?
No, I think if a moratorium is implemented, that kind of takes the pressure off. We were kind of up against the clock right now to get something before you. So it would give us time to go back to and receive some public comment, come to the PDC with one ordinance instead of a staff version and a public version. I think we could come back. It would give us a little bit more time to get us get the PDC and get you a better product.
So
And
to
maybe-
clarify, I know you have an ordinance update on the PDC on the 21st, but the data center language would be pulled out of that so you could take some more time.
Exactly, and I appreciate you mentioning that, because there are other things in the LDC that we want to change. One of them was like stormwater for accessory structures, and something that the public has come and spoke to you about in the past year that everyone agrees on. So let's go ahead and move forward with those. We'll pull out if this the board's desire, we'll pull out the data center language. We'll work that with the public, and then we'll come back with one ordinance instead of a staff version and a public version. And that way, I think it's a better product, and it'll be more cohesive when it gets before you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there is a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any public comment?
Chair?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
just get clarification on the motion that was amended? From what I understand, it was amended to add the verbiage that Denise gave, and I want to make sure I got that properly. Motion was amended to direct staff to bring back to our next meeting an ordinance imposing a temporary moratorium not to exceed 12 months until or while the county gets the issuance of building permits, development orders, or the rezoning of properties related to data centers, or did you change that?
I had some language in there about updates their LDC or changes their LDC.
Adding to that?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Can I ask you to read it one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to start from where I listed everything? Get the issuance of building permits?
Can you start from order imposing?
Yes, ma'am. Imposing a temporary, it was ordinance, imposing a temporary moratorium not to exceed 12 months until or while the county gets the, and then we start with the list, issuance of building permits, development orders, or the rezoning of property relating to data centers.
I think it needs, what I believe it needs to say is, until the county gets its land development regulations related to issuance of building permits, development orders, or rezoning of property relating to data centers. I lost you? Until the county gets its land development regulations relating to the issuance of building permits, development orders, or the rezoning of property relating to data centers.
Okay.
And I think I might have missed the word adopts in there.
There was not adopt, it was direct
Until
staff.
until the county gets its land development codes adopted relating to.
Okay, you said land development regulations adopted, relating. Okay.
So you got to adopt your land use regulations relating to those things.
And that is how y'all wanted it
I will just clarify
amended.
that with the motion
Yes.
maker and the second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, it's your time.
Good evening, Clark Stillwell, 8599 East Fort Cooper Road in Inverness, Florida. I'm speaking on behalf of Deltona Corporation. Commissioners, I just want to put this in a proper context for you, okay? Because I think the request for the moratorium has impacts on pieces of industrial property that are there, have yet to be sought to have a permit on, but may. And then there's my client Deltona, which has already filed an application. The first thing I want to say to you is the legal ad for your meeting on 5/21 at the PDC basically says update. Doesn't say workshop, it says update. And it doesn't say they're going to vote on what they're going to vote on. So any type of vote on any type of language on the 21st is very problematic in my mind. So I just put that out for there because your legal ad doesn't coincide with that intent. That being said, for the purposes of Deltona and their pending application on 800 acres, it was filed in December. It was deemed complete by your staff in January. In February, Commissioner Kennard on the second meeting made the motion to implement changing the regulations. There's a state statute that you're bound by that basically says once that application is deemed complete, you have 180 days to act on it. And we have put the county on notice that we intend to use that state statute. So my position here to you is, in case to put this in the proper context, your moratorium does not trump that state statute, to be blunt. Further, the doctrine, what we call pending ordinance, doesn't apply to the application because it was filed and deemed complete prior to Commissioner Kennard's motion. So for the benefit of the public, this moratorium, in our professional opinion, is not going to address that pending application. Now, we should address, I think your intent is, anything new that hasn't already been filed, which would be development orders, development permits, and rezoning. And I will say this to you. Within the framework of our application, we have set forth a set of performance standards that any data center would have to meet. They're similar in substantive context to your pending LDR regulations, but the ones we have filed, I think they were filed this morning, exceed what I read from the initial draft by the county staff, far exceed it. And
Can you wrap it up in a sentence?
we will meet with Mr. Hicks and exchange drafts. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
PJ Offhammer, he just threw a wrench into the works. If he's saying that current applicants will not be included, I think our only option is going to be to deny, solely for the purpose because we don't have data centers in our comp plan. And I believe that we shouldn't have data centers in our comp plan. And I know some of you are saying that we need to have restrictions, but that opens the door and says we will allow comp plans with restrictions, perhaps. But there's nothing to say that somebody, whether you or somebody else down the road, won't choose to violate the comp plan, as we've been doing for years. I was hopeful we were going to have workshops. I was hopeful that we would have more than one person. I respect Mr. Hicks. I think he's taught us all a lot, but he is not a subject matter expert on the waters of Florida. He's not a subject matter expert on electricity. He's not a subject matter expert on the external factors that are most important to the Citrus County residents. I think you need to look at more subject matter experts to get all of the information we need. And I think that should be done in workshops. Mr. Stillwell seems to be saying that we can't even do that. We need to find a way because this can't go forward as it is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
All right, Curtis Bryant Lecanto. The question I have for you is if that is accurate with what Mr. Stillwell just said, because my understanding is that it's not a data center application. It's a zoning change application, which is not attached to a data center. So a moratorium, I think, would then not apply to that thing, but you guys have attorneys and all that stuff to deal with that. But my question that I was going to bring to you guys, are you guys able to do this similar like you guys did with the storage units and the car washes, to where you made them a conditional use on the, I think it was LDC or comp plan or something like that, to where if there's an application that comes forward for a storage unit or a car wash, you guys are then able to look at that and you can make it a conditional use decision for that, and then you guys make those decisions. So all those projects come to you guys as the board, because I think that would be good with data centers where everything comes to you guys. You guys get to review all the different, closed loop, open systems, all those things. So there's something to think about as you guys go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Robin Orlandi, Dunellen. Yeah, I'm confused about what Mr. Stillwell said, because PDC continued the application precisely because there wasn't enough information in there about what they were going to do in the industrial park, particularly the additional 800 acres. I sat in that meeting, so I'm not an attorney. I can't opine further on that, but certainly, that needs to be looked into. And if in fact that's true, then what Tricia just said, we can only deny it if we don't have any controls on data centers and one is put in. There is no upper limit. In the example I gave you previously, 40,000 acres, they'll just keep pushing and building and pushing as demand to grow the data center is present until that demand ceases and we won't have any control over it. To the point about Mr. Hicks, he's authoritative. I've heard him speak. He's very knowledgeable, but he's one person. Yeah, I would advise bringing in additional subject matter expert sources, including Sierra Club as authoritative legal resources related to how data centers have been controlled in counties around the United States and other states, and also public workshops, I think, are essential to give people the opportunity to complete their feedback. Without doing that, this is not going to set well going forward. And finally, I just want to remark that the data center industry has a big public relations campaign to push county governments into two quick decisions that have related in disasters in other places. Loudoun County, Virginia, look that up. Their data center alley that they've got there is destroying the community and the landscape. This is an issue that really demands as much due diligence as possible. The one-year moratorium, I think, is a wise decision, and then go back on the definition once we're protected that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Maxine Connor, Homosassa. I agree with what Ms. Orlandi just said, and I don't see why you couldn't cancel that May 21 PDC meeting with the data center embedded in the word. Just cancel the meeting and then rewrite that later when you're ready. And I agree with the moratorium. I think, these data centers are very complex for all the reasons all the speakers mentioned today. I wouldn't repeat them. It's just a complex matter, and this issue was brought forward before the legislative session completed its work, And so I understand why the PDC continued it. Then legislation SB 484 came into effect, data centers. It was passed by the legislature, the governor signed it, and it became law. So there were some guardrails put on there, but I think we need personal guardrails here, and the moratorium would give you a chance to figure that out. People that work in the industry, may, have, loyalty to the industry, but there's some people there that may be experts on these matters that, could be consulted as subject matter experts. And I just think a moratorium will give you time to figure this all out and not rush into something that you want protections. You do have some from the state, but you want some local ones because, this is your community and we are all entrusted with, we're entrusted with telling you what we think, and you're entrusted with trying to take care of our community and us. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. Well, your name's been mentioned a lot today.
I'm guilty.
Go ahead and say it for the record.
I'm Joe Hicks. I'm guilty. I'm Joe Hicks, Beverly Hills. And I heard some discussion about versioning. So the version that went to Eric and Steve was on the 23rd of last month. And the moves and changes since then are about 7 words. So if possible, it's better to use the version that the commissioners have in their package. You guys were already copied on all of that. I had a double negative, in one place. And so it's like I'm against it. So if you do math on it, that comes out I'm for it. But I was really against it. So we just took out 1 not or something like that. But then there's one extra paragraph. I met with a gopher tortoise expert, and we realized that 1 paragraph, it's about 4 sentences on vibration, and there's no current Citrus County ordinance on vibration and nothing like that. So there's about 4 sentences, 1 little subpart about vibration. It's for indigo snakes and gopher tortoises. So that would be the total errata between the moment I'm standing here now and the 23rd. So it was a double negative, a section in the 500, 1,000 foot setback. There's one or 2 words in there. And then the extra subsection for the snakes and gopher tortoises, which no one has seen that section. I lifted that straight out of another county in Pennsylvania, which already had the problem. They already had the ordinance. So I would just propose to lift those 3 or 4 sentences and bring them over. So I just wanted to do the errata. Thank you very much. It's a very hard job everybody has. And
Thank you. And your input has been greatly appreciated, Mr. Hicks. Next speaker, please. Is there anybody else over there? Okay, I'll close the speaker portion.
Madam Chair?
If you could just give me 1 second. So, and why I wanted to make a motion on my own agenda item, to have that date is for some of what the speakers have said, right? Mr. Hicks has done a fabulous job. But if people have a date, they know maybe the Sierra Club wants to bring in their water experts and say, hey, we have time, we want to sit down, we want to be a subject expert matter or a gopher turtle expert, or we don't know, we can't put this on staff where they're reaching out and trying to find these people. But if we have this date of what I wanted my agenda item to be at 11 months and 30 days, that gives people time to come forward, experts. And I'm not saying everybody that got their Google degree, Eric needs to sit down with, but people that would maybe write and say, hey, I'm a subject matter expert on X, and here's why I'm an expert. Maybe staff wants to take a meeting with some more people, in addition to all the wonderful things that Mr. Hicks has brought to our attention. Commissioner Davis?
I was just gonna look something up to make sure I remember the name correctly. I just wanted to tag off of what Mr. Hicks said. When I met with him, I think I was the last commissioner to do so, he was talking about, the levels that he was looking at for noise and so forth would protect 99.9% of the population, but there are certain people with TBIs or things like that that may be dramatically impacted. And I looked at him, I said, and how about the wildlife? And that was something he, don't think had yet considered. So thank you for looking at that, Mr. Hicks. Because dogs hear sounds that we can't hear, for example. So that goes throughout the entire wildlife spectrum, and we are indeed the nature coast, so we need to not ruin the wildlife around there if and when anybody decides to breach our strongest ordinance in the nation.
So then would you be supportive of a longer date so that people can think of those things and those subject matter experts could come forward?
I don't think that the longer date is necessary. I think that we have a really good trajectory, and I just said flat out we should talk to wildlife experts as well. So any experts that I do think that we ought to talk to other experts, but I don't think it needs to take 12 months. So.
Anybody else? Commissioner Bays?
Since we have a pending application, is there any kind of an existence that would create a legal risk associated with the moratorium? And could the moratorium be interpreted as targeting a specific industry or applicant?
Two questions. That's two questions. So I was going to address Mr. Stillwell's comments. Can I do that while I answer you? So the pending application was filed in December of 2025. That application is scheduled for June 18th before the Planning and Development Commission. Although the PDC continued it the last time, Mr. Stillwell is correct that the county was put on notice of the 180 days. So county staff got that back on track and back scheduled. So that will be heard 6/18 before the PDC. There's been no changes to it from the last time that it went before the PDC. And then it will come before you on 7/14, so July 14th. And I know none of you are prejudging that application before it comes before you. So that's the trajectory of that application that is pending. The moratorium, if that's what y'all vote for, will not be applied to that application. So no, there's no impact with the moratorium and that pending application. If the county tried to apply the moratorium to that, then that's where the county could get into some trouble. But that's not what we're doing. That's all scheduled and moving forward. And then your second question was, could that be targeting an industry? I don't believe.
Or the applicant.
Or the applicant, certainly not the applicant, because we've established that that's moving forward regardless of your moratorium. And to answer the second part of that, no, not the industry would be impacted, because this is an evolving industry, and many communities are looking at their codes and how they're being addressed, and you are not saying they can't construct or eventually get a permit in Citrus County. You're just having a moratorium in place until you get your regulations in place.
Thank you. Anything else? Well, I'm in a quandary, so I'm going to call the vote. You know what I want, but obviously this is better than nothing. So it looks like I see the board's direction. I'm willing to work with my board for the good of the community. So the motion was by Commissioner Barrick. Second was by Commissioner Kennard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And we'll bring that ordinance to you at your next meeting.
Thank you. Do you have anything? You're next up on the agenda?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
It is final open to the public. You've been here for a long time, but please remember to state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Thank Thank you. Tracy Duncan of Lecanto. I just wanted to add, if I could, is I totally understand growth that has to be done. And there's a lot I've learned since coming to the meetings and so forth. Like, I did not know about these pre-planned things 10, 20 years ago and so forth. But what I do understand y'all have the ability to do is you don't have to approve the amount from, like, some of these rezonings you're doing, going from 3 to 6 or 3 to 10. You don't have to make it more. You can keep it simplified as it is to help control our growth. I believe you can also regulate certain, like these big ranches that are being sold and they're wanting to put thousands of homes on them. Can't we compromise something? I understand we can't stop them from building because they purchased the land, but can you not regulate it where some parcels have to be at least 5 acres, 10 acres, where those individuals who want to try to still keep farming and ranching have the acreage to do so? So I understand growth, but I'm just saying you do have the ability, from my understanding, of limiting that growth, and that you don't have to approve all these rezonings for more units on the same acreage. So I'm just, please consider what the community has been sharing about slowing down our growth, and hopefully this will help slow it down. I mean, hopefully some of these ranches will reconsider and not sell to developers, but there is, you do have the power to reduce the growth. So I'm just asking, please consider that for the sake of the community, the sake of our wildlife and our nature coast. Just reconsider trying to slow down and limit the amount of growth. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi. I'm from a slower place, so I wonder if I could just clarify what's on the agenda for the 21, so I can know what to spend my life between now and then.
I believe that the Planning and Growth Department is keeping their changes to the LDC on the 21st, but taking out all the data center stuff. They'll wait.
So the 21 then, the agenda on the 21st has the moratorium language on it, or no language at all?
We'll let the attorney answer.
So with one caveat, I do need to look at the advertisement that Clark said there might be an issue with. So pending looking at that and making sure that that's all correct. My understanding from what Eric, Mr. Landon said, he's pulling, there are things that we have to get done on that LDC amendment, and we're going to leave those on. He's just going to pull the language from the data center. So that data center language will be removed for the 21st.
That whole draft won't be looked at then?
And you have plenty of time,
Only
up to a year.
Only the data center stuff is going to be pulled, but the rest of that ordinance will be there. I think it deals with waterfront, water quality issues.
Stormwater.
Stormwater and some other things.
So I'm sorry just to beat the drum, but no data center on the 21 then at all?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry to go back and forth from
You're fine.
whatever this is.
And all of that with the caveat that I need to check that ad because I don't know what he's talking about.
Certainly. Is that all you have, Mr. Hicks? Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will close open to the public. Board, do you have anything else? It's 7:45, meeting adjourned.